What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This is episode number 292. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources. And joining me on the line, just off of work and dinner, it's Luis Scott-Vargas, LSV. Are you full? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I mean, you just said the dinner part, so obviously I'm in good spirits.
I just had dinner, too. I had teriyaki. What did you have?
I had Chipotle, so I won.
Yeah, you did. All right. So it is time, of course, for a set review show here on Limited Resources. We're doing Magic Origins. This is the commons and uncommon show. And, I can't wait to jump into these cards. These are some of the most fun and exciting times for Magic players and some of the most fun shows to do as well. Before we do, though, I want to mention our sponsor, channelfireball.com. They are the place to go if you want to find tons of awesome free content, all of it 100% free. You can find podcasts, you can find articles, you can find videos that help you level up your game. They have the same goal that we have here on LR. That's why it's such a good fit. They want to help you improve your game. Now, when it comes time to order the singles that you need for your standard deck or to order a box of cards so that you can draft with your friends, we hope that you'll also use them for that. And if you want, you can even pre-order Magic Origins boxes and singles right now. That's right. They're available now. They'll ship out once the set officially releases, and they send them all out that day, and you'll get them as soon as humanly possible so you can start getting some drafts in or, building that standard deck. Maybe there's something you got your eye on for Commander. Whatever it happens to be, you can find it all at channelfireball.com. Also, I want to mention another way to support the show. This is a very direct manner. It's the Patreon. And Patreon is a great website that I found that lets you basically subscribe to the show. You can choose how much you want to pay per episode. You can choose any amount. It can be 50 cents. It can be $1. It can be $5, whatever you think it's been worth to you. If you found value in the show, you can go to patreon.com/limited resources and you can sign up there. You'll get access to some cool perks that you'll read about on there. You can get a thank you card that I had custom made by Inkwell Looter with some of the show's friends are featured on it quite prominently. And we, of course, really appreciate your support in that way. I do want to emphasize, though, that the show is and will always be free as long as I'm at the helm. The Patreon is optional. It's for people that feel like, okay, look, I want to give back to the show, but you don't have to. If you want, you can just listen to the show. You're going to get it on time, just like everybody else, every single time. Okay. Before we get into the cards, Luis, let's take a moment here to go over our grading scale and kind of our methodology for it. Can you run us down how our grading scale works?
Yeah, for sure. We're going to start with an A, which is cards that are basically awesome at any point in the game. Whether you're behind, yeah. Often they don't have to be great when you're behind, but they very, very frequently are. I mean, that's part of what gets you an A is that you're just good almost all the time and you're very powerful. So, an example of an A at lower rarity is Murderous Cut. I think that's actually one of my favorite examples from the last couple of years, just because Murderous Cut is incredibly efficient, good ahead, good behind, and it doesn't do anything super special, but it can show you that, a fairly plain card can still get an A. Once you move, but A's is mostly going to have, your legendary dragons, your Atarkas and whatnot.
Yeah, your Wingmate Rocks, your huge, ridiculous sweepers.
Your Dune Blasts. I mean, those are cards that most people wouldn't be surprised to figure out have the best grade. And, so moving on down from that, you have the Bs, and the Bs are cards that are, again, generally good in most situations. That's part of the reason that you get a good grade is that you're well-rounded, but this is more like one tier down. These are cards that maybe they're not the absolute most powerful, but are still quite good and, still, get a lot done in a large variety of situations. There's also a lot where your good uncommon bombs end up. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Your air elemental type cards, your 5-mana 4/4 flyers. Triplicate Spirits is a good example of a B. I think that one was like a touch below an A.
Yep.
But
the other thing I like to say about Bs, Luis, is that they actively pull you towards their colors, right? Right. If you're doing a booster draft and you get a card 3rd pick or 4th pick and you're like, whoa, I'm jumping ship. We're moving over there. This is the type of card that we're talking about for the Bs.
Exactly. And again, these aren't strict rarity tiers clearly because, there are some obviously terrible rares and great commons. But if you think about it in terms of rarity, A's are where a lot of the rares and mythics are hanging out, and B's are where a lot of the uncommons are hanging out, though commons clearly do make it into both those categories as well.
Yep.
C is the most common category. Most cards will get somewhere from, C minus to C plus. It's just most cards fit into this category. And these are cards that are very interchangeable. You're not unhappy to run them, but they're rarely going to pull you towards a color. They're cards that if you were to swap them for other C's, you wouldn't really barely notice. If you had to, if all of a sudden someone told you they were going to steal 3 C's from your deck and you had to go to your sideboard, usually that's fine. These are your 4 mana 3/3s or cards along that vein. These are the morphs that fill out your curve over the last couple sets. These are your Marsh Hulks. The Marsh Hulk is, I would say, significantly worse than the average, but
I thought it was dead average. I thought that was the whole point.
Yeah, I guess Marsh Hulk is dead average, but these are your, and actually one good way that to look at the difference between these two categories is Throttle, 4 and a black to give -4/-4 from cons is, kind of like C to C plus category, I believe. Whereas Flatten, 3 and a black to give -4/-4 from Fate Reform, or from Dragons rather. This card I think is like a B minus. So it's funny that 1 mana actually kind of illustrates the difference between the two.
Yeah, and that's often all it takes, right? That is often the difference, is 1 mana that the developers in R&D decided to shave off of a card, and boom, it jumps up at least an entire tier in rating. It's that simple.
D's are cards you are unhappy to run. Sometimes you still run them, but you're not happy. One surprising addition to one surprising card that might make this list is from actually going back to Zendikar, Mindless Null, 2 and a black for a 2/2 that can only block if you have a vampire. This card was better than it looked, but it looks horrible and it's still a D. So
that's right.
These are the cards that if you have to run them, it's not an unmitigated disaster, but it's not good. You should strive to not run any of these cards.
Yeah. Also, some other cards that fall into the D category are maybe situational cards, that if you get the right spot, they can be pretty good, but otherwise they're not. Cards with a high setup cost, right? Cards that ask you to have a lot of conditions met before they're good or before you can even play them. These are the cards that make the cut, but you're just not thrilled with it. Also, badish removal often goes here. Cards like, if you remember, Rite of the Serpent, these,
that was the one I was thinking of. Actually.
Yeah. These expensive, removal spells that get the job done, but not in an efficient way, not instant speed, sorcery, expensive, these type of things. These are the cards that will often find themselves in D. Sometimes they make the cut, but you'd prefer if they didn't.
And lastly on the letter grade scale, we've got F, and F are the cards that you just should never play. These are the cards that don't do anything, and this is where I would gladly jam all the surgical extractions.
Yes.
But often, and this is funny too, the rarity scale kind of loops back around. Most Fs are rare or mythic, or at least a lot of them are, because that's where you find these like really goofy constructed level applications that don't really, get there for limited, as well as just the like straight up bad cards. And I'm not saying you should never ever play an F, but you really should not very often.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right, is that we're going to call these unplayable. Unplayable isn't a term that has literal application. Anybody, I assure you, could find a spot where you could say, yes, it is correct for you to play this card, but you almost never want to, and for the purposes of the set review, we call them unplayable. Now, we've got 2 other categories here, Louise.
We do. And as the show evolves through listener feedback and us just discussing kind of what we would like to do, we have added more categories. And I like these additions. I think they do make a lot of sense. So the first one is one that listeners have already heard, which is sideboard. Instead of giving sideboard cards a D or an F, we're just giving them the straight sideboard rating. And these are frequently the cards like Shatter or Disenchant that kill artifacts or enchantments, or cards like Fog, which can stop Overrun. These are cards that you just won't put in your main deck, or if you do, they do deserve a grade like a D because you're just very rarely going to play them in your main deck. But they can be excellent after a sideboard. One core set example is Duress. Duress is not a card I'd recommend playing in your main deck, but there are some matchups where you're perfectly happy bringing it in. So we're going to give some cards the sideboard grade and then just talk about when you decide it in. It's pretty simple, but it does give you the information that sideboard cards don't fit neatly into this scale, this grading scale.
That's right, because most of the time they're going to be somewhere in the A to B range or an F. And you would prefer to bring them in when you know that they're going to be an A or a B, and leave them in the sideboard when they're going to be an F anyway.
Exactly. They're cards that if you put them in your main deck, they're very bad, but they have excellent applications after board. The last category, and this is a new one, is build around. This is a category where you've got cards that don't do anything unless you make them work. But when you do make them work, it actually is the kind of card that you want. And what we have settled on is saying a card is a build around, because frequently build arounds, they either get there or they don't. You're either a deck that can take advantage of them, or you're just not. And when you're not, then the card is an F. But when you are the kind of deck that can take advantage of these cards, frequently these cards can be a B or even an A. So what we're planning on doing is giving these cards the grade of a build around, and then giving them a grade within that. So you would say that, this build around card is a C. If you can draft the deck for it, it's just okay. It's not really worth going after aggressively, but it's got some decks where it does the trick. It's the sort of thing you do want to do. Whereas a different build around might be an A. This is the kind of card, like one example, an A build around is Burning Vengeance from Innistrad.
Oh,
this
yeah.
was the red enchantment that whenever you cast a card from your graveyard, it dealt 2 damage to target creature or player. This card was unplayable in a deck that wasn't built around it. Clearly, I mean, the card doesn't do anything. But as a build around, it deserves the grade of an A because it was so good in that format that it was worth first picking Burning Vengeance and trying to draft, 10 flashback cards. It was very doable. So that's the example of like an A build around. Whereas we're going to talk about the cycle of commons in this set in Origins that get better the more you have of them. And some of them are like not good build arounds. Some of them are, cards that don't do anything unless you have a lot, but is not worth going for. So as with every single card we talk about on the show, the words we say mean a lot more than just the grade, but the grade is a good, like you say, punctuation mark. This is a good way to see what the takeaway is. So we're still going to give the build arounds a grade, but that's within the context of them being a build around.
I kind of like this anyway, because I know that there's people, a lot of our listeners will make a spreadsheet of the grades that we give. And I know there's people that don't listen and they just look at the grades, and this is going to really get them. So good for you, listener, for actually being here and listening, because you're going to have a big leg up. Okay. Are you ready to dive in, Luis?
Oh yeah.
It is time. So we're starting with black this time around. We start with a different color, each set review to make sure that we don't, unfairly bias one color by starting with it. Like if we start with white every time. And it's black. So our first, and by the way, we're doing all the commons and uncommons. I'm going to go straight through, and I'll label whether they're a common or uncommon as we go here. Blightcaster. So as with many, cards in a core set, which Magic Origins is, this is a reprint. And we'll be seeing quite a few of those. So if it sounds familiar, it probably is. It's 3 and a black for a 2/3 human wizard at uncommon. So, let's dust off the vanilla test here. Not great, right? 4 mana, 2/3 in modern day, limited doesn't really hack it. But it's got a neat ability here. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you may have target creature get -2/-2 until end of turn. So we have our first build around.
We're jumping right in on the build around. And as a build around, I would give this something like a B grade. So what goes into that is that you're not paying a ton for it. Yes, it's about 1 mana overcosted from a kind of like a filler card. So I would expect to pay 3 mana for a 2/3 and not be super happy about that, but not be super unhappy about that either. Mm-hmm. So you're paying an extra mana there, which is a cost, but it's not the end of the world. And once you do, if you've got a couple enchantments in your deck, Blightcaster can just pick off your opponent's creatures. And there's actually kind of an enchantment theme in this set, which means that you're more likely to get enchantments. This isn't just like a random set with 0 enchantments or very few enchantments. So yeah.
Now the thing to keep an eye out for, and the thing that's going to really dictate how good Blightcaster can be, is how many enchantments are in black that are worth playing, and then how many enchantments in the set are worth playing. So we need to figure out what color pair are we going for here that lets us maximize on Blightcasters if we're going to move in on them early, or if we're going to plan on wheeling them and then taking advantage. So, from a big picture perspective, those are question marks. But I agree with you. I think this is a B under the build around me category, in the sense that the top end is good. And, when it comes to build around me, the floor isn't that low on Blightcaster. You still get a creature that can attack and block, which is much, much better than many of them, which are enchantments, like you mentioned earlier, that just don't actually do anything on their own. And those have a very low floor. I mean, you're tapping mana potentially to play a spell that has no effect on the game at any point. That's unacceptable. A Blightcaster, though, even if you never draw an enchantment, at least you get to attack and block, which is, that's a big leap up from being able to do nothing. So I have it in the B category too.
Agreed. It also, your opponent doesn't know how many enchantments you have. If you play a Blightcaster on turn 4 and your opponent has a 2 toughness creature in play, it's not unreasonable to assume they will kill it if they can. They don't want to give you free cards.
That's a good point. Yeah, they'll use a removal spell on it.
So in that sense, it gets a little bit more value even when it's mediocre because your opponent doesn't know that it's mediocre. Also, black has 2 common enchantments that I wouldn't mind playing. We'll talk about them both later. And has 2 uncommon enchantments that I think are decent. So black already is fairly well set up. Plus the red Build Around Me, or the red Collect 'em All common, is an enchantment that goes and gets other enchantments. So
I like that.
So that's a kind of an engine too. I think I would play Blightcaster every time if I had 2 enchantments. It gets actively good once you have more. I would probably not play it with just 1 enchantment unless I just was really short on creatures.
Okay. One other small point to consider about Blightcaster, and then we'll move on, is that yes, your opponent does actually have to kill it if they want, because it's whenever you cast an enchantment spell, it's not when an enchantment enters the battlefield. So they don't get to wait and see if you cast an enchantment, kill your Blightcaster in response, then the enchantment comes down and there's no effect. They do have to actually kill it before you can put an enchantment on the stack, or else you're going to start getting value. So a small distinction, but worth noting. Next up, Catacomb Slug. It's 4 and a black for a common. It's a 2/6.
And what else does it do?
It has flavor text.
It doesn't have very flavorful text. No. At least the flavor is not very delicious.
No.
It's just talking about oozing slime. So
yeah, and it's also just not a delicious. This card is super mediocre.
Yeah, I was not unhappy to play Rotting Mastodon, which was the exact same cost in a 2/8, but 2/6 is significantly weaker. It just cuts the limit on what it can block. This is, I think, a pretty classic D.
It's a D, yeah.
You're just not going to be that happy if you play it.
Yeah, I agree. This is a classic D. You can play it, but if you do, you're like, crap, I got to play this slug. Next is Consecrated by Blood. It's 2 black for an aura. It's an uncommon. It enchants a creature. The creature gets +2/+2 and has flying and has the ability sacrifice 2 other creatures to regenerate this creature. That's a lot of stuff. When it comes to these auras, my traditional stance is that they have a very high bar for me. They have to really reward me for taking on the risk that I'm taking by playing an aura, especially a 4-mana one like this. This one does. That's a lot of extra stuff. +2/+2 and flying is a big hit, and it can change the way a game plays out in a really dramatic way. And in an absolute pinch, it gives you the ability to protect the creature by sacrificing 2 other creatures. Now, that's a hefty cost, so I don't think it's something that'll come up super often, but I like the ability. I like that I have the chance to do it. I actually think Consecrated by Blood is actually pretty good.
I do too. Giving a creature +2/+2 and flying obviously makes it into a huge threat, at which point sacrificing 2 other creatures doesn't sound that bad. I think there's this funny psychological effect where people look at sack 2 creatures to regenerate, which is obviously not great text, and they somehow think this card is not good because of that, even though that ability is overcosted in the absolute sense. Adding it onto a card which makes a huge threat, I think, is very synergistic and does make this a card I'll want to play if I'm planning on attacking my opponent. You do need a fair amount of creatures. You want some of them to be big enough that this is a good, has good targets. But given those things, I think this is like a C+. This will finish games quite often.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a C+ as well. And coming from me, that's like giving it an A. Cruel Revival is next. It's an uncommon instant for 4 and a black. And it says destroy target non-zombie creature. It can't be regenerated. Return up to 1 target zombie card from your graveyard to your hand. And this is one of those kind of cool cards because it's real tricky to evaluate because similar to the card we just talked about, people tend to concentrate on the wrong aspects of it. Look, it says destroy target non-zombie creature. It can't be regenerated for 4 and a black at instant speed. Now, there's other text on it that can matter sometimes, but really the focal point is that first part. Instant speed, 5 mana, destroy anything that's not a zombie. The fact that you get to get a zombie back and that this card's black means that it will actually happen occasionally, which is a significant upside, but it's not the reason to play the card. The reason to play the card is because you need to kill something. And as we've seen, has been a very consistent trend with limited Magic. And one of the reasons why I'm willing to give a card like Consecrated by Blood a higher rating than I traditionally would have is that this is the kind of removal that we get these days. It is just not that often that you get the super cheap instant speed kind of kill anything. This is close to that, except for that it costs 5. And so we have to keep that in mind. But these are the tools that we've been given. And I have a feeling that this card's actually going to be quite good in the format. I
do too. This was a reprint from Onslaught, and where it was actually a common, funnily enough. But it was good then, and it's very good now. There's actually 4 common black zombies, and blue even has a common zombie in a Screeching Scob, plus both blue and black have a number of uncommon zombies. I don't think it's unrealistic to think that this draws you a card, half the time or something like that. Because if you have this card, you draft zombies a little bit higher, and if you draw this card, you can try to wait to set it up. And as you said, you don't need to draw a zombie to make this card perfectly playable. And if you do get a 2-for-1 off this card, that's really good.
That's super good, especially instant speed, can really change the way a game plays out. I actually like Cruel Revival a lot. I mean, we have to adjust to the times, right? And if we're not getting Doom Blades and Lightning Bolts, then the cards like Cruel Revival go up, because these are the tools of the trade now. This is what we get to kill things with. And I think this card's actually pretty good. I have it at B-.
I think that's just a solid B. I think you're going to be you're going to be happy to take this early. You're going to be happy to draft a little bit around it, even though it shouldn't influence your draft that much. And you're going to be happy killing everything, except zombies.
Yeah, which hopefully you're taking. Next is Dark Dabbling. It says it's a 2 and a black for an instant at common, and it says regenerate target creature, draw a card. Which is kind of interesting, but it's also got our first instance of Spell Mastery, which is something we'll see throughout the set. Spell Mastery is really simple. It says if there are 2 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your graveyard, something. And so it's always the same. If there are 2 or more in there when you cast this spell, then you're going to get something, to get a bonus. In this case, you get to regenerate each other creature you control as well. So the question is, do we play this card at face value? Let's just take Spell Mastery off the table and assume that we don't have it, the majority of the time or whatever. Are we playing Dark Dabbling as 2 and a black instant regenerated creature, draw a card?
I don't think you're unhappy to play it, but it's not something I'm going to go out of my way for. I think without the Spell Mastery, it's fairly average.
Now, how does it, because when I look at the Spell Mastery, my brain immediately goes to, if my opponent plays a sweeper, but this is limited. That's just not going to happen that often. So what are the scenarios where the Spell Mastery side is really advantageous for us?
The most common one is going to be if you get into combat with multiple creatures. Your 3/3 blocks there 3/3 and your 2/2 blocks there 2/2 or something like that. Or you attack with, actually a better way to set it up, because your opponent's not really going to attack their 2/2 into your 3/3, is you attack with a big creature and 2 small creatures when your opponent has a couple medium-sized creatures, and they either snap off both the small creatures or try to double block the big one, and you get to go, bam, Dark Dabbling. It is nice that the Spell Mastery is a little more likely to be on when you actually do want to regenerate multiple creatures, but I don't think the Spell Mastery actually changes my grade at all. I think I was going to give this a C before the Spell Mastery, and I think I'll give it a C after the Spell Mastery.
Yeah, I was going to give it a D+. I might be wrong about it, but the fact that it doesn't help it win combat in any way, is a deterrent for me. And the fact that it costs 3 mana, it's very expensive, for ultimately not a super strong effect on the game. So I gave it a D+. I think it's,
yeah, I could see C-. I probably think it's a little better than D+, but this card is not great. One thing to note about Spell Mastery in the set, by the way, is that for the most part, it's not a build around. You should not be like, well, I have 3 cards of Spell Mastery, now I need to take spells really high. Most of the Spell Mastery upgrades are fairly minor, so I don't think you generally want to go out of your way. This is an example of a card I would not go out of my way to enable, even if I was already going to play it.
Yeah, you just take it when you get it. Next is Deadbridge Shaman. It's 2 and a black for an elf shaman, and it's a common. It's 3/1, and when it dies, target opponent discards a card. That seems like a lot of upside.
Yeah, I like this card. It's got the kind of stats which, first of all, guarantees it's going to die. Every time it gets into a fight, it dies.
Yep.
And second of all, your opponent can't just ignore her. She's just going to keep attacking your opponent for 3. They're not just going to be like, well, I guess I'll take 9. So I think you're going to get a 2-for-1 out of this card with minimal work almost every single time. Yes, sometimes your opponent's going to be able to wait to kill Deadbridge Shaman until they have no cards in hand, but that's just not that likely. And sometimes they're going to, just discard a land or something in the mid to late game that they don't need. But if you play this card on turn 3, you're going to get a good result. And 3 mana for a 3/1 is not a horrendous rate by itself.
Yeah, I actually like this card. I think that, if you can keep the way clear, it beats down really hard, right? You're getting in there for 3 with her a turn, which adds up pretty quickly. And even if you're on the defensive, she blocks pretty well and, can trade up potentially for something that costs 4 mana. And then the fact that your opponent has to discard a card is going to be so annoying for them. They're just going to hate you. and that usually means that it's a good card. So I actually like Deadbird Shaman quite a bit.
What grade do you give her?
I'm trying to decide between C+ and B-. The impact isn't profound, right? But I really like getting effectively a 2-for-1, even if it's not a great 2-for-1. Your opponent, of course, gets to discard the card from their hand. They get to choose it and they get to know that it's coming. So it's not like a onboard 2-for-1, but it is there. And I'm actually going to go B- on Deadbird Shaman.
All right, I have a little bit less enthusiasm, even though I do like 2-for-1. So I'm going to go with C+. I think those are the 2 grades that you would, I'm fluctuating between, but I'll go with C+.
All right. Eyeblight Assassin. What does this one do?
It's another common 2-for-1. It's 2 and a black for a 2/2 elf assassin, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, this is a solid little bit of value. 3 mana for a 2/2 that just pings something for 1. You're gonna get a card, a decent percentage of the time you play. It's not as often as Deadbridge Shaman, but you're more often going to get to choose what you get. So
that's right.
There are some upsides. Cards like this make the format hostile to X1s, and in fact, they play Deadbridge Shaman, you Eyeblight Assassin it. That's not a horrible exchange.
No.
It is essentially a 1-for-1. So I think that this is the kind of card that you will be happy to play, but I really don't like multiples of this kind of effect. I always say this when I see pinging effects. The problem is the first one's usually pretty good because your opponent's going to play a 2/1 or 3/1 or something at some point. The second and third often get a lot less value because your opponent probably doesn't have 7 creatures with 1 toughness in their deck. And once you run out of targets, cards like this do get a lot worse.
Yeah, they do. It's a 2/2 for 3 on the vanilla test, which does not pass. It's under what you would hope to see there. Interesting, of course, to note as well that you can use Eyeblight Assassin post-combat, right? Attack your creature into their bigger creature, and if you're okay with using that as a trade, you can play Eyeblight Assassin and then shriek down their creature after they've taken damage to kill it. You can also use it pre-combat to shrink down their best blocker so that your other creatures can now safely attack through it. Put your opponent in a weird spot. And then I think the ideal and cleanest spot is what you described, Luis, where you get to kill something with it, right? They have a 3/1 or 2/1 flyer, even just a 1/1 that's getting them some value or whatever. And you get to just say, kill that. And, all 3 of these will pop up from time to time though, for Eyeblight Assassin. And for that reason, I'm pretty high on the card. I like it quite a bit. I gave it a C+.
I like C+ on Eyeblight Assassin. I do think that it's very, very close to Deadbridge Shaman. I would take Deadbridge Shaman over Assassin to begin with, but they're close enough that I think they do deserve the same grade.
Okay, well then I'll give it a B-.
That makes me even more convinced Deadbridge Shaman should be a C+, because Eyeblight Assassin is not a B-.
Okay, yeah.
So I think
I can't have both. Is that what you're saying?
A logic proof to prove that they're both C+.
So Eyeblight Massacre is a more narrow card here. It's an uncommon. It's 2 black for a sorcery. It says non-elf creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn.
Oh. That's text where you get it just about every set, right?
Yeah. So, would you put this in the build around me category?
I don't think this qualifies as a build around. I think it's just a good card.
Okay.
You do get a reward from building around it, but not so much that I think it deserves to be in that category. The build around category really is for cards that don't work if you're not trying to build around them.
Mm-hmm. And this one does, you're saying?
This one certainly does. I will play this card if I have no elves in my deck. It's still going to be a fine card. Clearly, you get an advantage out of putting elves in your deck. Just says so right on the card. But It is not the sort of thing that you really need to go out of your way to enable.
Okay, so what's the best way to use this card then? Just let your aggressive opponent curve out and then, well, I mean besides the elf thing. How does it play out in like a non-elf deck?
In a non-elf deck, well, you don't want to have, a bunch of creatures that die to it. So like a red-black aggro deck with all creatures that die to it, not really the way to go about things. It's going to be a fine card in a control deck or a deck that, like a mid-range deck. Any deck that has a lot of creatures that live through it, whether elves or just have 3 toughness. And a deck that doesn't have to be super defensive, but at least has an incentive to play sweepers. Again, not an aggro deck. Aggro decks want to go 2, 3, 4 drop creatures. This doesn't really fit into that plan unless you're playing Elf. Elf aggro, I think, would be pretty happy playing this card.
And I think there are some pretty aggressive Elf cards that we'll be talking about. So you'd want to see this in a more mid-range style deck where your opponent's the one who goes, 2-drop, 3-drop, 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, and you go Eyeblight Massacre, kill your 2 or 3 creatures, and then stomp them.
Yeah, the great thing about this card is that you can either play small elves or play 2/3s and 3/3s, and neither of those really alert your opponent to the fact that something's going on, which does set up an actual massacre. You can, imagine playing just like a 2-mana 2/2 elf, and your opponent just plays something, then you play like a random 2/3, and you're at no point is your opponent like, they're going to play a sweeper on turn 4. They play another creature, then all of a sudden your 4-drop kills both their creatures, and you just got a 2-for-1 on turn 4. You have 2 creatures to their none. That's a great start.
Yeah. I think this card's really powerful. I'm not in love with it, but the card seems to be, situationally one of the more powerful common or uncommons that they printed in the set. Where do you have it grade-wise? These ones are really tricky to grade, I think.
I think this card's a B+. I think that there's
enough
matchups where it's just going to be good, and you get to build around it, and it doesn't cost you much to build around it, because you don't have to be all elves or all X3s. You can just be cheap elves and slightly less cheap X3s. So, I think this is going to lean towards a B+. I guess you might see it enough times when you already have enough of your deck drafted that maybe you don't have an option to optimize it. So maybe it's a B, but I would say in general this card's quite good.
Okay, I gave it a B. I think that the power level is there. It's not always going to be good, but when it's good, it's going to be great. Fetid Imp is next. It's 1 and a black for a 1/2 flying imp at common, and you can pay a black mana to give it death touch until end of turn. I gotta admit, I love cards like this.
I do too. The imp is I think going to be deceptively good. First of all, the stats look kind of bad. 1/2s, we're preconditioned to think 1/2s aren't great.
Mm-hmm.
But the stats don't tell the full story on this, because what the imp does is it just pecks in for 1 whenever you don't want to leave mana up. But as soon as it's not a big cost to leave 1 black up, which it generally isn't, many turns of the game, it will cost you effectively nothing to do that. It can just trade for anything. It can even stop flyers. It can stop 3/3 flyers. It can stop 4/4 ground creatures. And it can even stop 1/1s if your opponent has a bunch of those. I think this card's very solid.
Yeah, this reminds me of interesting. We used to call it the green Doomblade.
Oh, Deadly Recluse.
Yeah, Deadly Recluse. Now we're back to the black Doomblade, I guess. I don't know, but this card, has a lot of similarities to it in that it can basically block the same things, and it has the same converted mana cost and base power and toughness, and even though you got to pay a black to give this thing death touch, it can get it when it needs it. And Deadly Recluse was fantastic. That card was just a stopper. There was, they had to use a real removal spell on it, or they had to run something into it. And for that reason, I think the decks that want to sit back are really going to like Fetid Imp. I think this card's great.
It is. It's certainly worse than the Recluse, just because you do have to spend mana. So
for sure,
when you play this and then you need to tap out the next 2 turns, it's not going to be that good. Getting in for free damage does make up for that to some degree, because that is a bonus. But in general, this does get worse in multiples, whereas the Spider did not. So once you have 3 or 4 of these, all of a sudden you're talking about a lot of black mana that you may have to leave up, or a lot of draws where you do need to leave up a swamp. So I'm not as in love with picking up a bunch of these. The first or even second are both going to be quite good, though.
Yeah, I'll play a bunch of them. Like, if I have 3 of them on the battlefield, I just have to leave up 1 black mana, and my opponent still can't attack with their good creature.
Right, but they can attack with a couple of 2/2s and 3/3s, and then all of a sudden you only get to block 1 of them, for example.
That's true. I mean, because this is still a 1/2 for 2. It is not impressive on the power and toughness, vanilla test or whatever.
I guess having 2 doesn't overlap all that badly. It's only when you have like 3 to 4, which is not going to be that common of a scenario, even in triple Origins drafts.
I will say also that this is a defensive card, right? This primarily goes in a deck that wants to kind of sit back and either get to the mid or late game. I mean, if I'm in a hyper aggressive deck, I don't think Fetid Imp really has a spot, right?
No, definitely not. It just doesn't attack for enough damage. You'll frequently play it in those decks. You just won't be happy about that.
Yeah, exactly.
I still don't think this card is amazing. I have it closer to like a C+.
I gave it a B-. I think this card's amazing. The black mana is annoying, and maybe I'm having flashbacks to Deadly Recluse a little too hard here, but I'm going to stick with it. We'll see.
All right. Well,
Next one is Fleshbag Marauder, another reprint, 2 and a black at uncommon for a 3/1 zombie warrior, and when it enters the battlefield, each player sacks a creature. The way this plays out, of course, is that if you want, you can sacrifice the Fleshbag Marauder to itself. Your opponent has to sacrifice a creature. This comes up somewhat frequently when you've got, let's say, 3 creatures out and your opponent has 1. And you play your Fleshbag Marauder, you sacrifice it to itself, and they have to sacrifice their only blocker, and you get to attack with the other 3 that you have that don't have summoning sickness. Now, in other scenarios, it's different than that, and you will instead sacrifice whatever your worst creature is, or something that's been, put under some type of enchantment that's locking it down, or whatever, and keep the 3/1 Fleshbag Marauder, which is a reasonable body on the ground, and have your opponent hopefully sacrifice, a real creature, air quotes. The downside, of course, is that, if your opponent's got a token or something like that, or, if you used your own enchantment to lock down their creature, they can just sacrifice that. So you kind of have some anti-synergy there. But yeah, I don't know. I've always been a moderate fan of cards like Fleshbag Marauder.
I think a moderate fan is a good way to describe this. It's funny that in limited, just target player sacrifices a creature is such a worse ability than in constructed, just because limited is filled with the kind of random crappy creatures.
Bad creatures, yeah.
So the effect on Fleshbag Marauder gets significantly worse in the late game. You're just often going to not get much out of it. But it does trade for a card. It does have some minor synergies. It's a zombie, which matters for a few cards in this set. It does help fill up the graveyard. In general, I think that you're okay playing this. There aren't that many ways to make tokens, and blue has, and red, I guess, have a few ways. So, in general, I think I would expect this to trade for a card. It might not always be a great card, but you'll at least get a card out of it. I think this is just like a solid C. I don't think it's going to overperform all that often.
Yeah, I gave Fleshy B a C+. I think it's just okay. The artwork on that next card, I can't even look at it. That's next week. Gnarlroot Trapper is our actual next card. It's black for a 1/1 Elf Druid at uncommon. You can tap it and pay a life to add green to your mana pool, but you can only spend the mana to cast an elf creature spell. Pretty restrictive. You can also tap it to give target attacking elf you control Death Touch until end of turn. What a weird little card. It
is a weird card. It's definitely a build around, because you can't just put this in your deck by itself. Clearly, it doesn't do anything.
Right. It's a 1/1 for 1, which we've talked at length about on the show.
Yeah, it's definitely a trap at that point. And I would say that this is a C build around, where you don't take this card and then build an elf deck. If you're building an elf deck, you will play this card. So it goes one direction. I think the direction it goes is, if you have what looks like a solid elf deck, this helps it, because this is good in an elf deck. Accelerating your elves out is good, and then when the mana is no longer useful, giving attacking elves Death Touch is fairly good. It just makes all your elves into threats that demand answering. So I would give this a C. I think that if you have something like 5 elves in your deck or 6 elves in your deck, I would be okay playing this. But yeah. I'm not gonna take this in the first couple picks and try to build an elf deck around.
By the way, I love that distinction that you made between which direction you're going with the build around card. That's huge, right? Like, is it the card that you take early and then build around it, or is it the card that goes into a deck that can use it better? And this one's definitely in that second category. Infernal Scarring is next. It's 1 of the black for an enchantment aura at common. It enchants a creature, and the creature gets +2/+0 and has, when this creature dies, draw a card.
This is a kind of weird little card.
Yeah.
It's a cantrip +2/+0, except you have to wait on the cantrip, and then there's a couple turns in which things can go wrong.
Yes.
And by go wrong, I mean get your creature bounced. If you get your creature bounced with this, then it's pretty annoying, because you don't get the trigger off Infernal Scarring. You're out, some amount of mana, probably more than what they spent, because you played a creature and you played this. So it's got some downsides, but if this works, it works fairly well. Putting this on a 2/2 means that it will often trade up. Like, if they have a 2/3/3s out and you just put this on a 2/2, and then, either attack or leave it back to block, either way you're offering some kind of trade, and they can't really ignore a 4-power creature, and then you get to draw a card off that, so you got to trade up. So
yeah, it's funny, because it feels like, when they designed the card, they were kind of trying to ease the pain of the whole aura thing, where you play it and you can get 2 for 1. And they're saying, okay, look, it's on you to get this thing onto a creature. But if you do, most of the time, you're going to get your card back for your troubles. Now, you mentioned the bounce scenario, which is bad for you. The other scenario, of course, is just the one where they kill your creature in response. Now, that has become less often. That happens less often than it once did. So it's not quite detrimental to the point of not being able to play it. But, I don't know if the upside's really here that much anyway. Like, I don't really feel like I did it. If I go Infernal Scarring, and my creature dies and I get to draw a card. I'm not like, oh, we're doing it now, kids. Like I'm going off. It's kind of like, okay, sure. At least I get my card back. Shrug. Right. But if anything, I feel like I've given up some tempo in that exchange.
And one thing to note is, this gives the ability to the creature. So don't put this on your opponent's creatures, then kill them.
Oh, it's the creature. Oh yeah. That's bad too. I gave Infernal Scarring a D. I just don't think it's that exciting.
I completely agree. I think it's a pretty textbook D. It's the sort of card that I would want in my deck if I had Blightcaster. It's a cantrip enchantment.
Ooh, that's real good.
And that's nice, but for the most part, you just don't want this card.
Yeah. All right, next is Macabre Waltz, which is disgusting on artwork. It's 1 and a black for a sorcery at common. It says, return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand, then discard a card. Huh? So kind of weird.
This is kind of, it's kind of like a Tormenting Voice, where you're discarding a card to draw 2 cards. The difference is you don't get to cast this till much later in the game, but the upside is that the 2 cards you draw are both presumably good because they're creatures that have died. Mm-hmm.
And you can discard one of those too, right? Like if you had 2 of them in the yard, this could just be Raise Dead or whatever it's called, like just get a creature back.
I don't think it's sporting to do that because clearly the card intends for you to discard a different card.
Yeah, it does urge you that direction, but you don't have to, right?
Well, technically no.
Okay, well, technically is exactly how I wanted the answer to that
technically
question.
Correct is the best kind of correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you're not only technically correct, you're also just normally correct because of course you can do that.
Yeah. So that's interesting to note just because in my mind, it does make me think, okay, I got these 2. Now what do I have to discard? But at the end of the day, it's like, look, I need to get my bomb back. I'll get this and some 2/2 back and just discard the 2/2 if all the cards in my hand are better. I mean, I think ideally you try to set it up, right? Where you've got an extra land in your hand that you don't need and you can actually keep both creatures.
Yeah. It's not that hard to do that either. We actually got to play with this card in Dissension when it was first printed. And, by the time you want to return 2 creatures, by the time you have 2 creatures to return, because if you're returning 1, this is not a good deal. Right. You usually have excess lands just because it's not, you're not doing this on turn 5. You're frequently doing this on turn 8 or turn 9. So yeah. I was overall happy with the card before. And if you have this card, you can kind of draft around it where you just, draft good creatures or creatures with good, value abilities, come into play abilities, that sort of thing. Like this is the sort of thing that does work well with, say, Fleshbag Marauder. You get to Fleshbag is an easy way to guarantee you're having creatures head to the graveyard. Getting it back actually does stack well because making them sacrifice a creature, if they have 1 good creature and 1 bad creature, doing it twice is a lot better than doing it once. Mm-hmm. So,
do you tend to trade more eagerly if you've got a Macabre Waltz in your hand?
Oh, definitely, because you get value out of doing that.
Yeah.
In general, though, this is also the kind of card that you don't tend to want a ton of because you put too many cards like this, cards that require you to have, like, say, multiple creatures in your graveyard before they're good, and you just end up with a do-nothing deck. This is one of the traps we actually talked about where you just draft too many cards that don't do anything, and this is way high on the list.
Yeah, we talked about setup costs a little bit earlier in the show, and this is one of those cards that has a medium to high setup cost, right? If you don't have creatures, especially 2, you really do want 2 in your graveyard, and a card that you don't care about to discard to it, then this is just not a thing that you want in your deck. I could see this being sort of in a pinch, a card draw spell, for, a control deck. I'm thinking now back to, what was the bat called? Or the imp, Fetid Imp. Trade that thing off, for something bigger, get it back with Macabre Waltz, replay it, just make your opponent's life a nightmare. I could see that being the thing, but this still just doesn't quite do it for me. Like it's very conditional. The setup cost is a little high for the payoff here.
It's a little high. I think most black decks you're going to be happy to play one of this card, assuming you have like 14 or more creatures. It's a way to not lose in the late game at not a super high cost, just because you don't need land number 7 all that often, and being able to get back 2 creatures is pretty good. I think this card's a solid C. You're just going to play it. You're not going to go after it aggressively, but you're usually going to play the first one. More often than not, the first copy will end up in your deck.
Okay, I gave it a D. I thought this would be the kind of card that you're like, sure, I'll play one of these because I didn't get something better. Now I'm curious, and I've never played with the card before myself, so keep that in mind. What's next here? Malakir Coldblade, what does that guy do?
Malakir Coldblade is a vampire warrior. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1, and says whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a ++1 counter on Malakir Coldblade. So it's kind of like exactly half of
is it a half-truth?
Algigariel, or
it's a half-truth?
It's slightly less than a half-truth, because it doesn't have Shroud either, but it's 2 mana for a 1/1. It only looks at your opponent's creatures dying.
Oh, God. It's the bad half of the truth.
It is, because you have a lot more control over whether your creatures die, because you also have the option of chump blocking. This is still an okay card. It needs to trigger, because it only costs 2, it doesn't need to trigger a ton of times. It's not a card you put a lot of costs into, like you're not spending your whole turn 4 casting it. It's still not a card that I'm super thrilled about, though it does reward you for a thing that just naturally happens, which is creatures going to the graveyard.
Was it Unruly Mob that had a similar?
Yes.
Maybe that was when your creatures died.
That was when your creatures died.
Yeah, or when humans died, or whatever it was. But yeah, this card, again, going back to the setup cost thing, right? This one has a relatively high setup cost. One scenario that I can see quite easily, it's easy to see the best case, which is where you play this on turn 2, or maybe on turn 4, and then you attack with your creatures and kind of start forcing trades, and you can see your Coldblade get up to a 3/3 or a 4/4 at some point in the game. But I can also see this being a pretty bad top deck later, maybe after the dust has already settled, if your opponent is the aggressor. This creature is terrible if you're behind. Completely horrible, right? Like, it's not getting any better. Their creatures are probably not dying if they're already ahead anyway.
And it takes at least a full combat before it gets better. Like, let's say you're behind and you're anticipating blocking. You play this and you make 2 trades, and then it's a 3/3, but you took a turn of hits to do that. Yeah. It's not... If you're ahead and you can play this then attack when your opponent has to block a couple times, that's something else completely. But
yeah. So you want to be an aggressor, right? So this deck really wants to be in the deck that's aggressive. And
it's good with removal too, clearly.
Yeah, if you can pick off a couple of things and get it up to a 3/3. I mean, at the point that it gets to a 4/4 is when I'm excited. Like, that's sweet. A 3/3 seems like a good payoff for the risks that we took. A 2/2 and a 1/1 are pretty unacceptable given what actually has to happen to make that at least get that first counter on there. I'm not a big fan of this card. I think that it doesn't do that well on the quadrant theory, and I could see playing it in a very aggressive deck, or a deck with a ton of removal. But even then, I don't think I would take it particularly highly. It just might make the cut sometimes. I'm giving Malakir Coldblade a D.
I cannot argue with that.
Poor Malakir Coldblade. All right. Now, if your opponent has one of this next card, you'll be happier.
Malakir Dullblade.
Nantuko Husk has been reprinted yet again here. It's 2 and a black for a 2/2, and it's a zombie insect at common. You can sack a creature to give it +2/+2 until end of turn.
Why would the creature get +2/+2 if it's already dead?
To give Nantuko Husk +2/+2.
Okay.
Of note here, no mana cost associated with this activation. It's just sack a creature, pump your guy.
Which I like because it's flexible, but I dislike because on Magic Online it means I can't just have 6.
That's
I always
true.
have to keep priority up. Also of note, going kind of backwards in time, this can eat itself. A lot of the sacrificing creatures we've seen can't do that, but this was from an age where that was not frowned upon.
Right.
As not flavorful as that may be. So if someone ever steals Nantuko Husk with a control magic type effect from you, then, shame on you.
Yeah, then it's your fault for not responding. And
right.
So, I don't know. This card, in its different variations, has never been, since I've been playing, hasn't been a powerhouse in Limited, but it has definitely seen play. And I will say that the sacrifice a creature, the ability to do that at instant speed for free comes up more often than you'd think. You named one scenario, where somebody plays a card that tries to steal your card till the end of the turn or even permanently, and you can at least prevent that from happening. There's some types of removal that they say, okay, I'm going to kill your thing and get a zombie back or whatever. And you're like, sacrifice my creature in response. You don't get the zombie anymore. These little things do tend to add up. And then sometimes if you get a bunch of tokens or go wide, it's like attack with this. And they're like, crap, I actually have to block this or else I'm going to take 12.
Actually, Cruel Revival will still work.
Oh, does it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're both targeted. So it's up to 1. So you can cast it with 0 zombies, but if there is a zombie, it has 2 targets. So
okay, so it's up to 1 zombie, but you do have to have an actual target for it, just to be clear. So you have to target a creature on the battlefield.
There has to be a target for it to kill.
Okay.
There does not have to be a zombie. You do need to choose the zombie you're returning at the time that you announce the spell, which also means that if the creature you're targeting to kill gets removed from like an Nantuko Husk, you still get the zombie back. Okay,
good to know. Yeah, I didn't think that was how it worked. But at any rate, Nantuko Husk can get in the way of various effects like that. Comes up more often than you think, and then, like I said, sometimes you get to attack with it, and your opponent's like, well, crap. I don't have the removal spell, and you've got 5 other creatures, so now I have to start blocking this stupid Nantuko Husk and kind of forcing the issue here. The card can be decent. I don't think it's great, but it can be decent.
One advantage this has over, say, Bloodthird Vampire, which is the version we've seen most frequently, that's exactly the same card, but 1 in a black for a 1/1 instead of 2 in a black for a 2/2, is that Husk, you don't need to build around it as much, because 3 mana for a 2/2 is a better baseline, which means that Husk needs less help to be good. Frequently, you're going to have this and trade it for a 2/2 or a 3/2, and that's fine. You can just do that. You're also going to, when you attack, one of the problems with Bloodthorn Vampire is you attack your opponent. They're at 14, and you have 4 other creatures in play. They just take it, and you're like, well, okay, take 1. At least with the Husk, they take 2 in that scenario, which brings them to lethal much, much quicker.
Oh, for sure.
Multiple turns faster. Because the scenario you want is your opponent at 10, and you have 4 other creatures. Now they have to throw something in front of the Husk every turn, and presumably you're attacking because that's a good exchange.
Yep.
It offers your opponents less options. So overall, Nantuko Husk is quite a strong card without doing any work. All that it requires is that you have some other creatures. You're clearly not going to play this in a 6-creature deck.
Right.
So overall, I do like Nantuko Husk. I don't think it's even close to like a build around. That's not really what the set's about, but the Nantuko Husk is still fine in the set. So I think this is just like actually a C+. It's just a card that I'm going to be happy to have Nantuko Husk as one of my 14 creatures almost every time.
Yeah, I agree. I think it hits enough of the things that you need to hit to make it worth it. C+. Necromantic Summons is next. It's an uncommon. It costs 4 and a black for a sorcery. It says put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. So you'll note the wording there. It can be your graveyard or anybody else's. Which is its base. That's what it does. So it's 5 mana way to just get a creature back, whether it was theirs or yours. It's also got
an elk.
If you go by flavor and artwork only, yes. Spell mastery. So if you've got the 2 instants or sorceries in your yard, the creature enters a battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. So how do you break down cards like Necromantic Summons? Setup cost is there. Right? If there's no creatures in any yards or nothing really worth it, then you can't even cast the thing. Or if you can, you're certainly not getting your 5 mana worth. So when would you want to play it?
This is the sort of thing that I actually really do want Spell Mastery on, but like a lot of the cards we've seen with Spell Mastery, I think it's naturally going to be on by the time you want this. This is not a card you can expect to cast on turn 5. It's a 5-drop that casting it on turn 5 is generally going to be mediocre. At best, a 4 casting cost creature died, so you're already kind of losing mana on the exchange, and usually the 4-drops haven't even necessarily died by turn 5. Right. So this is more like a turn 6 or 7 card, which you don't have a ton of room for. You can't play 7 cards like that in your deck. And overall, I think the reward is there because, first of all, getting to choose from your opponent's creatures is kind of nice. It means that you can play this in a deck that has 4 or 5 good removal spells or decent removal spells, and you'll be pretty confident that at some point you're going to get to pick off something good. It means that you don't have to be the person providing the bomb uncommon or decent rare or what have you. So from that perspective, I think that there's definitely decks that will actively want this card, that will be happy to use this as one of their ways to close out the game. it is a card that you can't just put in your deck without some forethought. In a deck with not a ton of spells, where you're not going to get spell mastery very often, it's fairly mediocre. In a deck without a ton of removal, unless you have some great creatures, well, it's just not going to be worth 5 mana. Of course, try not to draft decks that don't have a ton of removal and have no good creatures.
Yeah.
That's just not a good deck.
That's not a good deck at all.
Be aware
like
that
the card,
if you,
though.
yeah, I think the card's overall good. Be aware that if your opponent is playing blue, you may be less inclined to summon cards from their graveyard, because if they bounce them, they go back to their hand.
Oh yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, getting this dispersed is just a huge blowout. It's a 1-for-1, and they got a raised dead.
yeah, that's brutal.
So overall, I think you're not going to play this every time you draft it, but you should be kind of aware of it when you're looking to take it, and you want to build it, put it in a deck that has a decent amount of spells and a decent amount of removal and a slight late game bet. This is not really an aggressive card, so all of that together kind of makes me want to just give this like a C, basically, with the caveat that in the decks that want this, this is, almost close to a B in terms of finisher status, and worse than a C in decks that don't have adequate ways to play it. It's not quite to the level of build around. You can put this in a random deck and be reasonably satisfied. There are just things you can do to maximize it.
Yeah, I gave it a D plus, Necromantic Summons, just because there's definitely going to be decks that you have that are black that you don't even run it in. So it's hard for me to, say, well, this is just sort of your standard, you're going to play this every time type card. To me, it's it's a card you'll play when it's good, but there's going to be a significant number of times when it's not. I mean, most 5 mana creatures that have a reasonable effect on the board are much better than this card, for example. Just a 3/4 or something, is going to have a bigger effect on your average game of limited than Necromantic Summons will. In the right deck, though, you can use it to give you that kind of inevitability. And again, I really like the idea of pairing it with good removal. Night Snare is next.
Night Snare's a weird card.
It's weird, man. These cards have all been kind of, they haven't given us too many softballs here. 3 and a black.
They've been kind of a Night Snare to evaluate.
Yes. It's 3 and a black for a sorcery at common. And it says target opponent reveals his or her hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, that player discards that card. So 4 mana to coercion, right? Look at their hand. Make them discard a card of your choice.
Literally coercion, except coercion could even take lands.
Oh, right. And then this one says, if you don't choose a specific card for them to discard, then they discard 2 cards instead. But they, of course, get to choose them.
So this is a split card coercion mind rot, which is actually a really cool design, because
it is cool.
You imagine looking at their hand of 4 cards, and their hand of 4 cards has a dragon and 3 cards you don't care about. You're obviously taking the dragon. But imagine that their hand is instead a land and 3 decent cards. Then you're like, well, just discard 2 of those.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. Now, the fact is, though, that neither coercion nor mind rot, are particularly great in limited. They do see, especially mind rot, will see play sometimes out of the board. Some people like to main it. But it's never been a high pick unless you're Gerard. So do you think Night Snare offers enough flexibility to actually change that, or is it still going to hold a similar role?
No, I think this is a sideboard card. This is a card that you will want to side in if the matchup's slow enough, or your opponent has a particular 7 mana card that's really hard for you to beat.
Yeah.
But in general, limited games are not, do not lend themselves towards paying 4 mana and not affecting the board. So I think this is a sideboard card. If you have to run it, it's not a disaster. It's not like a naturalize that'll have 0 targets, but it's a card that is, closer to a D if you have to actually run it in your deck.
Yeah, I agree. Sideboard card, especially at 4 mana. Rabid Bloodsucker is next. It better be a vampire. Oh, it is. 4 and a black for a vampire. It's a 3/2 with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, each player loses 2 life.
Yeah, this card's very aggressive. It's a 4 mana 3 power fly, or 5 mana rather 3 power flyer that already comes into play with your opponent down 2. Of course, you're down 2 also, so you don't really want to play this when you're a control deck or when you're behind, which means that, yeah, you want this as the top of your curve in a deck that wants to attack.
Yeah, and I think it does a good job in that. I mean, it's fragile at 2 toughness, but 3 power flyer passes vanilla test, and sometimes that losing 2 life, again, if you're the aggressor, can really help, get your opponent dead, especially since this thing has evasion and can really kind of finish off things in the air. I think as top end of an aggressive deck, Rabid Bloodsucker is actually pretty cool. I would put it in the C plus range for that type of deck. As a card overall, I'd probably give it like a C.
I think it's closer to a C minus earlier in the draft, but closer to a C plus once you want it, which kind of makes it a C in my mind. Like if you have, let's say you have a black removal spell, a black 3-drop, and then you see this, like you'll take it, and then some of the time you won't play it, which means you're not super excited, but some of the times you will play it and it'll be good. So I think this is basically just a C with some decks wanting it and some decks not wanting it.
Yeah. Next is Read the Bones. It's back. Yeah. 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. Scry 2, then draw 2 cards. You lose 2 life. So the way this pans out, of course, if you haven't played it, is you scry 2. So you look at the top 2 and then you decide, well, these 2 are really great and exactly what I wanted. Then you just put them both back on top and draw them. So you can pick them. But if you look at, let's say a really great spell in a land, you can ship the land to the bottom, put the spell back on top, and then draw 2. So you're drawing the spell plus an unknown card, which is, going to have a better chance of being better than the basic land that you knew it was going to be. This thing digs you deep, right? I mean, if you're looking for something very specific, you can scry 2, even if they're decent spells, but you really just need something to get you out of a jam. You can put them both on bottom and then draw 2 more. You've now gone 4 cards into your library, which is 10% of your starting library. It's a lot, to do. And the 2 life can matter sometimes, but generally speaking, it's well worth it.
Sometimes when I see 2 good cards, I'll put them on the bottom anyway because I want to get value out of the scry. If you don't get value out of the scry, why are you even playing the card? Do not do that.
This is not advisable.
I love this card. I think it's good in aggro and good in control and good in mid-range because it's just good.
I do too.
It's a good way to refill. It gives you a lot of card selection. For a common, it's not usual to get this much card selection. You get to dig 4 cards deep, like you said, and it's a 2-for-1. It does get worse in multiples because the life loss really does add up. You're not frequently going to want to cast 3 in a game, though putting 3 in your deck isn't the end of the world. I think this card's like a B-. I think that this card will give you a sizable advantage in most games you cast it.
Yeah, I gave Read the Bones a B. It's the type of card that pulls me into a color and it makes me want to play it. The thing to keep in mind, you touched on this, Luis, but the turn that you play Read the Bones, you often don't do anything else. So you've now taken an entire turn off of tempo, meaning you just, done nothing for the turn basically, and you've lost 2 life. So as you can imagine, if your opponent is looking to get you dead quickly and they're trying to beat down, they're going to be quite happy. Usually what happens is you play out your hand, you stabilize the board, you get ahead in a race, whatever it is that your deck's trying to do, and then the last thing you do is Read the Bones to try to find the big finishers and the big spells to get you where you need to go in the game. If you have to turn 3, Read the Bones, and you're on the draw, you're going to take a ton of damage. So that's why they get worse in multiples.
Plus you're going to discard.
Yeah, good point. Okay, so yeah, I like B on Read the Bones. Next is Reeve Soul. It's a common. It's 1 and a black for a sorcery, and it says destroy target creature with power 3 or less.
Wasn't this in Dragons also?
No.
Oh wait, it was the strictly worse version. That was
yes.
Defeat, which was the exact same card except destroyed a creature with power 2 or less. So I always find it bizarre when these cards are so close together, just because one is strictly better than the other in a very strange way. Like this is not a normal text box anyway.
Yeah. So, and we had the throttle and the flatten as well.
Yeah, I just I kind of understand why these cards are printed so close together. I think you can print both of these cards. That makes a ton of sense to me. It's just funny seeing them back-to-back sets.
Yeah.
So Defeat was mediocre. Reeve Soul is not. Reeve Soul is quite good. Basically, killing a creature with power 3 or less bumps up the mana cost of creatures it can affect by 2.
Yes. The range goes 1.5 above what the other one could.
Right. I would expect this to kill almost any card that costs 4 or less, and some cards that cost 5, especially 5 mana 3/3 flyers or 5 mana 3/2 flyers. These are cards that Reeve Soul is going to get very easily.
Yeah. But I think this card's great. Sorcery speed, of course, makes it a little bit more limiting, but it's not enough of a knock on it to not want to play Reeve Soul and play plenty of them. The 2 mana cost as well. I mentioned it earlier. We don't get those instant speed, super cheap, nearly unconditional type removal spells anymore. So we have to give up something. Either it costs 5 mana and it's an instant, or in this case, it costs 2 mana. It's a sorcery that's somewhat conditional here. It's not going to kill their bomb a lot of the time, but geez, for 2 mana, you're going to be getting a 2, 3, or 4 drop most of the time, and that's either equal or plus on tempo. So I'm a big fan of Reeve Soul. I give it a B-.
I think it's a B minus as well. I actually think Read the Bones is slightly better, so maybe you're right. Read is just straight up a B, and then Reefs will be a B minus for me. It's a solid card. You're always going to run it. It is going to put me in that color. It can't kill their best creatures, and that is a reasonable drawback.
Yeah. Maybe better in an aggressive deck. I don't know, just to, be able to keep curving out and get blockers out of the way.
Yeah, but
maybe
in general,
not.
it's just a good card.
I guess you just need it in every deck, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there's no deck where this is bad.
Yeah.
It is funny that once you see this, against defeat, you're maybe incentivized to try to play around it. I don't think you can realistically ever sideboard so this doesn't affect you. If you can, then you've got quite the deck.
Yeah. Now, pump spells do get in the way of this, right?
Yep, pump spells definitely affect it. There are some cards that give creatures minus power, so maybe you can try to work out something fancy with that. But I don't think I don't think that's generally going to work out, since those are frequently just attacking creatures.
That's right. All right, next is Returned Centaur. It's back, returned as it were. It's 3 and a black for a 2/4 zombie centaur. And when it enters the battlefield, target player puts the top 4 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard. Previously, this card was okay. It's probably going to be okay here. This isn't an exciting card. I think that the one thing to note is that you're going to be milling yourself most of the time. There's a few cards that we'll get to in a bit. We've already talked about a couple of them, getting a zombie back from the yard, that kind of thing. This guy's a zombie. So, there is incentive to have cards in your graveyard for certain cards in the set. We also talked about Necromantic Summons. Look, a 2/4 for 4 is pretty middle. It's like, sure. If you're trying to be defensive, you're a little happier about it, but I don't think you're ever really thrilled. The question is, can you leverage getting cards in your graveyard, to push this card into the, okay, sure, let's play Return Centaur versus the shrug. I guess I'll play it.
There are a couple cards that care about that. The next one we're going to review, actually, Revenant is one of them. You have Undead Servant, which pays you for every copy that's in your graveyard. You have Macabre Waltz, which does get better. Same with Necromantic Summons, and it also does a minor job of getting Spell Mastery online. So there are some things that go right here. I still don't really see this as a deck, though. It's a deck that sometimes you'll have graveyard synergy, and that's fine. But there isn't like a dredge deck or a graveyard deck. That's just not really what this set is about. So I think most of the time you're actually just not going to play Return Centaur. I think it's probably closer to a D+.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad because it's close, but I tend to agree. It's just the 2/4 for 4 is so unexciting in most scenarios. I give it a D+ as well. All right, well, read us Revenant. What does this thing do?
It's back as an uncommon. It used to be a rare, actually, in Stronghold.
Oh.
It's a 4 and a black for a spirit. It has flying, and its power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures in your graveyard. So it's interesting. Sometimes it's a 5-mana 6/6 flyer, which is awesome. Sometimes it's a 5-mana 0/0 flyer, which is exactly how it was the last time I cast it. I was playing in a Tempest Remastered draft, and I just ran this out, and it died.
That's sweet.
That's great. But this is the kind of card that you need to do a little bit of work to enable, because for this card to be worth it, it has to reliably be 3/3, and it has to more often than not be bigger than 3/3 to make up for the times when you can't cast it on turn 5.
Yeah. We've been talking about setup costs for a few different cards, and this is just another one that has a relatively high setup cost. Do you view this as a late game finisher then? Like this is not necessarily a 5-drop that you'd be super thrilled with, but you play it on turn 8 or turn 9, and maybe it's a 4/4 or 5/5 flyer, and now you're okay with it?
It's like Necromantic Summons, where you don't have to do any particular thing, to make it good, but you also aren't going to be able to cast it till turn 7, 8, 9, something like that. So yes, it's a finisher for a deck that's looking to go to the late game. That's one of the things it can do. You do have to make sure you have enough creatures, because if, again, in a 10-creature deck, this is just not going to be very good.
Right, it's only your graveyard, so.
But I don't think you have to draft a bunch of Return Centaurs to make this good either. If you just play this as, in a 15-creature deck, then you're going to cast this as a 3/3 a good amount of the time, assuming your creatures are the kind that trade off, which most creatures are. So the other path you can take is to play Return Centaurs in your deck, and to play a lot more, like, the cards like Fleshbag Marauder is also nice for this too. That is not something I'm going to advocate as a linear deck that you really just want to go out and draft. But if let's say you had a Revenant, a Macabre Waltz, and 3 Undead Servants, which again is the 3/2 that gives you a 2/2 for every Undead Servant in your graveyard, you you would play Return Centaur on that deck, and you would be happy doing that. And I think Revenant is going to fit into enough decks that it's going to be decent, but it's not a card that you can expect to play at that high percentage of the time. I think this is closer to like a D than Necromantic Summons was for me. I think Necromantic Summons is a little bit more reliable. This just so often is just not going to go right.
Yeah, I view Revenant as a D as well. I think you'll know when you want it, but I don't think that this is a card that we're going to see game in and game out have a big effect. It's just too tough to. I mean, there's going to be some games where it's a 1/1 flyer for 5, or even you can't cast it, which apparently won't stop you. But
right, it's not even a combo with Macabre Bolts. You have a 3/3 Revenant on that. You're like, well, I can cast this, but my Revenant's gonna be a 1/1.
Yeah, yeah. I like it at D. Shadows of the Past, enchantment, an uncommon. Do we have a build around me? Whenever a creature dies, scry 1. Okay, any creature. So yeah, all right. And then it has an activated ability. 4 and a black, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life, but you can only activate this ability if there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard.
So,
all right. So flagged is build around me.
This is going to be one of the more polarizing cards in the set in terms of reviews, just because it's a hard card to evaluate. Cards that don't have previous callbacks are so much harder to evaluate. We can evaluate a 3-mana 3/3.
Yeah.
We've seen lots of cards like that. We can tell you approximately how good it is. Even a card like Revenant, we can get a good sense of. Shadows of the Past is very bizarre, and there hasn't been anything that close to it. So, yeah, well, regardless of what we end up saying here, people will have the opposite opinion, which is just not true of a 5-mana 3/3 flyer. How can you have the opposite opinion on that card?
Yeah, not super controversial. This one will be, though. So it is a build around me, right?
I don't think it is.
You just play it?
I think you can just play it. The only thing it requires is that creatures die, and more specifically your creatures, because you do need to be able to activate the second ability fairly frequently in order for this card to be reach its full potential.
Yeah.
But I think you can just play this card in any deck with a lot of creatures, and I think it's going to be good in that deck. In the early game, scrying can help you hit your land drops, but that's probably not what this card's going to do, because if you're missing land drops, you're unlikely to be facilitating creatures dying. But in the late game, scrying is powerful. It can dig you to the removal spell or the good creature that you're missing. And paying 5 to drain your opponent for 2 may sound like a lot, but given that you can just keep repeating that, like once it's on, it's just going to continue to be on, right? Your opponent's not going to take creatures out of your graveyard very frequently. So once it's on, your opponent's on a pretty solid clock. They can't stop it. They have to kill shadows in order to stop it. They can't block the damage. And you're gaining to a turn, so you can easily imagine boards where you stall at the board and you just drain your opponent out from 10 life.
Yeah, Palace Siege comes to mind here, right?
Yeah, this card's clearly leagues less powerful than Palace Siege.
Yeah, it just has the same effect.
I can accept that.
Yeah, it just has the same, drain them for 2 that you could potentially do every turn. And if you've ever been on the bad side or, the good side of a Palace Siege, you'll know that is a way to end a game. But man, have to pay 5 mana is super brutal. I think this card's bad. I just think this card is garbage.
Oh, it is definitely not garbage.
Shadows of the Past, to me, it does nothing, for starters. Scry 1's okay. I like that. And it's whenever any creature dies. I like that too. That's really important. If it was just your creature, I think that'd be a lot worse. But also, getting multiple Scry 1s in a row isn't necessarily great, right? Like, let's say your opponent attacks you with 2 creatures and you go, okay, block, and all 4 of them trade, and you look at the top card of your library and it's something that you want. Like, now all those other Scry 1s just don't do anything, right? You have 4 instances of Scry in that scenario, but they're not, you can't actually do anything with them. But the thing I hate is that it costs 4 and a black to activate. You have to be really stabilized on board to make that work.
It's not that. The thing is, it's the activate ability. Yes, it's not something you're going to do on turn 5. Even if you had that option, it's very rare that would be the play.
Yeah.
I think what this does is it sits out there and accumulates value, because how many scries does it take to equivalent to drawing a card? Once you don't need lands, every time you scry a land on the bottom, it's very close to drawing a card.
That's true. So let's call it between 2 and 3 scries, and you feel like, okay, I've gotten back to.
No, the funny thing is, with this card, actually you'll be happy with 10 lands, so that it's not quite the same. But
good point.
But once scries are really accumulating value, once you have if you're getting, a scry even like 2 scries every 3 turns or 1 scry every other turn, you're just going to have higher card quality than your opponent, and you're not going to get flooded that often. And this protects you from flood naturally, because if you can enable it, you can start draining your opponent out.
Yeah, if you can do it 2 times in a turn, then I don't think that there's too many decks that can race that.
No,
so you're saying basically though that this gives you value enough, right? If you played in the earlier part of the game, and then it does give you inevitability, right? Like assuming that you can keep the board stable, this will win you the game. Like,
I think this is a pretty cheap cost for what you get, because it gives you inevitability, like you said. If this card, let's say you play this card and you know it can't be removed, because the vast majority of decks won't be able to remove it from the board. Eventually, you're going to win the game with this card if your opponent doesn't kill you. That's just what the card does.
Yes.
And while it's in play, the fact that you get to scry a bunch of times, I think is just, you only paid 2 mana for the card. You're not forced to sit there and start activating it on turn 6, 7, and 8. Mm-hmm. You paid 2 mana for a card that sometimes, if you play it on turn 5, you're probably going to get 6 scries or something before the end of the game, if not more.
So you're saying that is enough. Like,
I think the combination of the two.
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I think the combination of the 2 abilities make this card worth it. It does not cost you very much to play this card. The second ability costs a lot of mana, and the first ability, yes, it doesn't like literally draw you cards. But I think this card gives you 2, again, kind of wildly disparate things, because I kind of don't understand how these 2 connect. I mean, yes, creatures dying fuels the second ability, but for the most part, this is a very bizarre card, but for the most part, the 2 abilities don't even actually work to the same purpose, because Scry gets you out of mana flood, but so does the second ability.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess the Scry lets you find more creatures, which then die, and then start making the second ability an option. But overall, I think this card gives you enough value for the cost, which is just 2, that I think it is good. I think this is you're not going to play this in an aggressive deck, but that can actually finish them off. I think this card's just good. I think you're going to play this in most decks. They don't even have to have a lot of creatures, because let's say you have a 10 creature deck, I assume you have removal spells, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're going to get to scry. I guess in a 10 creature deck, you're not going to get the second ability very often.
I mean, you need 4 of your 10 in the graveyard. It's pretty tough.
So basically, I think if you have something like 14 or more creatures, this is just a good card.
Okay. This is obviously a really tough one to actually pin a grade on.
Oh, for sure. I could be wildly off on this card.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm exactly correct. But no, I think, again, first of all, we both disagreed. You said it was garbage.
Yeah, I think this card is terrible.
So we already have, out of a sample size of 2 people, 2 opposite opinions.
We've already got a full disagreement.
Which means we're covered. Which means no matter what other people say, one of us is disagreeing with them.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. So Limited Resources was 100% correct about Shadows of the Past.
What if someone's just neutral on it?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. We need a third person in here.
All right. What's your grade? What's just what grade would you give this card?
I would give it a D-.
All right. I think this card, it's either a C+ or a B-. I think it's probably like a C+.
Okay.
I wouldn't be shocked if this card was like a high pick. This might be better than what I'm thinking, and I think it's good. So it could also be way worse. It's so hard. Like, this is just a very weird card.
Yeah, and the hard part is I'm trying to be a good podcast host here, because I want to play this card.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to grind my opponent into a pulp with this stupid thing and just watch them as I get to scry, and I start slowly setting up a board where I can activate this thing, and they just have to stare at me saying, 5, drain you for 2. And I mean, this card looks super sweet to play, but I don't think it's very good.
I'm just going to say this card's a B-. I'll give it.
I like it. So I'm D-, you're B-. That has to be the biggest gap we've ever had. All right, let's move on. Shambling Ghoul. We won't have as much to say about this one. It's
this
1 in a
is
black.
Way more controversial.
Yeah, 1 in a black for a 2/3 zombie. When it enters it enters the battlefield tapped. Whatever. I like this card.
When it enters the battlefield, tap it.
Yes, which is not what it says. I like this card. I think 2-drop 2/3 is good. I think not being able to block the turn it enters the battlefield is a legitimate downside, but not one that's going to scare me off from playing the card. And I'd give it like a C+. I think it's good.
I think C+ is exactly right. A lot of games, it's not going to matter. It enters the battlefield tap. You're going to lose some games because it does, but still, 2 mana for a 2/3, just a good value.
Yeah, I think it's better than Shadows of the Past, for example. Tainted, that's a rare. Thornbow Archer is next. It's black for a 1/2 elf archer at common, and whenever it attacks, each opponent who doesn't control an elf loses a life.
All right, well, this is going to be one of those cards that falls into the trap category, which is basically a 1-mana 1/1. Here it's a 1/2. It's a 1-mana 1-power creature that people are going to overrate. People are going to love this card. They're going to be like, wow, This is a 1-mana creature that attacks for 2.
Yep.
You should not play this card unless you're a dedicated elf deck or like super beatdown. But even in a beatdown deck, they play a 2/2 and you just can't attack.
You can't attack anymore. That's the thing that people don't see is that it just gets blocked by effectively any creature that people play in limited.
Yeah, I think this card is basically an F, but some elf decks will want to play it.
Because it says elf on it.
Yeah, in a deck with Sylvan Messengers and Gnarlroot Trappers and, Dwynen's Elite, that sort of like a bunch of cards, there are reasons to play this, but outside of that, you just should not be playing this card.
Yeah. I'm F on Thornbow Archer. Tormented Thoughts is next, another reprint. It's 2 and a black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast Tormented Thoughts, sacrifice a creature. And remember, this is a sorcery. Target player discards a number of cards equal to the sacrificed creature's power. Early front runner for card I will almost never run, but be super mad when I lose to it.
Oh yeah, this card is a straight up F. It's just not remotely playable, but your opponent's going to like make you discard 5 cards somehow.
Yes, they are. You're going to be like, no.
I will admit that against an opponent with multiple like claustrophobias and suppression bonds, these like pacifism type effects, I'm a little tempted to be like, taste it, discard 3. But, this card's been around before, and I never even saw anyone come close to putting it on the stack. So I think we can just give this an F. And if the matchup comes up where you should play this, then you're probably not even going to remember that, and that's okay.
Yeah. The interesting part is that, making it a sorcery versus an instant is all the difference in the world, right? If it was an instant, you could consider it because you could use it in response to removal and kind of get your opponent occasionally. But yeah, sorcery means it's completely out of the discussion. Touch of Moonglove is next. It's black for an instant. It's a common, and it says target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains death touch until end of turn. Whenever a creature dealt damage by that creature dies this turn, its controller loses 2 life. So it makes it kind of extra poisonous. Downside here, right? I think that, one of the
downside is that it doesn't give any toughness.
Yeah, I was going to say that because I think that one of the comparisons that jumps to mind is like, oh, it's kind of like Coat with Venom, but it's like, no.
It's kind of like Coat with Venom if Coat with Venom was bad.
Yeah, Coat with Venom was very bad.
Let's just say it's a touch worse. What it does is it lets your creature trade for theirs, and yes, it does mean that they're going to lose 2 life, but you're just 2-4ing yourself. When you cast this card, you are going to be down a card, assuming that your card works. There are very few scenarios where you end up casting this and you're not down a card. Just because, yes, maybe if there are 3/3 blocks you're 1/4, you get them, but that's just not how combat tricks should work. I think this card's very, very unplayable.
Yeah, I think it's really bad too. Also, sometimes you get 2 for 1 because of what you wanted happened, which is your creature dies and their creature dies. But sometimes they just 2 for 1 you the good old fashioned way by killing your creature in response as well. So, you're also taking on some level of risk there, and it's really, the upside isn't there. This is the kind of card that I could see if there was a lot of token producers around where you would have creatures lying around that didn't really do anything else, and you could block and use a Touch of Moonglove. That way, you're losing part of a card and the full card from Touch of Moonglove, making it not quite a 2 for 1 against yourself. But even then, like, who's excited about that, right? Like, that's not what
sounds like
we're
a lot
to
of
do.
work.
Yeah, it's just a lot of work. So I'm out on Touch of Moonglove. I give it a D-, just to account for the fact that, there could be scenarios that I haven't thought of yet. But basically, I'm not planning on playing the card.
I'll give it an F+, the most insulting of grades.
Oh, jeez, that's the worst. Okay, you've mentioned this card a few times, Luis. Undead Servant. What does this thing do?
I'm not really sure. I keep mentioning it, but I don't really know what it does.
You didn't read it?
No. It's 3 and a black for a 3/2, so it's a little underrated, though not horrible. It's a zombie, which is a nice upgrade. from just, nothing, because zombies are actually relevant in this set. And it says, when Undead Servant enters the battlefield, put a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield for each card named Undead Servant in your graveyard. So this is the, collect them all cycle. If you draft a number of these, you can play this. You can play 4 mana for a 3/2 that gives you multiple 2/2s. That's awesome. In fact, if you just get one zombie when you cast this, you have a very good deal. 5 mana for a 3/2 4 mana for a 3/2 plus a 2/2 is well above average.
Yes, that's great. Especially spread out over 2 bodies. It's really good.
So this card is clearly a build around because playing one copy of this is fairly bizarre. Though you can actually get a token out of it. You can play it and the trigger goes in the stack and then kill it. I think that works. So. Oh
God, that's where we're at.
Yeah, it sounds like pretty good value to me. Yeah. Sack it to an Antuco Husk. It's actually, that's a good trick, right? You have an Antuco Husk out, and they're at 6. You draw this, and you're like, haha. Play it, trigger, sack it, sack the zombie. There we go. But realistically, this starts to get interesting once you have 3. Playing 2 of them is not all that spectacular. And once you have 3, the 4th, 5th, and 6th, I mean, obviously you have to be pretty lucky to just see 5 or 6. But once you have 3,
it is a common though, so they will come around.
Once you have 3, you're taking the other ones over basically everything. Maybe you're not going to take them over a great rare, but you're certainly taking them over all the uncommons and most of the uncommons. Once you start paying 4 mana for 7 power, things are actually getting pretty real. And you get to draft cards like Macabre Bolts and Return Centaur to really maximize your value. Yeah. Return Centaur in particular means that even if you only have 2 of these in your deck, maybe you can play, if you have 2 Centaurs, you can try to hit one of these off milling and then enable the second one.
Yeah, I also like the fact that they're 3/2, so they do tend to die and trade fairly frequently. So getting the first one into the graveyard the good old-fashioned way by casting it and having it die isn't that hard either. Right,
and I think people are underrating how good a 3/2 for 4 is. That's not great, but it's not like a dead card. If I were to tell you have to play a 4 mana 3/2 in your deck, you're not going to be like, ugh, I can't win. You're going to be like, all right, this card's, like a D, but it's not, an F. And having the upside of making a 2/2 every now and then is pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
So this is clearly a build around. So on the build around scale, I think this is probably still like a C+.
Yeah, I wouldn't quite go into the B range for Undead Servant on the build around.
As excited as I am to try and build around this, I don't think you should first pick this over something like Read the Bones or Unholy Hunger, some of the good black commons. I do think that if you see one of these in your opening pack and then you see 1/6, you should take it and hope to wheel the other one.
Yeah, I think so too. You get to Grave Titan status at some point late in the game, and you're going to win pretty easily, at least clogging up the ground with Undead Servants. And like you said, it's serviceable as a 3/2. I have it at C+ on build around as well.
All right, well, there we go. We've determined it's a C+.
Yes.
No more discussion.
Yeah, there will be no more. Unholy Hunger is 3 black. For an instant. It's a common and it says destroy target creature. Sold. Again, we've got destroy target non-zombie creature for 5 mana at instant speed. We've got another one here with Unholy Hunger. This one just destroys target creature straight up. But it can be regenerated. It says, and it also has spell mastery. If you've got the 2 instants or sorcerers in your yard, you gain 2 life as well. So that's a small rider.
It's so small as to basically not impact your decisions.
Yeah,
you should not draft differently because this card says spell mastery on it.
Yeah, and it's nice that it has it. And we've talked about this on the show before, but I do like my life gain incidental, right? Like I don't mind gaining 2 life. I'll take it. That's great. And even if I only get it, a quarter of the time or whatever, no problem. But the reason you play this card is because it's 5 mana for an unconditional removal spell. It just says destroy target creature and it's an instant. And, going back to what we talked about before, this is what we get these days. These are the type of removal spells that we get if we want to be instant speed. And I picture Unholy Hunger, being a card that's going to see a heck of a lot of play in this format.
I think so too. You're never going to turn down the instant speed destroy creature. What the spell mastery does do, it doesn't make you draft differently. It does make you sequence your spells a little differently. Sometimes you're going to have, Unholy Hunger and a different spell in your hand and be like, well, I guess I should just play the second. I gain 2 extra life. So that's kind of nice. This is like Reach of Shadows, and the extra black in the cost doesn't impact it that much. I don't think it really changes the the grade here.
It doesn't change the grade, but it does change how it's approached in the format, because you could splash for a reach, and that was the big deal in decks that didn't have access to real removal, and Unholy Hunger is not splashable, so it's going to end up in decks that are actually black, almost every time now.
That is true, and because we aren't as much of a multicolor format. The last format was not heavily multicolor, but every now and then you got a little feisty with some of the lands.
And regretted it, yes.
Yeah, right. Instantly regretted it. This is a 2-color format. You're going to play this in your black decks. I think this is a B-. I think you're going to take this card and you're going to want, a couple copies of it to kill the good things.
Yeah, I gave it a B. I just figure, look, you need to kill stuff, and 5 mana is about as high as you want to go, but it's within range. Last black card is Weight of the Underworld, another reprint. It's 3 and a black for an aura at common, and it says enchanted creature gets -3/-2.
Luckily, we just got to play with this card, so we can verify that it is exactly what it looks like. Middle of the road removal.
Yeah, it's just the most mediocre mess.
It's sorcery
removal.
speed. It doesn't kill things, but at least it cripples the things it can't kill. You can put this on a 3/3 flyer, get most of the value out of it. I think this card's just like right middle of the road. This is a C.
Yeah, I think it's a C as well. It's the anti-undead servant as well.
Yeah, it's the perfect answer, except now it's accumulating value in the graveyard.
Because it's in the graveyard. All right, that's going to do it for black. Let's move on to red here. Black looks pretty good to me, by the way. Acolyte.
Yeah, I think it's solid.
Yeah, I think so too. Acolyte of the Inferno is our first red card. It's 2 and a red for a 3/1 human monk at uncommon. Now it's got Renown 1. Well, I'll read Renown for this first one because it will pop up pretty often here in our set review. Renown says, when this creature deals combat damage to a player, if it isn't renowned, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it becomes renowned. So that's it. And some cards care about whether the card is already renowned or that a card becomes renowned. But it just has to hit an opponent once. That's all it has to do. And there's also different numbers. This one's renowned 1, so it's going to get +1/+1 counter. But if it had renowned 2, it would get 2 of them. So what it says is, so it's a 3/1 for 3 with renown 1. And it says, whenever Acolyte of the Inferno becomes blocked by a creature, it deals 2 damage to that creature. Oof. It's a lot of damage. We've had this effect in a smaller one. It'll be quite the surprise to some amount of people. They're gonna be playing their game. Their opponent's gonna attack with 3/1. They're like, oh, renowned. I don't want that to hit me. They block with a 2/2. Their creature goes to the graveyard. They then read their opponent's card, and they're like, yes.
Oh.
Do not be that person. Although by virtue of the fact that you're listening to the set review, you probably won't be. But
I would hope not. Though I do think that cards like this aren't particularly fun because the people it punishes are the people that you want playing your game.
Yeah, I agree. So, and this big, right? So we've seen versions of a card like this that does 1 damage. And remember, of course, the way this works is that when it becomes blocked, it has a triggered ability that goes on the stack and will resolve before regular damage even happens. So if the creature was a 2 toughness, it's just gone and it doesn't get to trade for the Acolyte at all. And, we've seen this again before with creatures that will ping 1 to their thing, but 2, man,
aspirant being
the
last
exactly.
one.
Yeah. And I mean, this thing does 2. Like that kills a lot of the creatures that are typically going to want to jump in front of an Acolyte of the Inferno.
Yeah, it's interesting. This card is hard to block, and one of the disadvantages of 3/1s in particular is that your opponent gets to block with their 1/1s or 2/1s or what have you. This does burn those out of the way. This does require a 3/3 to block it, or potentially a 2/3, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So it does force the trade for something good. It also frequently will attack on turn 4, and your opponent will have nothing capable of blocking it. If you're on the play, it's pretty easy for their 2 and 3 drop to not be able to block this profitably. It also, do not double block this creature.
Yes, it does say whenever, right? So
yes, it is not profitable to do that. It will kill any number of 2/2s. And once you hit with this, it becomes a 4/2. The downside is that, well, it's not a downside, but it actually doesn't change that much between 4/2 and 2/2, or 4/2 and 3/1, because things that can survive the 2 damage will kill a 1 toughness creature or a 2 toughness creature. So,
yeah, good point. So it does hit a bit harder for the times when they can't, but if they're going to block it, they're going to block it anyway.
Yeah, I do think this card is good though. If you're attacking, this card is great. I think this card's probably just like a B- or a B.
Yeah, I gave it a B.
I think just a solid B is fine.
Yeah, this thing is just like a wrecking ball. I mean, And think about it this way. Let's say it gets renowned. It's a 4-2 and they're like, I'm going to play a 6-6. You're like, sure, attack. Like it trades for that, right? Like it's insane. Like
it is hard to stop.
Yeah. Like it's going to get value.
At least without getting a card out of it. It's very difficult. It's going to trade for something and it by definition can't trade for their worst things. That's a nice little combination.
Yeah, I like it. I think if you're trying to beat down Acolyte of the Inferno is a good place to be. All right. We mentioned Active Treason a little earlier. Here it is at common. It's a sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. We mentioned it in conjunction with Nantuko Husk. If somebody tries to Active Treason your creature when you have a husk out, even if it's a husk itself, you can just sacrifice it in response if you don't want that to happen.
Another good combo is to activate another creature when you have Nantuko Husk.
Yeah, and that's where I was going to go, is that some hyper-aggressive decks want an Active Treason just because of what it does, but it is a very conditional sort of card that doesn't always shine bright. But if you can combine it with the ability to steal your opponent's creature, attack them with it, and then sacrifice it in some way, now you're in business. Now you're doing some real work with an Active Treason.
There have been formats where the black-red sacrifice deck was like a real thing, like a very supported theme. There's, reassembling skeleton, blood-throwing vampire, that sort of thing. It's not at that level in this format.
Okay.
If you have 2 Nantuko Husks in your deck, you're probably just going to take Active Treason because that's just a nice little combo. You're not going to first pick Active Treason and try to draft that deck. Most decks don't want Active Treason without combos, though, because you have to be very aggressive before this effect is good. I think this card is probably just like a D. It's not the kind of card that most decks are going to want. Once you get a couple sacrifice effects, it does get Fleshbag Marauder Active Treason is not a bad combo either. It costs 6 mana, but you can take their creature, play Fleshbag, sacrifice their creature, and they still have to sacrifice a creature. So it's not quite a build around because it does fit into some aggro decks, but it's also not it's not a card that you can just put into a random deck.
Yeah, I gave Active Treason a D as well. I think you'll know it when you want it. A Crowan Sergeant is next. It's a 2/2 for 2 and a red. Human Soldier at common. It has first strike and renown 1.
This is
this close.
This is just the kind of like the bread and butter of limited. It's a good card. You're always going to play it. You're not going to go after it all that actively, but this is a card you're just not going to cut. It's a 3-mana 2/2 first strike, which has been fine before. We've seen cards like this before, and that is fine. And when it hits them, it becomes a 3/3. This card's actually maybe even a little better than that. I think this card's like a C+.
Yeah, I have it at C+ range. Again, it's just sort of your typical limited 3-drop. If it gets to connect, you get renown 1. A 3/3 first strike is quite nice. The 2/2 first strike is a little less so. But, in conjunction with a burn spell or a combat trick, you can make your opponent's blocks really bad and eventually get it through for that renown trigger as well. You're back. Bellows Lizard. This little guy. Not a big fan of this one. So this is red for a 1/1. Bellows Lizard is, you guessed it, a lizard. It's a common and it has a special ability. It has fire breathing, but it costs 1 and a red. So you can pay 1 and a red to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. And you can do that as many times as you want.
Yeah, and that number is 0 because I'm not going to put this in my deck.
Sucks, yeah.
It is significantly below rate, and I think it's just an F. You should not play this card.
I agree. I just think it's an F. I know that there are some people that think that it's playable. I'm just not one of them. Boggart Brute is next. It's a 3/2 for 3 mana. I like that. It's a Goblin Warrior at common, and it's got Menace. And Menace is a new keyword that it's pretty simple. It says this creature can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. So you have to at least double block it. You can't block with just one creature. And I like this. I like this is similar to a Crowan Sergeant in how I would describe it, which is that it's a pretty typical limited 3-drop. It's got nice 3 power on it and a pseudo evasion ability that can help get it in for damage. It trades for a lot of the things that it blocks with in the worst case scenario. It rewards you having removal and combat tricks, and I think it's a fine card. I gave Boggart Brute a C.
I think that's exactly what it deserves. Menace helps, get you an extra 3 points of damage some games before they play 2 creatures, but then you still get to choose the best of their 2 creatures to kill usually.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's good with combat tricks. This is a very solid card.
Yeah, I think Boggart Brute's solid. Call of the Full Moon. So this is 1 and a red for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It enchants a creature. An enchanted creature gets +3/+2 and has trample. Now, that's business there. 2 mana and you're getting +3/+2, I'm putting this in air quotes, but permanently on your creature. It says at the beginning of each upkeep, if a player casts 2 or more spells last turn, sacrifice Call of the Full Moon. So basically it turns your creature into a werewolf, and if the sun ever comes out, then down it goes.
Yeah, it's very clearly a callback to Innistrad Block and the werewolf mechanic there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this card was floating around the card file for that set at some point.
Exactly.
And somebody was like, I still want to do this.
So, let's disregarding the last clause, 2 mana for +3/+2 and trample on a card as an aura. Yeah, that gets over my aversion to auras. I think that
Agreed.
I would play this in an aggressive deck, especially on a Bogart Brute. That sounds like a nice little combo.
Mm-hmm.
It hits for a lot. That being said, the last part is very relevant. First of all, the turn you cast this, you can't cast something else.
Yeah, I was going to say, that counts for you.
And this is already going to be one of the spells. So that's a disadvantage, because part of the reason that this is good is because it's cheap. And not being able to play this and play another creature, or play a removal spell in the same turn is a pretty big disadvantage. Add that to the fact that you really do have to be aggressive before you even want this effect to begin with. I think this card's like a D+. It's going to be powerful in some aggressive decks, but I think that it has a real downside, and I'm not looking for downsides on my auras. Auras have intrinsic downsides.
Yeah, that's true. I do think it's interesting how it can play out. First main phase, play Call of the Full Moon on my creature, attack you. And if your opponent kills it or blocks and it ends up going away, we're like, okay, then I can play something else in my second main. But if they don't, you're kind of like, all right, go. Keep my fingers crossed.
Are you really happy that they killed it?
No, not at all.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, all of these situations are bad. Yeah, I'm on D+ for Call of the Full Moon, but I am definitely earmarking it as another card that I predict losing to more than I end up winning with it. Yep. Chandra's Fury is next. It's 4 and a red for an instant. It's a common, and it says it does 4 damage to each to target player, and 1 damage to each creature that player controls.
It's a nice,
lava
mix
axe thing
of lava axe plus electricity, I guess would be one way of calling it. Mm-hmm. The thing is, those two effects aren't really ones that you always want at the same time.
Not really.
Yeah, this card's kind of weird. I don't think I would generally want to play this card unless I wanted the lava axe, but it is a great sideboard card if you do want the electricity. We saw this card in one of the M's before, one of the core sets. I enjoyed siding it in. I did not enjoy main decking it, and I think that's going to be about the same now. I think this card is either a sideboard card or a filler aggro card. So it's, as a sideboard card, it's a fun card. It's a way to punish people who have too many tokens, like Thopter tokens is a theme in the set.
Yeah, elves maybe could die to it. Who knows?
Right. And as an aggro card, it's a lava axe. Sometimes you want a lava axe. That's closer to like a D than anything else. So I think that sideboard is the rating I'd actually give this, but you can actually play this if you would like.
Yeah, I'm on sideboard as well. Cobble Brute, you're back. 3 and a red for a 5/2. It's an elemental. You'll see it at common.
Yeah, you can cobble together a monster if you put Call of the Full Moon on this, but sick combos like that.
Wow, that actually is insane, right? It's an 8/4 trample.
It just gets in there.
Yeah.
This is also I think a D. You're gonna play this in your aggressive decks if you need another creature, but 2 toughness is a real liability. It is nice though that this does get around Reeve Soul. Having one of the common removal spells not be able to hit this is pretty cool. Usually Cobble Brute dies to everything.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I have it a little higher. Yeah, I have it. I was going to have it at a C+, a C-. Mainly just because it impressed me when it was printed last time in Return to Ravnica or wherever that was. And even though it does trade for lesser creatures, and that's not great, there are times when it doesn't and the thing hits really hard. There's also times when you need it as a blocker and it blocks quite well. And then, if you put your worst case is like, okay, it traded for their bear. Look, I'm not happy about that transaction. They paid 2 mana, I paid 4. That's not great for me, but it's also not the end of the world. It's still a card for a card. And I found Cobble Brute pretty good on multiple fronts, better than I thought it would be just on initial viewing. This next card is unfortunately not better than I thought it would be on initial viewing. It's
exactly as good as it looks.
Yeah. It's been printed 100 times. It's 3 and a red for a sorcery. You can destroy an artifact or land. I don't think
wanna
I've
give this
ever played this stupid game.
No, I was going to say, I don't want to give this a sideboard rating, even though the things that destroy target artifact frequently are, because I've never sided this in.
Me neither.
I've always looked at it and be like, oh, I guess. But no, this is enough. You should just not take this
It's just
card.
not a card. Dragon Fodder's back. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery. You get 2 1/1 red goblin creature tokens onto the battlefield.
There aren't a ton of things you can do with the tokens specifically, but 2 mana for 2 1/1s is still a fine deal. I have no problem giving this a C. I have no problem playing it. I just am not on the lookout for it, and I generally don't try to draft around it. It's like a cute combo with an Intuko Husk. There's the bare beginnings of a red-black deck here, but for the most part, this is what it says it is.
Yeah, I'm on C for Dragon Fodder. It's fine. Enthralling Victor. Look at the 6-pack on that guy. 3 and a red for a 3/2 human warrior at uncommon. And it says, when it enters a battlefield, gain control of target creature an opponent controls with power 2 or less until end of turn. Untap it, it gains haste. So, we earlier we read Act of Treason, and this gives you kind of a mini Act of Treason for free by playing a 3/2 for 4 anyway. Now, it only hits the creatures with power 2 or less, so maybe a blocker or something like that. It's worth noting here that Enthralling Victor does not have haste himself. It's going to get you that effect, but it's not one of these, sort of play it, steal something, hit you with all my things. It's going to steal something small. I'd say a relatively minor effect most of the time.
You're not often going to get a ton of value out of the come to play ability. Like, you're going to play this. If they have a target, you're attacking them for 2 the vast majority of the time. Yeah. That's not super exciting, but 4 mana for a 3/2, like we've talked about before, was not super far behind the curve either. I think this card is not great. I do think that it can work if you have some Nantuko Husks in your deck just as additional value, and you're not paying a ton of costs for that. My guess is that this is something like a D.
Yeah, I think it's like a D+. Like, I think people are going to play it. It does have an effect. I like the freeness of it. I don't like the vanilla test factor on it. The 3/2 for 4 is a little below where we want it to be. I gave it a D+. I think the card's fine. Like, I do think people are going to play it, and there will be scenarios where you go 2-drop, 3-drop this, steal their only blocker. You get in for like maybe, 3 or 4 damage, or maybe 6 damage or something like that. And you can start to get your opponent in range. It needed one other thing to get it up into that really great range. It's close. It's just that I think the way to view this is that as a vanilla test, it doesn't quite pass. And the effect you get is often not worth a full card. And so, that being said, it doesn't really push it into the great category. It's like C- D+ range for me.
Yeah, I'm down with a D+, I guess.
Fiery Conclusion is 1 and a red for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, you got to sacrifice a creature. But this one is an instant, so you get to do this in instant speed in response to removal or chump blocks or whatever. And it deals 5 damage to a creature.
This card got upgraded to uncommon, apparently. It was common in the original Ravnica. I did like playing with this card. It takes a little work, because at the base level, you don't want to do this. You don't want to sacrifice a creature to kill a creature. That's just not a good deal. But
again, 2 for 1 in yourself.
With cards like Act of Treason or Enthralling Victor or Dragon Fodder, all of a sudden, we've got a stew going. So, in conclusion, I think that this is not a card you should just randomly put in your deck. So it is kind of like a D in that sense. But if you do a little work, it can, be elevated to a level of a solid playable, like a C+. I'm loath to call this exactly a build around, because this is not a card you build your deck around exactly, but it is a card that gets better with synergy. So I think if I were to have to give it a final rating, it would probably be like D+, but the high end is higher than that.
I gave it a D+ as well. How many Dragon Fodders, Enthralling Victors, and Act of Treasons you have is going to change that. Because all of those do make the card better, and it is 2 mana instant way to kill something with 5 toughness. Like, that's very powerful effect, even if it's not great on card economy. Fiery Impulse is next. It's red for an instant. It deals 2 damage to target creature. That's instant speed. It's also got Spell Mastery. It deals 3 damage to that creature instead. This card's great.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's Shock, the 1 red to deal 2, though in this case not players, but still 1 red to deal 2 to a creature. It's going to be hard for that card not to get a B, just because of how efficient it is. And this can frequently deal 3. I think this card actually hits B+ range.
Yeah. One of the things we talked about when we went over the grading scale was that we grade quite highly for efficiency, and a shock already is a B- or a B. And then it is sometimes lightning bolt for creatures, and that's B+ range right there. So I'd give Fiery Impulse a B on average, but if you have even a slightly better chance of getting Spell Mastery going, it'll jump up to a B+ for you. Fire Fiend Elemental is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 3/2 creature elemental. It has haste. It's a common, and it's also got Renown 1.
I like this card.
Yeah.
I like 4 mana 3/2 haste. Volshock Berserker, as it's been called in the past, is just a solid card. This is, it's a bit of a beatdown. And giving it Renown means that if your opponent ends up in a situation where they don't have an untapped blocker and you go, play this, smash you end up with a 4 mana 4/3 that hit them for 3 already. This card is just a solid playable.
Yeah, I think this card's solid playable too. The 4/3 is very respectable. You can sort of set up a turn where maybe your opponent isn't expecting it. They attack you, bang, you play the elemental, you hit them, and now your 4/3 is bigger than their other stuff. They take a big chunk of damage. Nice little, I wouldn't call it a curve topper, but a little on the higher end of the curve for an aggressive deck. And your worst case scenario is not that bad. Once again, it's trading for like their bear or something. And again, that's not a happy transaction, but I can think of worse. I like Fire Fiend Elemental as like a C+.
That's exactly the rating I was going to give it.
All right. Are you ready for a build around me?
Oh, I am.
We've got
Only if it has a very weird name, though.
Giriper Aether Grid.
Okay, we got there.
It's 2 and a red for an enchantment at uncommon, and it has a single ability. It says tap 2 untapped artifacts you control, and it deals 1 damage to a creature or player.
Yeah, this is the most build-around card I've ever seen. It does nothing by itself.
Nothing.
It requires you to have 2 copies of a class of card that is not very frequent and limited.
Mm-hmm.
But the reward you get is real. Pinging
things
is good. I think this is, even on the scale of straight-up build-arounds, I think this is near the low end. The reason being, you need 2 of the class of card you're looking at. You need 2 artifacts to get 1 damage, and that's good. Once you have 2, if you could reliably have 2 artifacts, this card would be great.
Yeah.
But how often are you going to draw this in just like 1 of your artifacts? You're not drafting a 16 artifact deck. This is not a format where that's really possible.
Yeah, and before you're really cooking with gas, you need to have 4, and that's just not something that you can rely on very often. Plus, this opens you up to huge risk, right? It's not hard to see a scenario where you do have the 2 artifacts. Like maybe you've got, a Thopter token or a random artifact creature plus some other artifact that's doing something, and you play your Giriper Aether Grid and your opponent's like, kill your Thopter. Oh, well, now this thing does stone nothing, right? And now you're just hoping and praying to find that artifact. And look, the payoff, I like how you described it, Luis. You said it's real, and it is, but it's not game ending. Like if you get 2 artifacts and an Aether Grid down, it's not like, well, what are you supposed to do? He had it. It's like that will give you a reasonable edge in the game, and it can be leveraged, but your green opponent's going to be like, so attack you with my 4/4, whatever. Like nice Aether Grid. That doesn't do anything. I think this card just simply asks too much. I want to try to make it work, and I like the idea of it, but the setup cost is monumental on this thing, and that really holds it back for me. I don't think it's playable.
No, I think this is the sort of thing that every now and then, rarely, you'll have the deck where this card is amazing in it, but you could draft this whole format and never have that happen. I think this is kind of like a D in terms of a build around. Like even when you're in the artifact deck, you're usually not going to want this.
Yeah. It's sad because I do like it. Next is Giriper Gearcrafter. Now this one asks significantly less of you. It's 2 and a red for a 2/1. Human Artificer. It's a common, and when it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. And we're going to see a lot of these Thopters flying around, little 1/1 flying artifact creatures. And this is, you think of Sandstep Outcast, from Fate Reforged, and this is the red version of that. You get a 1/1 flyer, and you get a 2/1 for 3 mana, and if you've played any Fate Reforged, you know how good that can be.
This is actually better than Sandstep Outcast.
Yeah.
Because you can't accidentally make it a 3/2, which is always the wrong choice. So,
I never did, I don't think. I try to remember. I don't think
I made it a 3/2 once because my opponent had some kind of like -1/-1 or ping effect. I know they had like Minister of Pain in their deck, and I play around it. Either way, this card is fantastic. This is just, exactly what you want no matter what you're doing, because it's 3 mana for 2 creatures, one of which flies. That's just awesome.
Yeah, you get 3 power and 2 toughness for your 3 mana, which is perfectly fine on rate. It can take advantage of things like, target 2 creatures or multiple pumps. It gives you an artifact for cards like Gear per Aether Grid or even, more playable cards that'll take advantage of the artifacts that you have. I think this card is fantastic. I give it a B-.
Really? I actually think this card's like a B+.
Okay.
I think it's competitive with Fiery Impulse.
Okay.
I think you're more often going to take the Impulse, but Gear per Gearcrafter might just be better. They're both just amazing cards.
They're really great. Yeah. All right. I'll you know what? You talked me up. I'm a B now. I'm going to go Gear per Gearcrafter is a B.
All right.
Goblin Glory Chaser. Look at this guy. Red for a 1/1 with Renown 1. And as long as it's renowned, it has Menace. Again, it has to be double blocked.
This is a 2-for-1 because it gets 2 of the new keywords out of the way in one card.
I think that's how this works. No, unfortunately, I don't think this card pulls its weight. It doesn't have haste. Even in your best case scenario, it's not that great. Which is that you're on the play, you play at turn 1, your opponent goes land go, and you get to attack with it and get it renown. I mean, it will get in, for a decent amount of damage in that scenario. If you could have that every time, I think you would play it in an aggressive deck for sure, but you just don't get that every time. And just changing this scenario very slightly to you're on the draw completely screws it up. Now they're like grizzly bears go, and all of a sudden your Glory Chaser can't get through, cause it doesn't get Menace until it's renowned. So it's like, ugh. And the card just, falls back down. I don't think it's very good.
I don't either. I think people will, as they do with 1-drops, always be caught up too much on the whoa, what about the best case scenario? But the best case scenario is this does a couple damage and then trades for something. Mm-hmm. And add that to all the times when you draw this on turn 4 later and it just does absolutely nothing. I think this card it's not playable. Maybe if you're super, super aggressive and you just want any kind of 1-drop, sure. But for the most part, I think this is just a D-.
Yeah, I gave it an F. I just took a stand. I'm sure somebody will play it to some reasonable effect at some point, but it's just going to be so not the average case. Infectious Bloodlust is next. So this is a card that you referenced earlier, Luis. It's 1 and a red for an aura at common. You'll see these around. It enchants a creature. Creature gets +2/+1, has haste, and attacks each turn if able. And when the enchanted creature dies, you can search your library for another Infectious Bloodlust and put it in your hand.
Yeah, it's a kind of odd little card.
Yeah.
It turns your guys into berserkers, and every time they die, a new berserker picks up the mantle, assuming you have more Infectious Bloodlusts in your deck, which you probably will, because nobody else is going to take them, because paying 2 mana to give a creature +2/+1 haste, which means you play it in the same turn, I guess, and attacks each turn is not a fantastic deal. How many of these would you need before you'd be happy playing it? I don't even know if there's a number, because how many times do you want to cast this?
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because, the scenario that I see it being good in is your red-based hyper-aggressive deck, and your turn 4 is 2-drop Infectious Bloodlust it, attack with everything. That does pile on a heck of a lot of damage quite quickly, and if your opponent decides to block your Infectious Bloodlusted creature to make a trade, which it usually will be a trade after getting the pump from this card, you can go search up another one and either repeat that play the next turn or just put it on one of the creatures that's left over and make it into a real threat. I like the fact that you get the card back. The problem is that it isn't a great card, right? If you find yourself behind, you just don't want to cast it. Your guy has to run into, other creatures and, really puts you at a disadvantage. I see some upside here, but I don't find this card, particularly exciting.
No, it's not a card that makes me want to build around it or really makes me want to draft it. I think this card is not great. I think this card is a D.
It's a D, right?
Yeah, if you could, maybe you pick 2 up in pack 1 over nothing, and then once you get 3 or 4...
I mean, you kind of have to stop there, though, right? Because,
you don't want to draw 2 of these.
Yeah,
and
right. You don't want to draw 2. Your aggressive deck wants, say, 16 or 17 creatures in it, maybe 15 on the lower end, right? Because you need a lot of creatures to make your aggressive deck work. And you still got to find room for removal spells and such. So, these spots get taken up pretty quickly. If you've got 4 of these and you've got a 16 or 17 creature deck, you're already looking at 20 to 21 of your 23 slots taken. You get to play 2 burn spells and then that's your whole deck. That doesn't sound that great to me.
Yeah.
Just as a function of the way that we build limited decks, it just doesn't seem like you could really play a bunch of these.
No, and what if they bounce the creature you put this on, or they cast some kind of passivism effect?
Oh God, yeah, I'm out. Let's move on to Lightning Javelin here. I gave it a D, by the way, Infectious Bloodlust. 3 and a red for a sorcery at common. It does 3 damage to target creature or player, and you get to scry 1.
Yeah, this is a solid amount of value.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Clearly, it's not as good as Lightning Strike, but you're still always going to play this, and you're still always going to be happy when you have this in your deck, just because it still kills a creature, or even can kill your opponent if you really need it to.
Yeah, and the Scry 1 can be good. It makes the fact that it costs a whopping 4 mana look a little more palatable, because that's the point in the game where you might not want any more lands. Lightning Javelin I think is just okay. Or I shouldn't say that. I think it's good. I think you'll take it relatively highly, and I think you're going to be playing it basically every single time you're in red. It's not a pushed removal spell by any stretch, but I think it's good enough, and I think that the removal that we get these days isn't that great anyway, so I'm actually going to give it a B-. I'm pushing it a little.
Huh. My inclination was to give it a C+.
Yeah, that was my initial, and I kind of talked myself into B- on it. I do think you're just going to play it often enough, and it's just going to be good enough with the Scry.
Huh, that's pretty persuasive, but I'm not going to change my grade.
All right. How about Mage Ring Bully? How about I bully you into it? 1 and a red for a 2/2 human warrior with prowess. So you guys will remember that from the previous set. Of course, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this guy gets +1/+1 until end of turn, and it attacks each turn of Fable.
Not too often you see the reckless mage here.
Yeah, this human warrior, he's ready to rumble.
Yeah, so
I don't think this card's very good.
No, I don't like creatures that have to attack every turn, and
especially
it's
small
cool.
ones.
It's cool that prowess means that when you attack, your opponent's not just going to get to snap it off for free with their 3/3, but what if you attack into their 3/3? You have to play a spell to make them trade, and and you're forced to do it, otherwise you just lose your creature, and then you kind of have the same thing every time this is in play. I think this card is bad. I think in an aggressive deck, it's okay because you just need 2 drops, but aggressive decks don't have tons of spells. So What deck is this really going to get maximized in? I think this card's probably like a D-.
Yeah, I think so too. I just feel like the must attack each turn if Fable's a real deal breaker on the thing. Magmatic Insight is next. It's red for a sorcery at uncommon. And it says, as an additional cost to cast it, you have to discard a land card, and you draw 2 cards.
I like the second part.
Yeah, I like that part too. You must discard a land specifically. It's not just discard a card; it has to be a land.
So this is significantly worse than Tormenting Voice. Tormenting Voice was not a high pick. It was just a filler card that you would play because often, it let you smooth out your mana flood or your mana screw. This only works on one of those 2. You can't keep a hand with Magmatic Insight and not enough lands. That just doesn't work. Whereas the 2-land Tormenting Voice hand was usually pretty good because you would discard a spell and you draw 2 cards and you usually end up not mana screwed.
Right.
So I think Magmatic Insight is fairly mediocre. It does help with spell mastery because it's just a cheap spell. It helps with prowess, but yeah, I'm not really feeling this.
I'm not either. I really hate the fact that you can't get out of mana screw with it. That's a huge deal. Like, if you get to the later part of the game and you have this card, you draw a land, you've already got enough lands, you're going to be pretty happy to only have to pay 1 mana to draw the 2 cards. But yeah, I'm kind of out on Magmatic Insight. I don't see myself playing this very often.
Agreed.
I don't know what to grade. I guess is it an F? Like, am I ever playing this thing?
I think you'll play this in a prowess deck that, really, that has like a bunch of spell mastery / prowess cards that is really trying to get that going. But yeah, I think in general, this is like a D/F.
Yeah. I'm just going to give it an F.
All right. I guess
somebody's going to have to beat me with a prowess deck and then maybe I'll come around. Pricklebore is next. What does this guy do?
Besides have a ridiculous name.
Yeah.
It's a 5 mana for a 3/3, and then on your turn, it's got +2/+1 for a strike. So
no sound effects?
But it's a Pricklebore. I don't even know what sound effects that makes.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm looking at the art and trying to figure it out. I think you were pretty close.
So 5 mana, 5/3 first strike while attacking is pretty good. This is aggressive decks will be happy with this. It does not block well. part
Doesn't
of the
block
strength
well at all.
of First Strike is that it blocks really well, and this does not do that.
Man, but 5 power on a First Striker is really tough to get in the way of.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards giving this. Yeah, it's probably just a C because a lot of decks won't be interested. But as the top of the curve in an aggressive deck, this definitely does the job. It's better than a C in the decks that want it.
Yeah, I think so too. I have it at a C as well. I think the real question is, what's the competition like at the 5-drop slot? We've seen that be pretty heated, and you don't really want that many of them. So Prickle Boar might or might not be, the boar for the job. We'll have to find out. Ravaging Blaze is next. It's an uncommon. It's an instant that costs red X, and it does X damage to target creature. It's also got spell mastery. I'll talk about that in a second, but how do you break down red X instant speed X damage to a creature? I mean, that is not a particularly efficient removal spell.
It's not particularly efficient, but if you're playing a base red deck, I can't really imagine cutting it. Just 5 mana to deal 3 is not the end of the world. It is at instant speed.
Yes.
So that is an upside. I think this would be like, I don't know, a C+ if it was just that. It would not be something I was excited about, but I again, can't see cutting it. The fact that it can kill big creatures later in the game is something Red frequently has trouble with.
Yeah, it's just so late in the game. I mean, geez, you need to get to 6 mana to kill just a 4 toughness creature. It's really inefficient. So the spell mastery part of it says, if you've got spell mastery, it deals X damage to that creature's controller as well. Nice little upside there.
I do like that, especially since by the time that the spell mastery would be great, you're going to have spell mastery, or at least you've got a good shot of doing that. So this does end the game, or at least kill a creature and deal 4 or 5 damage, which is a pretty good value. I think this card is a B.
Oh man, I have it lower than that. I hate giving removal spells not high grades, but this one is just such a tough sell for me, getting up to that much mana before it's really good. I have it as a C.
The reason I like it as a B is that you can use it as a somewhat inefficient removal spell if you have to. You can kill a 2/2 for 4 mana, kill a 3/3 for 5 mana. Mm-hmm. But when you're not forced to do that, this becomes a finisher. Sometimes
that's a good point. That is
you'll
true.
deal a bunch of damage to your opponent.
If you're just sitting there staring at them, you're at a parity board state, you've got spell mastery, you're just like hitting your land drops and then eventually kill their best thing, maybe kill them or at least clear the way for a big attack. No, that is true.
Yeah,
all right, we'll see.
Getting to play a finisher without a ton of opportunity cost is nice.
Okay. What about Seismic Elemental?
Seismic Elemental is 3 red for a 4/4 elemental, uncommon, and when it enters the battlefield, creatures without flying cannot block this turn. So
wow.
It's not an earth-shattering, ability here, but
well, don't look at the artwork then.
It is going to deal some damage.
You don't think that? I mean, that's Magmatic Chasm, right?
It is Magmatic Chasm
for free, air quotes.
I think that most of the time this is going to get some damage in and end up leave you with a 4/4, which is pretty good. This is what an aggressive deck wants to play on turn 5. It is kind of funny that the thing is, when you want the ability, you want to wait for as late as possible. You actually want the 4/4 to do something, so sometimes you're just going to have to play this because you need the 4/4. But the fact that it does both those things is pretty nice. Actually, this card's pretty good.
This card's great. I have this card as like a B. Like, I view Magmatic Chasm as almost worth a full card. It's like 3/4 of a card or something. And you're getting a 4/4 with that tacked onto it for free here for 5 mana. And a 5 mana 4/4, just passes the vanilla test. It's like a solid playable at that level. I mean, I could see curve outs, where you just play like, let's say a 2-drop and a 3-drop. Maybe you miss a 4 or something like that. And you play your Seismic Elemental and get in for 4 or 5 damage that turn. And if you have a good curve out where this is just the last thing that you play, not necessarily on turn 5, but, maybe you play a 4-drop and then a different 5-drop, you play your Prickle Boar and then you're like Seismic Elemental. Crunch, and it just, falters their whole team outside of flyers. I think that's great. I think Seismic Elemental is going to be a high pick and a really annoying card to play against.
Yeah, actually, I'm sold on this. I think this does meet the qualification to be a B.
Yeah, you got there. Skyraker Giant. I want to hear your opinion on this one because of the design.
It's a bit of a reach, but it's 2 red. It's a giant. It's a 4/3, and it is reach.
It's red though.
Yeah, that is true.
Doesn't get reach. I don't get this.
So, I think one of the problems with saying red doesn't do X is that the color pie is not divided equally. Mm-hmm. And this has been something that has been moving in the right direction. Wizards is very much aware of this. But, red has burn, and it has haste, and it has some amount of first strike, and it has high power creatures, and it has big flyers. But it doesn't have a lot, like, how many different red commons can you make? It sometimes can be difficult, and adding reach adds another amount of depth to it. I kind of like it. I'm sold here. We've got a giant that just brought down a dragon here. And
it looks like it's carrying it back or whatever. Yeah.
And I could see a giant swatting things out of the sky.
Yeah. If it's tall enough. Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I have no problem with this from a flavor perspective. From a gameplay perspective, it is fun.
I don't know how you can like that. It has reach. Red's not supposed to have reach.
Marshall, you have reach.
But I'm not red.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah. But as a card, a 4/3 for 4 with a nice upside of reach is very solid. I think this card's quite strong.
Yeah, Summit Prowler was a fine card, and in a 2-color format, this is kind of what you want to be doing. Yeah. It's not insane, but, given reach, yeah, you're when you play this, you're going to be happy. Your opponent can't really attack you without you at least having something to say about it.
Yeah, I'm not super excited, so I still just gave it a C+ instead of pushing it to the B range. But this is the type of card that I really like. I mean, affects the board, helps stabilize you, beats down well, efficiently costed. Like, this just sort of does everything. I'm a fan of Skyraker Giant as a card.
I think I'll give it a B-, partially because it's just like a great design.
Oh, God. Smash to Smithereens is next. It's 1 and a red for an instant. Destroy target artifact, and Smash does 3 damage to that artifact's controller. I think we can pretty quickly relegate this one to the sideboard slot. But it's a nice sideboard card. If, you need to kill a specific artifact really badly, that 3 damage can add up pretty quickly, too. You can also use it on, like, a random Thopter token to get in extra damage and clear away a blocker just if you happen to need a target for it. That is the scare here when you play a card like Smash, is that you bring it in and you never find a target for it. But with all these Thopters flying around, you're probably more likely to at least find something, even if that's not the reason why you'd bring it in.
Yeah, I would not bring this in against Thopters, like you said. But yeah, this is a fine sideboard card.
Yeah. Subterranean Scout is 1 and a red for a 2/1 Goblin Scout. When it enters the battlefield, target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. Nice little 2-drop. It can get in one of your renowned creatures to get them renowned if they happen to have 2 or less power to start off with. Sometimes it just gets you incidental damage. You just get in for an extra 2 that you wouldn't have normally. Sometimes you combo off, because you got yourself a Goblin Pile Driver in your first pack or something and you go off. But, a 2/1, we call it a Piker, Goblin Piker, is reasonable in these aggressive decks when you need 2s. And this one even has some upside to it that's pretty effective.
Yeah, I like when my 2-drops are good on turn 2 and still passable at least on turn 7.
Yeah, and the card's fine. It's like a C.
Meets that criteria. Yeah, just exactly a C.
Yep. Thopter Engineer. So Thopter Engineer is 2 and a red for a 1/3 Human Artificer. Kind of interesting for red. And it says, when Thopter Engineer enters the battlefield, put a 1/1 colorless Thopter creature token onto the battlefield. That's pretty good. And artifact creatures you control have haste.
I like this card. It's funny that it's in the same set as the Sandstep Outcast.
Yeah, the Gear Per Gear Crafter. Yeah,
it's going to take me a little while to remember Gear Per Gear Crafter.
Yeah. Thanks, creative.
GG.
For those of us, you and I in the booth, we're like, really?
But this card is great. I think it deserves the same grade as a Gear Per Gear Crafter. I don't think it deserves a better grade, but.
You prefer the 2/1 body to the 1/3, but you're giving it an extra mark for the haste on your artifact creatures?
Yeah, I think that the 2/1 is slightly better than the 1/3, but they're both very close. I don't even think, I think it just depends on the deck, which one you want. I'm assuming red would slightly rather have a 2/1, but giving haste means that this deals 1 when it comes into play and actually has synergy with the other Thopters. I think they're the same grade. I actually think this one's slightly better. Like, pick 1, pack 1, I would take this over the Gear Per Gear Crafter.
Okay. I like Thopter Engineer.
That's a B+ for those keeping track.
And I said B- or B?
You said B, but you really meant B+ in your hard parts.
That's how you wrote it down. That's right. Titan Strength is another reprint. It's red for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn, and you get to scry 1. Not an unreasonable combat trick. I I have it as sort of the C level combat trick, maybe a C minus. It's not that great, but the 1 toughness ends up mattering more than you think it will usually. The extra 3 damage can matter. With first strike or trample, you can kind of combo off a little bit. And Scry 1 is great. I mean, that's just very good. So I gave Titan Strength a C. I think it's a good combat trick.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a little closer to C minus than C, but yeah, that C is fine. It is an okay card.
All right. Last red card is Volcanic Rambler. It's 5 in a red for an elemental. It's common and it's a 6/4, and you can pay 2 in a red to have it deal a single damage to a player.
This card is quite bizarre. There's just a lot going on.
It's a weird card, isn't it?
It's got a weird collection of stats. It's got a very weird ability. We're just continuing to talk about this card for no reason. It's
Is it good? It's not very good, right?
No, I think this card is a D. You're not that happy.
Okay.
Sometimes you need an expensive card, and I guess this will do the trick.
Yeah, and it is a mana sink late, so it has a little bit of upside, but it's so inefficient. 3 mana to do 1 damage to a player. You know, you can untap and do 2 damage with it. I do like the fact that if you're in a stall, you can just be like, all right, well, I flooded, so hit you twice with this thing and not have to actually attack. But it's just a 6/4 for 6 doesn't really cut it these days. All right, green. Moving into green here. Aerial Volley is our first card, and it's a sideboard card. I'm pretty sure. It's green for an instant. It says it does 3 damage divided as you choose among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures with flying. Basically, it mows down Thopters with ease.
It's kind of cute that the plummet of this set can kill multiple Thopters, and even though the picture unrealistically has it killing multiple dragons, maybe, or at least multiple dragons are getting targeted.
They are. You're right.
I guess they're drakes according to the flavor text. Either way, this is a sideboard card. You will bring it in if it has flyers you can kill. It's maybe not as powerful as Plummet because it doesn't kill the 5/5 flyers, but still an okay card to have in your sideboard.
Would you bring it in if your opponent was playing like a blue-red Thopters deck? Is that enough? Like if you killed, let's say, 2 Thopters with it, would you be happy with your Aerial Volley? Because remember,
I would be unhappy because my opponent played multiple cards that made Thopters, and those cards are all very good. But
yeah, and they're leaving behind bodies that Aerial Volley doesn't hit, right? So,
but if my opponent has 3 or 4 cards in their deck that make Thopters, I'm probably bringing this in, especially since one of them, the Aeronaut, the blue card, it's a 1/2 flyer that makes a Thopter. This kills both those.
Oh, so that's nice.
That's already a nice little interaction.
Okay. Next is Caustic Caterpillar. It's green for a 1/1 insect, and you can pay 1 and a green to sack it to destroy an artifact or an enchantment.
So this is essentially a naturalize, except it walks around or squirms around for a little bit before popping itself. So
wow, it is going ham on whatever that is. Do you see that?
Oh yeah, it is just getting in there.
Wow.
This is, despite the fact that it's still a creature, this is still a sideboard card. If this costs, say, 1 and a green for a 2/1, I would say, yeah, play this card. It's great. But 1 mana 1/1s, you just cannot run those unless you have a really good reason to. And this ability is not going to come up often enough to make that good. So this is a sideboard card.
This next card really puts that in perspective as well. Conclave Naturalist is 4 and a green for an uncommon. It's a 4/4. Dryad, and when it enters a battlefield, you may destroy an artifact or enchantment. Now that's a real card there.
Oh yeah, this card is awesome. This card, it's a 5 mana 4/4, which is, about on par. You're not super unhappy when you play.
It's acceptable. Mana. Yeah,
and it'll eat a card a lot of the time. Just there's enough enchantments and artifacts running around that you're willing to get the free card out of this because the base level card's already playable. It's not like Caustic Caterpillar. And this is a 2-for-1, whereas the Caterpillar isn't. So, I would always play this card, and I think I would take it early, too. I think this card's just like a B.
I think so. I have it at B- because I figure that you're going to kill like a Thopter or something, right? And then other times you're going to kill a real card, an enchantment that they're going to try to use to win the game, or an enchantment that's locking down one of your creatures. And that's just huge. Like the turn that you play Conclave Naturalist and kill a full-on real card and leave behind a 4/4 is a massive swing and win percentage in your direction. I like that card a lot. Dwynen's Elite is next. This is 1 and a green for an elf warrior at 2/2. It's an uncommon, and when it enters the battlefield, if you control another elf, you get a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. So you can get a 2/2 and a 1/1, assuming that you control another elf when you cast Dwynen's Elite. That's powerful.
I like this card.
It's very powerful.
You can play it on turn 2 and not be too unhappy, though clearly that's not your preferred line of play. But more importantly, you can play this and you get 2 creatures for just 2 mana. And they're both elves, which does matter because there are cards in the set which count the number of elves. And this is the Dwynen's Elite is not a bad name for this. This is one of the cards that is going to be very good in your elf decks and is playable even without really any other elves.
Yeah, I think this card's pretty good, and also keep it in mind that it's 2/2 for 2. It's
right.
Like, okay, your floor on this card is not that low. I don't know how high to go with it. Like, I don't think it gets to the B range.
No, I would not say that.
But I think it's like a solid C plus.
Yeah, I think it's a C plus, and I think in some decks you're just going to take this much higher. Once you have 8 elves in your deck, all of a sudden this card is a B. So keep that in mind.
Yep. Elemental Bond is next. Get out your build around me flags here, kids, because we've got another one. 2 and a green for an enchantment at uncommon, and whenever a creature with power 3 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card.
I don't even think this is a build around. I don't think this qualifies. I think this just qualifies as a good card.
Oh, you think you just play this card for value?
Right. I mean, clearly you need to be aware of how many cards trigger it, but I think it's pretty easy to build a deck that has like 9 or 10 creatures that trigger it. You just have to prioritize the 3 mana 3/1 type creatures, and if you do that, then this just draws you 2 cards a turn or draws you a card every other turn, and those are both great.
Those can be good. I mean, another way to look at it, a more negative way, right, is you play Elemental Bond. It doesn't do anything. That's a heavy cost. Then sometimes you're just not going to have your 3 power creatures, and then you're probably going to lose that game because you did something that didn't affect the board, and you never got your value. Alternatively, sometimes you do, and you play your 3 power creature and you draw your card and you're like, sweet. And then you play another one down the line and you draw a card and you're like, sweet. And now you've played Divination, which is a card that you and I are both quite fond of, but ultimately isn't, in a normal, like in this limited format, probably wouldn't be a super high pick. And it isn't a great card. It's like a C plus level card. So the upside here for me has to be that I can draw more cards than that and kind of go off, right? Like play a big thing, draw a card, next turn, do it again, and really just sort of overwhelm my opponent. And I'm just not enough of a dreamer to think that that's going to happen frequently. You're still going to need the cheaper creatures to keep the ground locked up while you try to set up your Elemental Bond. If you draw it late in the game, kind of after you've curved out, it can be horrible where you're just like praying to top deck, one of your bigger creatures. I'm actually not a big fan of it as far as power level goes. But it fits the bill for these build around me's because I think we're like every one of them I haven't liked and can't wait to play. So they're doing something right in R&D, but I don't think Elemental Bond is very good at all.
Yeah, I was attracted to the draw cards part, but I actually agree with you. It is not a hard condition to meet, but actually it is not something that you really want to just completely focus on either. I do think the card is decent, but it's not a card I'm going to take early, and it's not a card I'm really going to try to go deep on. Yeah,
I have it at D. Like, I think it's a card that there will be occasions where you're going to play it, but it's not one that you generally want to. What do you want to give it for a grade?
Oh, I like D. I think D encapsulates that well enough. It's interesting, but yeah, it is important to not go too overboard on trying to build a divination.
Yeah. Elvish Visionary, half a divination here.
Speaking of building divinations, yeah. I love this card.
I do too.
1 and a green for a 1/1 Elf Shaman at common, and it when it enters the battlefield, draw a card.
Now this was in your Pro Tour winning deck, correct?
It was actually a very important part of it because the other card that really works well with this is no longer around. Wirewood Symbiote. It's a 1 mana. Yeah. 1 green for a 1/1 insect that said return an elf to your hand, untap target creature, so you can just keep bouncing Elvish Visionary.
Just draw a bunch of cards.
Right. You can only do it once per turn, but still, it's a very good card. But even without that, Elvish Visionary is just a card I love having around. It just smooths out your draws. It gives you a free creature for all sorts of things you can use creatures for. It's good value. It enables elf synergies in this set. It's an extra creature to make your graveyard bigger for Revenant. You can sacrifice it to things. Overall, this is just a card that makes all these different decks work better, and it just feels good to cast. I mean, I don't think it's an amazing card. I'm going to give it a C+, but it is a solid card.
I couldn't agree more. I love the C+ on it, and I love this card. It's funny how getting the card on the front end when you play it as opposed to when it dies, like we're kind of used to from the last set, is it helps smooth out your mana draws. It can chump block. Again, it adds to your creature mass. It can hold equipment or get pump spelled or whatever. I'm a big fan of Elvish Visionary. The hard part is that you have to kind of limit yourself because it is ultimately a low impact card. It just helps smooth things out and keep things rolling for you. But that means that you don't want too many of them. But yeah, I play that card very often. I think that those kind of cards are underrated.
Sorry, I didn't understand your last point. You said too many of them?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, you only played 4 at the Pro Tour, so.
Well, I would have played more.
Gather the Pack is next. It's 1 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says reveal the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them into your hand, put the rest in your graveyard. But if you've got spell mastery, you can put up to 2 creatures that were revealed that way into your hand instead of 1.
I tend not to like cards like this. It is nice that it goes to the graveyard. So that is always extra synergy. It's funny that it might be counterintuitive to think that putting cards in your graveyard is better than putting them on the bottom of your library, which some cards like this do. But looking at a bunch of cards and dumping their graveyard, if you have cards like Macabre Waltz or Undead Servant, is kind of nice. And it is funny though that this is another one of those cards that spell mastery conflicts with very much so, because in order to enable spell mastery, you have to play a bunch of spells. In order to enable Gather the Pack, you have to play a bunch of creatures.
Right, of course. That's tough, right? I mean, ultimately, we're talking limited decks here, so you're kind of constrained by at least some guidelines. I mean, you can push those in one direction or the other, but, you can't make an all-spell deck or an all-creature deck very often. So, I don't know. I don't generally like cards like this that much, but it's weird because these end up being my 24th, 25th type card because there's actually not much wrong with this card. It will, if you have 15 or more creatures, you will hit out of the top 5 almost every time.
Yeah, if you have 15 creatures, then you're like 92.6% to hit at least 1 creature.
Yeah, and then the spell mastery sometimes is like you're going to mise into 2 creatures occasionally as well, which is a nice little upside.
65% of the time if you have 15 creatures.
Okay.
And of course it goes up the more, the greater your creature count, the more those numbers go up. Though, of course, then you're not spell mastering very often, as we said. But yeah, part of the cost of this is that you're not getting that much out of it. If you're like playing this and seeing 1 creature, you did not get a huge bonus. You turned 2 mana into a random creature. Like you spent 2 mana. Like you don't want to play this on turn 2. It's just not. It doesn't advance your board. And when you do miss, it's just disaster because
right. Oh, it's a complete disaster.
Nothing.
Oh God.
So.
Yeah.
I think in order to want to gather the pack, you have to be getting extra value out of that, whether that's spell mastery, if you have like some mix of like 15 creatures and 8 spells exactly or something, or 14 creatures and 9 spells, or again, you have like a Undead Servant / Revenant / Graveyard deck, or maybe that your deck is not great and you have some really good creatures in it. Like that's actually an acceptable reason to play a card like this.
Yeah. I think, it's easy for us to take a look at this card and say, that's not that bad. We'll give it a decent grade, but it's also our job to be tough on these cards. And, one of the things that, Luis, we've already mentioned this show, and we mentioned a lot of shows is, talking about cards that affect the board. And this one doesn't. It doesn't affect the board. Now, it's only 2 mana, so it's not the end of the world, but that's a tax, and you can really only play so many cards that don't affect the board in any given deck. And if the 1 or 2 that you choose is Gather the Pack, I think you could probably do better in most scenarios. I'm going to go with my experience with cards like this, and I'm going to say it's a D. That said, I don't think this card's unreasonable. Like, there's really nothing to hate about this card. You're usually going to hit. Sometimes you have upside and it doesn't cost a lot of mana. But I'm going to say it's a D because these are the type of cards that you can say a lot of good things about and then just don't get played that often.
Agreed. I think that D is a kind of imprecise rating in the sense that it's not a disaster to play. It's not like you're super unhappy, and in some decks it will be good, but you're going to tend to leave this out. So I guess, D does, that does fall into one of the things D describes. I'm interested in seeing if this is good in a graveyard type deck, but yeah, I'm not.
I am too. That's the spot where if it's good, that's where it'll be good. I think just for value, it probably doesn't make the cut. All right, this next card, does it feel like it needs a comma? Is this Herald of the Pantheon or is it Herald of the Pantheon? We'll let you decide. It's also a rare.
I was just very confused. I'm looking at Hitchclaw Recluse, which is our next card, and I'm like,
I don't think that one needs a comment.
Where does this need a comment?
All right, so we'll wait till next week to talk about Herald, but I'll let the listeners think about whether it needs a comment or not, a comma or not until then. So Hitchclaw Recluse is 2 and a green for a 1/4 with reach. It's a spider.
There's nothing wrong with that card.
You want to block? I mean, it blocks quite well.
It doesn't attack, but yeah, it sure blocks. You're paying 3 mana for 4 toughness that can block flyers. That's a fine deal.
I think it's fine. I mean, assuming that you want to block, this thing also critically has that 1 power. You know, it's not an 0/4, it's a 1/4. That means it can eat Thopter tokens. This feels like one of those cards that is going to see a decent amount of play in the format. It probably just sits in a nice spot against red decks with 3 powered creatures for 2 or 3 mana, and against the 1/1 Thopters, enough to kind of slow things down and let green get the big fatties going a little later. So I would give it a C++. I'm just going to give it a C.
Yeah, I think it's closer to a C+ than a lot of Cs, but it is still C. It's on the high end of Cs. It's a card I'm happy to see, but I'm also not really excited about.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Jiraga Invocation. This card's scary. It's 4 green for an uncommon sorcery, and it says each creature you control gets +3/+3 until end of turn and must be blocked this turn if able. 6 mana, so you're going to have to just slam 6 to do this. You know, there's, for those of you that have been drafting Modern Masters or whatever, there's no nonsense with making this any cheaper. How does must be blocked this turn if able work, though? It's a little confusing because I think the first thing that people think of is that each one has to be blocked by 1 creature. Well, here, why don't you just explain how that actually plays out?
All right, so you play Jiraga Invocation, so all your creatures are +3/+3, and then you attack. If you attack with 2 creatures and they have 2 creatures, they do have to block to both your creatures.
Because each must be blocked.
Yeah. So it is mandatory that you do that. You can't choose to double block one and not block the other one because you are able to block them. I think that you can block them in any configuration you want, but it is mandatory that you block if you can. If you have 3 creatures and they have 2, they get to block 2 of your creatures. They clearly cannot block all 3.
So if you have the same amount of creatures as them, then all of their creatures have to block all of your creatures, so they do get to choose how to do so.
Yes. As far as I know.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense, right? Must be blocked this turn if able.
Yes.
Each one has to be blocked. That means that it's on the defending player to say, okay, I must block that card. One of the things that we talked about a couple of shows ago with regards to Overrun, right? Which this has some links to, was that there were times when somebody would play Overrun, which was of course +3/+3 and trample for all your creatures. They would attack with all of their creatures, and you could actually survive it. It just meant that your board got decimated. And that's kind of what Jiraga Invocation does here, right? If you've got a bunch of creatures and your opponent doesn't have, it only has 1 or 2, you can just run them over and kill them. But like, let's say you have 4 creatures and they have 4 creatures or even 5. You get to basically wipe their board with Jiraga Invocation and try to set up the win for the next turn. Either way, this card seems really powerful to me.
Yeah, I think this is quite good. There have been cards like this in the past that haven't worked out quite as well, but I believe that this card is just very strong.
Yeah, the fact that you have to block each one is a pretty big game too. I think you're gonna find yourself on the losing end of a lot of games that you thought you might be winning thanks to a Jiraga Invocation. I'm gonna give it a B. I just think that this is the type of card that can steal a victory even though it felt like you were behind, and that can really just crush an opponent's board state when the situation's right. Now, it's not all upside, right? I'm not like, there's times when you don't have a creature and Jiraga Invocation looks a lot worse, but even if you just have 1, if your opponent has like 2 good creatures and you have like a medium creature, you can still just play this and attack, and it's like they're going to have to give up something. So yeah, I don't know, I think this card's really powerful.
I do too. I think B is a good grade for this.
Leaf Gilder's next. It's 1 and a green for an elf druid. It taps to add a green to your mana pool, and it's a 2/1.
Yeah, this card is great.
Really
Golden Hind was this card. Was the last time we saw this card, though this is also a reprint.
Well, Golden Hind was strictly better, but
Sure. Either way, paying 2 mana for a 2/1 with a very good ability, because this ability is extremely good, is exactly what you want. This is a 2-drop that's not only good on turn 2, it's great on turn 2. This is like one of the best 2-drops to play on turn 2. And even later in the game, it gets you to enough mana to play your expensive cards and still can trade because it has 2 power. I think this is a B, and it's going to be one of the best commons in green.
I have it at B minus. Yeah, I agree with what you said about it being one of the best 2-drops you can play. It gives you so much flexibility, whether it's attacking, blocking, or ramping out big threats. Llanowar Empath is next. It's 3 and a green for a 2/2 Elf Shaman, and when it enters the battlefield, you scry 2. That's pretty sweet. Then reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, you put it in your hand. Boom.
Yeah, this was one of my favorite cards in Future Sight. Just because.
I didn't know this is a reprint.
Yeah, are you less excited now?
No, I still like it.
Okay.
I was just excited. I guess I am less excited now because I thought it was new, but whatever. Card's sweet.
Actually, never mind. This card's new. This is the first time you've seen it.
Oh, this is great. I'm excited.
Yeah. This is very close to a 3 mana 2/2 draw card. And in fact, there are plenty of games where it's actually just better than that.
A 3 mana 2/2 draw spell even.
Or 4 mana rather, 2/2 draw.
4 mana, yeah.
Yeah. Because if your top 2 cards have a land and a creature, then this is better than a 4 mana 2/2 draw card. Mm-hmm. If your top 3 cards have 2 lands and a creature, and the 2 lands are first, this is much better. I'm assuming you don't need lands at this point.
Sure.
And if they're in a different order, it's still good. If there's a creature within your top 3, unless you hit a bunch of good spells that you want to keep, this is just a great card. And even then,
the worst case is still that you got to scry 2, right?
Right. So there are not very many times when this is going to be bad, and it's an elf, so it just has that additional bit of value too.
Oh man, I predict playing a lot of these. This is definitely right in my wheelhouse here. I mean, it's still a 2/2 for 4, so vanilla test wise, you're not thrilled, but when the creature's the gravy, things are looking pretty good. How high do you rate it,
like
though?
wolf gravy or something? Is that what you're saying?
Judging on the art, yes. How high do you grade it? I mean, you've actually played this card in limited. I haven't. How high of a grade does it get?
I think this is a B minus. I don't think.
Sweet.
I don't think that it's quite as good as, like, say, Leaf Gilder, which we just took a look at, but it's still very good. And in general, you're just going to keep taking these. It's not like you don't want more than one. You want as many as you can get, to the limit, of course, once you have too many 4-drops. But yeah, this is a very solid card.
But Llanowar Empathing into a Llanowar Empath feels like a challenge accepted.
Well, you've demonstrated a loop. You can just draw your deck at that point.
All right, I like B minus. That one's a rare. Mantle of Webs is next. 1 and a green for an enchantment. It's an aura. It enchants a creature, and the creature gets +1/+3 and has reach. No.
I'm not too happy with this card.
No,
it's just
this does not meet that threshold we talked about of, look, I'm taking on all this extra risk by playing an aura. What are you giving me back? And this just doesn't meet that.
Right. So the idea with this card, because what it leads you towards is like playing good defense, but playing this and just saying go a bunch of turns until they draw a removal spell doesn't sound very good.
It sounds horrible. Sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, I think this card's an F. I don't like it. I'm out. This isn't the way I want to deal with flyers. This doesn't solve any of the problems in a reasonable way that I want to solve.
It's an F. I will agree with that. Do keep in mind when it comes to sideboarding, if you have really no other answers to flyers and your opponent doesn't have a lot of removal but does have a lot of flyers, you can side this in and it will be okay.
Yeah. Might of the Masses is next. It's green for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. That does, of course, count that one, right? So if you're targeting something, you're at least getting +1/+1. And
what if they kill it in response? Then you just get +0/+0.
Just got died. You probably lost the game, too. I like this card. To get it up to giant growth range, you need 2 other creatures besides the one you're targeting. That happens pretty frequently in limited, and giant growth is generally a pretty good card. And occasionally it's huge. Sometimes it's +6/+6 or whatever. And you can attack with all your creatures and give something, the one that doesn't get blocked, and even kill them. Like, it gives you some flexibility as far as that goes. It's not a great card, but as far as combat tricks go, especially in green, I'm pretty happy to run a Might of the Masses. I think it's fine. I gave it a C minus. Again, I don't love it. Like, I'd rather play a good creature, a reasonable creature over it, but I still think, as combat tricks go, it's decent.
Yeah, I think C minus is a perfect grade for this. It's a good finisher esque type card, and it's good. In turn 3 or 4, you can just cast this to win a even fight. But it is still a pump spell. You don't really want tons of those, so yeah, C minus is good.
Nissa's Pilgrimage is next. Here's a ramp spell of sorts, not fixing though, for limited, well, maybe for constructed, but for us limited players. Nissa's Pilgrimage is 2 and a green for a sorcery. You get to search your library for up to 2 basic forests, reveal them, put 1 in your hand and 1 onto the battlefield tapped, and then if you happen to have Spell Mastery, you actually get to search for 3 forests, put 1 on the battlefield tapped and the other 2 in your hand. We've seen similar cards to this in the past, Kodama's Reach, that type of thing, Cultivate. But those fixed your mana and enabled you to do splashes, ramp up, to multicolored cards and such. And Nissa's Pilgrimage is only for forests. That seems like a pretty big hit to me, against this card.
It is. It takes away a lot of what this type of card generally tends to do, which is enable you to not only fix your mana in 2-color deck, but even play 3 colors. So that's just definitely not an option here. On the other hand, this is still a 2-for-1. This is a divination. I mean, you're drawing 2 forests, but you are drawing 2 cards, and you're putting 1 to play. So it is a ramp spell too. I think this is still passable. Assuming your green deck wants to get to 6 or 7 mana, this is the kind of card that can get you there. It can get you to 5 mana faster. I think this card's playable. I think this card's a C.
Okay, I gave it a D. My thinking is that there's going to be a lot of time when you just don't play this. And I think that the lack of color fixing is really a big hit on a card like this. The card advantage is nice and the spell mastery is nice too, though. So we'll have to see, but I have it at D. Orchard.
I'm not even really talking about the spell mastery because I think that's not going to be super relevant.
Yeah.
Just because it's just not very often that it'll happen. I wonder if there's some sweet constructed deck that tries to go off with this. But, yeah, just the fact that it can ramp you up to 5 on turn 4 and makes it so you can cast your 6 drops pretty easily. I don't know. I like the card.
Okay. Yeah, there's a 6 drop coming down the line in a few cards here that I definitely have my eye on. Orchard Spirit's next, though. It's 2 and a green for a 2/2 spirit, and it can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach.
Like the giant that is reach, even though it's red.
Yes, like that one. So this is a not efficiently costed in the sense that it's a 2/2 for 3. But it does have evasion. It can get in there, get damage, maybe wear some equipment or whatever. I remember Orchard Spirit was in Innistrad or whatever, was it whatever, in that block, and the card was okay. That block was fairly slow, so I think that let Orchard Spirit be a little bit better than it might have been, and depending on how fast this format is, that might change. But I remember Orchard Spirit being okay. It never really blew my mind, but I remember it being all right.
It's funny that a 3-mana 2/2 creature with evasion is better in a fast format, not a slow format, except for the fact that this is green, which is not traditionally the color of aggro decks, which then pushes you back to wanting it in a slower format because it's a way to finish the game when you've kind of got the board, semi-locked up. Yeah, this is still green. I don't expect green to be overly aggressive, though. The elf deck actually probably can deliver a little bit of beats.
Mm-hmm.
This was good in the white-green travel prep deck in Innistrad.
Yeah.
An aggressive white deck, or white-green deck. Yeah, I expect this card to be decent. If you want to attack, it's good. It's not good at blocking. Don't play this in your control decks. And so play this in your aggro to mid-range-ish green decks, just your normal green decks, I guess. It's probably like a C-.
Yeah, I gave it a C- also. It just needed one more point of toughness to get up to C range, and a power would put it really nicely, but no.
Yeah. Once we talk about a power, then now we're talking real card.
Yeah, real card. Farika's Disciple is next. It's 3 and a green for a 2/3 with Death Touch and Renown 1. It's a common. So if she gets Renown 1, it's a 3/4 Death Touch. But the kind of cool part about Farika's Disciple, one of the things I really like about this card is that while a 2/3 for 4 isn't particularly exciting, the Death Touch really is great on it because it can attack and then threaten to get Renown and start attacking for a lot more damage. And there's not a great way to block it. Like they have to 1-for-1, put a 3/3 in front of it or something. And, if you have a combat trick, you can punish them or just let it trade. And then if you need to block, it does a nice job of that too, right? I mean, Death Touch just means that, their big dumb creatures are going to have to run into it and trade. And I like the fact that it can play defense and it can play offense both reasonably well. Though I will say that as far as offense goes, it doesn't do an amazing job of it. But it does a decent job. And, I think this card's pretty decent. I have it at C+. I actually like this card.
Yeah, I think C plus is a good rating for this. It really does what you want.
You're not going to give this next one a C plus. Reclaim is green, instant, common. Put target card from your graveyard on top of your library. So it's like drawing a card, right?
It's like drawing a card, except you are down a card because you cast Reclaim. And
it's on top of your library.
You also have to have a good card in your graveyard for the card that you draw to be good. Overall, this is just not a good
You
card.
also don't draw the card. It's just terrible.
Well, you draw it next turn, presumably.
You do, yes. So, yeah.
This card is an F. Do not play this card.
Yeah, that's the long and short of it. I think that isn't obvious to the newer player. They think, okay, I can get back something sweet, but they don't really put together the fact that it goes on top of their library. They're not even getting it back into their hand. And that the card has to be in your graveyard, so the setup cost is starting to rise. It's an F. Rock's Maulers. Now, this thing can rumble. 4 and a green for a 4/4 trample, which is pretty good and sort of standard issue for a Rhino. But it's got Renown too. So if it hits the opponent, it gets 2 +1/+1 counters and becomes Renown. It makes it a 6/6 trample.
And you notice there's synergy. If they block and you trample over, you get Renowned.
Yeah, and that's great, right? Like if they put a 3/3 in front or something like that, that's just not going to get the job done against the Rock Maulers. It's still going to get Renowned and rumble. I think this card puts a pretty reasonable amount of pressure. It like many of the Renown cards, it demands a trade pretty much immediately. If you can't put something in front of Rock Maulers, to prevent it from hitting you and getting Renown, I mean, it just becomes something that's going to take over the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, presumably you're going to be in a worse spot next turn. It's going to be a 6/6 instead of a 4/4. Yeah,
which is one of the things I don't love about Renowned. Just the fact that it's
snowbally.
It just sort of punishes you. Like if you're behind, now you're just falling way behind. But whatever. I mean, I think this card's good as a result of that.
It is good, and I think the trample is going to come into play mostly when they block with their 4/4 and you play a trick, and then all of a sudden you killed their creature, yours survived, and yours is now a 6/6.
Yeah.
This seems like one of the premier commons for green, actually. You don't want a ton of copies of it because it costs 5, but this is very good.
Yeah, I think the card's very good too. I don't know if I should go B- or C+, but I'm going to push it a little. I'm going to go B-. I think this card has everything it takes to be a solid 5-drop in green.
I agree. Those are the two ratings I was going between, and I think this card rocks. I'm going to give it a B-.
All right, now speaking of a card that rocks, this next one I'm a big fan of. It's an uncommon, though. It's called Sky Snare Spider. It's 6 mana, 4 GG for a 6/6 with reach. It's a spider. And vigilance, too. This thing's huge.
Yeah. It does not have a lot of text. It has a lot of stats, though.
Yeah, totally. One of the things that you and I tend to give higher grades for, this comes up in the quadrant, and when we do quadrant theory and stuff as well, are cards that are good when you're behind. And Sky Snare Spider, really good when you're behind. I mean, it basically blocks everything. Big dragons in the air, it can block or trade. Stuff on the ground, it just eats them up at a 6/6. And then if you happen to be at parity or a little bit ahead, it just keeps beating down with vigilance while your opponent can't attack you back. And since it's so big, it presents a really big problem for your opponent. Like if they want to try to line up maybe a triple block and take on huge risk or, whatever. I think Sky Snare Spider is super sweet for a 6, and I would be really happy to pick up my first one in a green deck.
Yeah, this card is fantastic. I actually think this might be a B+. You're just really happy when you cast this card.
I think so too. The fact that it's so good when you're behind pushes it up to B+ for me as well. Somber Walled Alpha is next. It's 3 and a green for a wolf. It's a 3/2, another 4 mana 3/2 in this format. Those are kind of getting everywhere. Whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Ugh. And you can pay 1 and a green. Target creature you control gains trample until end of turn. This thing reads powerful. Like an enchantment.
It is kind of an enchantment, except it also just attacks as for 3, and it affects itself, so it is essentially a 4/3 trampler if they want to block it.
This card's really sweet. Nice little uncommon, can help your team get through for a bunch of extra damage, can help your creatures get renown. I will note here that it's not like whatever card we were talking about before. It's just when the creature becomes blocked, right? It doesn't add up if they double block. Like 2 creatures blocking is still just it becoming blocked, right?
Right. It's only one instance of blocking, which is funny that they have cards that work both ways in the set.
Yeah, that is a little inconsistent. But this card would be kind of a lot better if you got more.
Well, the math is also much more difficult when you're having to factor in what multi-blocking works. Either way, this is a very strong card.
Yeah.
There are going to be what this does, which is really nice for aggressive decks. And it looks like green has some reasons to attack here. You have a board that's like you're curving out, and your opponent's playing something that can block your creatures. There's going to be boards where you play this and attack, and your opponent just can't block anything because of this ability.
Yeah.
So you got to get a bunch of damage through and added a 3/2 to the board that does get blocked as a 4/3. And then if your opponent can't remove it, next turn they're in a similar spot, except now you have all your mana up, you have tricks. You don't even have to attack with this if you don't want to risk losing it.
Card's great.
Yeah, I think the card is quite good. You do have to want to attack. This is not good in a control deck. Even in a mid-range deck, I'm a little skeptical just because if your plan is to stabilize and win with a 6-drop, this isn't really a card that works towards that goal. But, man, it's so powerful when it does. I have a hard time giving this much less than a B-. Maybe it's a C+, but
no, I think
it's
B-.
probably a B-.
I think it's B-. Yeah, I was going to give it a B, but you're totally right. If you're behind on board, it's only okay. It's not that bad. I mean, it's still a creature. It still blocks, whatever, but it doesn't shine in that scenario. So I think B- is right. Sylvan Messenger. I find it a little weird that they put this card in the same set as the Llanowar Empath because they kind of remind me of each other in some way. But anyway, it's 3 and a green for a 2/2. Where have you heard that before? It's an elf. It's an uncommon, and it has trample, which is really weird on a 2/2, right?
Well, I think that was because it was part of a cycle in Apocalypse, and everything else in the cycle had some kind of ability. And so it's like, quick, what's a green ability? Trample?
Yeah, so it's weird. It's just strange I don't mind it, but it just looks weird on a 2/2, right? So when it enters the battlefield, reveal the top 4 cards of your library and put all elf cards revealed this way into your hand and the rest on your on the bottom in any order. So how does this stack up to the Empath? The Empath's just better, right? Like in your average deck?
I believe that very few decks are going to want to take Sylvan Messenger over Empath.
Which is weird because Empath is actually a common and Messenger is an uncommon. That's probably just better though, right? Because the elf deck wants this, but everybody else is kind of like, eh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And which is good for people who want to draft Sylvan Messenger. No one else is sniping it. But it also means that it's just not all that impressive unless you're actually getting there on elves. So running the numbers again, what if you have 12 other elves in your deck, not counting this card? You're like 78% to hit, a little under 79% to hit one elf, which is okay, but 4 mana 2/2 draw card like Shaman of Spring that can miss 20% of the time is not that impressive.
No, it's not.
And you're about 36% of the time to hit 2, and that 2 or more rather. That's with 12 elves. You can imagine decks with a few more, but I can't imagine a deck with 15 elves very reliably.
No,
there's just not enough elves to do that. So
plus, there's other good creatures that you're going to run in that color over an elf. Yeah,
I think this is a build around, and I think this is on the low end of build arounds. This is again. There's this elf deck that I guess I don't really know how you get into it because I haven't seen any card that's like you need to take 1,000,000 elves right now. There's just no card that screamed out at me like that. Maybe when we look at the rares, but if it's only the rares, then it's not going to happen all that often either. So if you end up with a bunch of elves, I guess maybe you do take this and you do play it, but you're not starting on this card.
Yeah, exactly. I think, and if there's one in your draft pod and you're the elf deck, you're probably going to get it whenever you want. So like a D on the build around, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's like in the elf deck, it's like a C. It's a mid-range playable in the elf deck.
All right, Timberpack Wolf is next. Love this guy. 1 and a green for a 2/2, which is already okay, and it gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control named Timberpack Wolf. So this is that collect them all that you mentioned before, part of that cycle. And this is a common, so you can pick up 2, 3, 4 of these things, and if you happen to draw like 3 of them in a game, it's absurd. 2 of them's pretty darn good too. But if you've ever had 3 of these on the battlefield at once, especially in any type of curving out type situation, they dominate. I mean, these things just crush the board.
Yeah, I was never super high on this card just because I don't want to play a bunch of 2 mana 2/2s in my deck in general. That's not what I like to do, even though sometimes it is effective. And when you have 2 of these, when you draw both of them, yes, you get 2 3/3s, but when they kill one, you're back to 2/2. Mm-hmm. You have to worry about combat tricks because let's say you attack these 2 3/3s into their 2/2. If they block one and then kill the other one, all of a sudden they all die.
It's true.
You know, the house of cards tumbles quickly. That being said, you're really not paying a cost to play 2 mana.
Yeah, I mean, none of those things are that bad for you. You're a little unhappy about it, but like you traded a 2-drop for a removal spell and a 2-drop for a 2-drop in that scenario, and you're like, okay, you know, now my 4-drop all of a sudden survives or whatever because the removal spell's gone. You know, I don't know. It's like I just view those as having a lot of gravy, right? Like, because 2/2s for 2, I think you're okay with. You know, you'll play. Let's say you have 4 of those. I'll probably play 4 2-drops, maybe even a few more in an average limited deck. And if they happen to be those ones, I'm okay with that. Because the times when you do play 3 of them, it's absurd. And when you don't, it's okay.
Yeah, I guess no opportunity cost makes this fine. I still think this is just a C. I don't think I'm going to go much higher than that.
Okay. Yeah, I think C plus is a fair grade. We're not that far off on, you know, where, like, I'm not first picking them. You know, it's not that great. If I got 8 of them, I would. Or, you know, if I had 5 or whatever, I would be like, sure. But at that point, I've taken all of them and I could probably just wheel it anyway. So yeah, I'll go C plus on it. Next is Titanic Growth. 1 and a green instant. Target creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn. Solid mid-grade combat trick here. I mean, 4+4/+4 is huge.
+4/+4 is enough that it does mean you're going to win that fight. Odd situations aside, this means a 2/2 takes down a 5/5 and lives to tell a tale. That is good. It is not it's not a card I love. It's always been a solid playable. You do have to have enough creatures because, you know, in a 12 creature deck, it's just not that exciting. It does get, you know, destroyed by removal spells or even cards like Disperse, you know, the common blue bounce spell, which is not a great card, but it's a good card against Titanic Growth. So I think this is pretty normal, like C- D+ material.
Yeah, I have it at C-. It's fine. Undercity Troll. 1 and a green. Is this you?
I just like trolls. What can I say? It's one of my favorite creature types and pastimes.
Yeah, shocking. 1 and a green for a 2/2. It's a troll. It's an uncommon. It's got Renown 1, and you can regenerate it for 2 and a green.
This card is great.
There's a lot to like here.
So you play this on turn 2. They play their 2/2. You play your 3rd land and attack. And all of a sudden you've got a 3/3 regenerator. They can't chump it because you just regenerate, or they can't block it rather because you just regenerate. This card is very good.
It's fantastic.
Even later in the game when it can't get through, it still just blocks 5/5s and regenerates.
Yeah.
Or stacks up with other 2/2s to take down a 4/4 without dying. Yeah, I think this card's like a B.
I think it's a B-. Like, the 3 mana to regenerate is a steep cost. Like, that's a lot of mana to leave available. But a 2/2 with Renown 1 for 2 mana is a card that I'm already interested in. So even if I'm just viewing the regeneration as gravy, it still hits the B range for me. I have it at B-. I think this card's great. It's just super, super solid. There's just not much you can say bad against it. Valerian Wardens is next. It's 2 and a green for a 1/3 human monk, another uncommon, and it's got Renown 2. Renown 2 is a big one. There's not that many cards that have more than just Renown 1, and Valerian Warden's one of them. It is a 1/3 for 3, though, which is not great. But this part's great. Whenever a creature you control becomes renowned, draw a card.
This card is pretty solid. We talked about it a little, when it was one of the preview cards, and I don't think there's like a renowned deck exactly, but this is great in a deck full of renowned cards.
Yeah, it is.
That's certainly true.
Yeah, I think so too. And, it counts itself, right? So if you can get it through to get the renowned, it's going to become a 3/5 that draws you a card when it hits renowned. So there's a big incentive to get it through for damage. And then I think the best way to view its ability is not as like a card drawing engine, but more of a upside, right? Like sometimes you're going to draw an extra card or 2 off it besides that. But the main point, I think, is that it itself triggers. It gets its own draw card off its own renown trigger, and that's enough incentive right there to really just try to play a Valerian Wardens and get it through for damage once. I mean, they really can't let it. They have to block it. I mean, even if you played like a 2/2 before it, and then maybe even another 2/2 after it, like there's just not a reasonable scenario, even if they don't have profitable blocks where they can let your Valerian Wardens through. I mean, you draw a card and get a 3/5, like how are they supposed to let that through, right? So they have to dedicate at least a block to it, if not trying to trade or double block or whatever. And then all of a sudden your combat tricks can really reward you.
Yeah, this is the kind of card that makes me want to play Titanic Growth in my deck.
Yeah, there you go. Now, the problem, of course, being that if you do find yourself behind, a 3-mana 1/3 is pretty unimpressive in that scenario. It's not a disaster, but it's not good. So this card's not all fun and games. Getting a 1/3 through for damage does usually require a combat trick of some sort. I mean, it is quite blockable. With only the 1 power and the double, they have 2/2/2s. They're just like double block it, right? And there's just no downside to them for that. It forces you to have something. So, I think this card is pretty well balanced. I have it at C+. I don't think it goes into the B range. It's just a little too steep to actually get it renowned for me, to put it in the B range, but I like the way that it affects the board. It is definitely one of those cards that just says you better have something, because if you don't, this thing's going to take over the board and draw me a card.
I think C+ is a perfect rating for this, because if it only triggered the card draw off itself, it would still be a pretty dangerous card. It's still the kind of card your opponent leaves 2 blockers for.
Yeah.
But it makes all the other renowned cards a little bit better. It plays well with tricks. It's not a horrible rate by itself. Yeah, I think C+ is good. You're going to be happy to play this card.
Yep. Vastwood Gorger's next. It's 5 and a green for a 5/6. It's a worm.
Not super exciting. This is kind of the meat and potatoes of green decks. If you've got some, Nissa's Explorations or what have you, or Nissa's Pilgrimage rather, you are going to want cards to cast with it, and this is a way to kill your opponent. It is large.
It is.
I don't think I'm thrilled about this. I think this is like a D+, but yeah, you'll play it and every now and then and be okay with it.
Yeah, it's easy to get caught up in all the fancy keywords, the renown, regenerate, blah, blah, blah. But sometimes just beef gets the job done, and Vastwood Gorger has that. So don't overlook it if you need a top end. It is perfectly serviceable as a top end card in your deck. Vine Snare is next. It's 2 and a green for an instant. It says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn by creatures with power 4 or less.
I know you love fogs, but even ones that have the advantage of, get fogging your opponent but not you. I don't know. I just don't see setting this card up very easily.
This card is awful.
Yes, I think this is an F, and sometimes you'll board it in.
It's really funny because I used fog as the example for best case scenario mentality for like a few years, basically. And they've somehow made a fog that is even more best case scenario mentality than just regular fog. Like this one requires you to do like crazy, board state backflips to get it to be great. And this might be my soapbox card by the time the set's over, but I think this card is bad. I think it's like, I don't, maybe you board it in. Is there a situation where that's true? I don't know. Obviously the dream would be to be able to have creatures with power 4 or greater, and your opponent has a bunch of small creatures. But, when that situation happens, it's like they're just attacking you. Like you've got a bunch of big things and they have a bunch of small things, and you need a fog in that scenario. I mean, I guess you could make them prevent some double blocks they did. I think this card's just awful. I give it an F.
It is not a good card.
Wild Instincts is next. It's 3 and a green for a sorcery. It says target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. It fights target creature an opponent controls.
Yeah, this is another permutation of, green fighting. This time it's sorcery and +2/+2. Sometimes, for 4 mana. Sometimes it's that for less mana conditional. Sometimes it's ++1 counter. All we know is that there's going to be a fight card in almost every set because it's just a good mechanic.
Yeah, it's a good mechanic, and it's a good thing that green gets the ability to interact with the opponent's creatures, but not in a way that other cards or other colors do, I should say. I have a feeling that Wild Instincts is going to be quite strong. It's a big tempo play. Your creature gets big, their creature dies. You get to attack a lot of times with that creature right away. This is sorcery speed, requiring you to have a creature that's within range of the creature you want to kill. It's 4 mana.
It doesn't have to be that close, though.
No, it doesn't have to be that close. That's true. It's just not efficient. But I still think that you're playing green, and this is it plays right into what green's trying to do. Green can make mana. Green has big creatures. I think Wild Instincts is going to be played a lot. I gave it a C+. It might even be a B-, but I think it's a C+.
I think C+ is where I'm going to land on this too. You're going to want to take it early when you're green, because green doesn't have that many opportunities for removal. But at 4 mana using your turn, you're not getting the permanent bonus like Hunt a Week did. You're not getting the sick turn 5s like with Savage Punch, where you got to also play a 3-drop or something along those lines. So my guess is that you're happy to play this card, but it does have the same vulnerabilities all the fight cards do. And at 4 mana sorcery, it's not knocking your socks off. I think C+ is a perfectly good rating for this.
Now, I will present you with one curve out scenario that is not that hard to imagine. Turn 3, Valoran Wardens, go. Right? Turn 4, land Wild Instincts. Kill your big thing, attack you. You've got maybe a 2/2 left over or something. I mean, or maybe you have nothing left over if you only made one creature. Valoran Wardens hits, you draw a card, it gets big. I mean, it does work well with some of the renowned curve outs. Next is Yeva's Force Mage. It's 2 and a green for a 2/2, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. It's an elf, by the way. Elf Shaman.
So this has a lot more value given the context of the set. Just works really well with Renown. The situation you just talked about with Valoran Wardens, works with this Yeva's Force Mage as well.
Totally. I think this card is sweet. Your opponents are going to want to try to block your Renown creatures, and this makes it a lot harder to do. The 2/2 for 3 mana is not that exciting, but when you get a free +2/+2 until end of turn, it ends up being worth at least a card, maybe a little bit more than a card. I think this is a card we're going to see game in and game out, and I think it's like a C+, maybe a C+ if you have the right deck, and a C in kind of a normal deck.
Yeah, I would say most of the time it's going to be a C. You're not going to be that excited, but once you're at like 5 or 6 good Renowned creatures, all of a sudden, yeah, it gets a little more interesting.
Speaking of interesting, this card's sweet.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how good it is right now. I'm looking at this like, wow.
I don't know. So it's Zendikar's Royal. It's 3 green for an enchantment. Now, again, we have to hammer on this whole doesn't affect the board thing, right? You play your 5-mana enchantment and you say go, and there's going to be a decent percentage of the time that your opponent's like, sweet, you're dead. But this is what it does. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you get a 2/2 elemental creature token for free.
Yeah.
Just
so it has landfall.
Yeah.
But it's not written out because this set doesn't have landfall, which is kind of funny. But
that is funny.
Every land is now a 2/2 green elemental token. My instinct is that this card is good. It gives you a decent amount of value as the game progresses. It is a high upfront cost, but once you get 2 creatures out of that's already very good. And it has the capability of getting, 3 or 4 creatures over the course of a normal game.
It does. Ramping it out seems particularly good, especially using creature mana.
This is Pilgrimage, anyone?
Yeah, you can do that later in the game or even in the middle part and get a whole bunch of things. It's weird. I would say that like your average case scenario is you play this on turn 5. If you don't die, you play a land, you get a 2/2. Next turn, maybe you play a land, maybe you don't, but by the next turn you probably will have played another land, and now you're kind of even money on it, right? You've got 2 2/2s for your 5 mana, which I think is reasonable. Very slow though. Man, that card's slow. But I can definitely see scenarios where the card just takes over, right? And now all of a sudden, any draw, remember, go back to Zendikar, one of the great things about Landfall that people really loved was that it made it so that your late game draw steps just felt better because sometimes you drew a land, but that gave you a landfall trigger for something, and that's what you're getting here too. God, this card's slow. I have a hard time giving it too high of a grade, but it does seem powerful. Like my gut just tells me that there's going to be games where this thing just ends up taking over.
Yeah, I think it's a build around because you can really only play it in decks that has lands. But once you meet that condition, it is a control card. It's not a build around. It really isn't because you can just put it in any deck and have it be okay.
Right.
It is a card for decks that want to play to the late game. I think it's quite powerful. My instinct is that it's like a B- in control decks, okay. But maybe that's tempered by the fact that just some decks aren't that interested in it.
Yeah, the interesting part, of course, being that it's green as well. Is there a green control deck? The card's not splashable. So, kind of it goes to the question of what is green trying to do in this format? And, we'll probably have to play it to get a good idea of that. But we've seen some pretty defensive stuff with the spiders and stuff like that. So, maybe you're green-black, you got removal, you've got, fetid imps and spiders, and you're just sort of holding your ground, and then you just use that thing to take over the late part of the game. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I don't know. I like the card. I think it's really cool too. Let's go B- on it.
Yeah, I like B-. I'm into the Royal.
That's pretty good. You actually got me. All right, white. We are nearing the home stretch here. We've got white and then blue and a few gold cards to cover, and we'll be out of here. White cards are pretty straightforward. There's a few weird ones, but this first one is very straightforward. It's a Crow and Jailer. It's white for a common 1/1. Boo. It's a human soldier, and it has 2 and a white. Tap it to tap a creature.
I do not like this card.
So inefficient. Oh.
It's not efficient. It doesn't do that much by itself, and getting renown through is part of the joke, I believe, just because, hey, you've got these renowned creatures, you really want to get them through once, and paying 3 mana to get them through once is okay. But, I just don't think that's a really good way to try to plan out your game.
I don't either. I think a Chrono Jailer is really bad. I think 3 mana is just too much, especially considering it doesn't really affect the board in any other way.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy giving this like a D-. Moving
I'm D-
on.
too.
I don't think it's straight unplayable because sometimes you just need another creature, and it does do, it does have an actual good effect. It's the kind of card that's not good, but at least its ability is actually powerful. It's just hideously inefficient, but that's better than like a 3 mana 1/2 is just not going to be good ever. Whereas this at least has the upside is that it is good when it works.
Yeah, I'm exactly what you said. Next is Amprin Tactician. It's 2 white for a 3/3 human soldier at common. When it enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. All of them.
This is like a slightly bigger Yeva's Force Mage. It's a 3/3 instead of a 2/2. It gives a smaller bonus, but it distributes it among all your creatures. And I like this card. I think it's a good part of any deck that's looking to attack the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see it with Dragon Fodders and Thopter tokens and whatever. That's the kind of thing that you want to do is go wide. That's where you get the real value. It's a 4 mana 3/3. Not that exciting, but not bad, right? Like you're never playing that and just saying like, well, it didn't do anything. It did do something. So I think the card's decent. I gave it a C+.
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm probably just going to give it a C, I think.
Okay.
It's just a fun
I always like
card.
the upside. I mean,
yeah.
Like I think would you think that a 4 mana 3/3 is a C? It's more of a C minus, right?
I think a 4 mana 3/3, especially in this day and age, is like C minus, maybe even D plus, just because it's not that impressive. I think the ability here bumps it up to a C, not a C plus.
Okay. Anointer of Champions is next. It's white mana for a 1/1. You've seen a theme here. This one's an uncommon, but this one's kind of interesting. You can tap it to give a target attacking creature +1/+1 until end of turn.
I don't know how much of a veteran you are, but this card has been around a few times.
Oh, I'm a vet.
Yeah.
I vastly disrespected it in its previous incarnation and was punished M11. Deeply for it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, this card's awesome.
It's very good. It's way better than it looks.
We rail about 1 mana 1/1s, but 1 mana 1/1s with great abilities are still great. And this card is deceptively powerful. It makes it so when you attack, your opponent just frequently has no good blocks. Yep. You can attack 2/2/2s into a 3/3, and what are they going to do? Trade a 3/3 for a 2/2? You get to attack, your whole board of creatures into theirs, and they have to treat all your creatures as if they're one bigger.
Yep. It's really sweet. Downsides. Pretty obvious. 1/1 for 1 doesn't do a whole lot. Also, doesn't do anything on defense. So it has significant downside. Yeah.
And needs friends, but in a set with Renowned, it might be even better than the last time we saw it, which is probably why it's uncommon. I wouldn't be surprised if this got tested at Common and they're like, wow, this is annoying.
That's a good point. I bet you that did happen. Yeah. So you want to be aggressive, you want to be Renowned, and you do want to play Anointer of Champions. In the right deck, this card absolutely shines. It really does. Turn 1 Anointer of Champions is a huge groan test passer. If you're sitting on the other side, you're like, oh no. Because you just get whacked over and over and over, and it's so hard to come back. And if they've got renowned creatures on their side, forget it. Right? Because we've seen this. Like once one of these things gets going, it becomes way bigger than anything your opponent's doing for a long time. Again, I'm going back to Fetid Imp here and saying I love that thing. And these are some of the reasons is that, they can get through a renowned creature ahead of time. Anointer of Champions. What kind of grade? I mean, look, we've said it's very good when it's very good, but it's very bad when it's bad too. So it's hard to go, totally nuts on the card. But assuming you're in an aggressive white deck with maybe some renowned creatures, it does really pull its weight. What kind of grade do you want to give it?
In the deck that wanted, I actually do think it's a B minus.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, it's probably closer to a C plus because you can't take this third pick and be super high confidence that you're going to end up in that deck.
Yep. Yeah. Don't overlook it though.
Definitely not. It's going to be underrated. People are going to listen to this. They're going to hear what we have to say. They're going to underrate it just because that's how things work.
I know. I was guilty myself when it was the veteran, and now I'm like, okay, I'm not making that mistake again. And I really like what you brought up about it being an uncommon. That's super interesting, and I definitely think you're right. Oromancer's next. It's 2 and a white for a 2/2, and when it enters the battlefield, you may return target enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand.
The most obvious combination is Oromancer plus Weight of the Underworld, because it's a removal spell that is an enchantment that is going to go to the graveyard a decent amount of the time. It can also pick up, killed or otherwise messed with Claustrophobias or Suppression Bonds. And I suppose it can also pick up the Scar enchantment that draws you a card, which is a bit of a effort to draw an extra card. But hey, if there's a Blightcaster deck, Oromancer's probably pretty good in it. Overall,
how many how many enchantments do you need?
Thing is, I'm not super high on Oromancer because a lot of the good enchantments stay in play. Again, Suppression Bonds and Claustrophobia, they just sit there most of the time. So I think this is a build around, and it's probably like a C level build around. I would give it a C in the build around category. If you have a couple enchantments, this is going to draw you a card every now and then, which is playable but not very exciting.
Yeah, this card ultimately ends up being not that exciting most of the time. C seems fine. Even Battle Priest, 6 mana for a 3/3 with flying. Ouch. That, for the record, does not pass the vanilla test. And when it enters a battlefield, you gain 3 life. I'm just shooting this thing right out of the sky. This card just does not seem good to me.
I'm not willing to fight this battle. I'm also fine with dismissing this. I think this is playable if you need a 6-drop.
Yeah, D-. And
it is a little defensive, but I would probably give it a D-.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be embarrassed to put this in your deck, but you should not be happy either.
Exactly. You should be embarrassed. This card sucks. Jesus. Next one. Creepiest artwork award goes to Blessed Spirits, 2 and a white.
This isn't the creepiest artwork, it's just the saddest, especially when you can combine the flavor text.
Fair. Saddest one, yeah. Wait, what is it? Oh my God. I didn't read that. That is just, I'm like tearing up over here. All right. So 2 and a white for a 2/2.
So what people don't realize is Marshall and I just took like a 10-minute break. He edited that out.
Yeah, right.
There's no way to know.
So I did not. So 2 and a white for a 2/2 flying spirit. It's an uncommon. And
all right. I'm in already.
I'm in. Yeah. So we have Windrake status, which is thumbs up. And then whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on it. And, let's be clear here, right? You don't need to build around Blessed Spirits to make it good. And it's blessed, right? I don't say Blessed Spirits.
Yeah, it's Blessed Spirits, I believe.
We don't need to build around this card,
but
right?
As we established with that test, you're not a pronunciation scientist.
That's precisely what I am.
You actually wrote the book on pronunciation in that you are hired to do a pronunciation guide.
It is true. I do write that. Yeah.
Yet you still got carried wrong. Interesting.
Interesting. So this card's good on its own. And then
it's good on its own.
God, if you get in a +1/+1 counter on it, hallelujah.
Right.
That's great.
If you can get 1 counter on it, it's great. And it's not that hard to get 1 counter on it. You're just going to naturally have like 1 to 3 enchantments in your deck a lot of the time. Well, the number's probably closer to 1, but still, you'll naturally have an enchantment in your deck a lot of the time. And if you have Blessed Spirits, you're not going to do that much, but, extra work to enable it. This is not an engine card or a build around. It just means that you're slightly more likely to want to play that Weight of the Underworld or take that Weight of the Underworld over an equivalent card. Still, you don't have to do any work. This card is good.
Yeah, this card's just good on its own. I don't think I'm willing to go into the B range for it. I just don't think you're getting that counter often enough to justify it. So I would give it a C+. Like I consider this a Windrake with random upside, which is a solid card. Like it's pushing into the B- range, but I just don't see these counters, flowing onto the spirits that often here.
Yeah, I think C+ is an acceptable grade for this.
Celestial Flare is next. It's one of the sort of premium removal spell. Well, I shouldn't say premium. It's one of the premier removal spells for white, even though
not premier either.
Fluctuates greatly. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to say it's one of the main removal spells that you'll see for white. Even I'm not trying to say that it's good.
Let's just do another take.
Don't do takes. White
Mark's
instant.
just edited out like 4 takes.
But left one in. White instant. Target player sacrifices an attacking or blocking creature.
So this card plays well. It's cheap enough that...
No, it does not play well. Why did you say that?
I think this card actually is very interesting. I like playing with this card.
Okay, so explain how it actually pans out in a game so people can get an idea. Because it's a little bit weird.
It is a weird card because it's got 2 conditions. One is that the creature has to be attacking or blocking. Mm-hmm. And 2 is that your opponent has the choice of which creature they sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. So if they attack with, say, 3 creatures.
So if they attack with 3 creatures, you can cast this, they can sack their worst one, you can block. The thing that a lot of people don't realize, and I know this because I mentioned this in my written set review, and a lot of people are like, oh wow, that's awesome, is that they attack you with, let's say, a 5/5 and a 2/2, and you have a 2/2 and a Celestial Flare.
Yeah, this is tricky biz. I love this stuff.
Block your 2/2 with their 2/2. Take the 5. All right, yeah, you're at 20, you can take it. The 2/2s trade, and then in the end of combat step, cast Celestial Flare on them, and their 5/5 is still considered attacking.
Yeah.
So
it's a super important interaction that is very not intuitive. So if you play on Magic Online, you're going to want to set a stop on your end of combat, which most people don't have. And if you're playing in real life, you're going to need to be able to explain that to your opponent. You're going to need to be able to say that damage can happen, but but we're not leaving combat, and it's very easy to do because you just say, I'm still in combat. Like, so damage happens, the creatures go in the yard, and just say, hey, we're still in combat. I'm on the end of combat step. And that will allow you to do things like this. And like you said, the creature, even though it's already done damage in end of combat, is still attacking, and you can use it. But you do have to whittle them down to only 1 creature left.
Yeah, and that's some work, but, often the creatures that you wouldn't want to be sacrificed to this are not creatures your opponent can afford to attack with.
Exactly, because they just get blocked, right?
Right. They have a 6/6 out, and you really want to Celestial Flare it, but you're worried about their 1/1? Well, their 1/1's not attacking into your 2/2. Their 2/2s aren't attacking into your 3/3s. They're just going to send in the 6/6, and you're going to flare it. So it's actually better than a normal edict in that respect, because they have to put their creatures in danger, which means their cheap, crappy creatures often can't rumble.
Right, and same thing on blocks, right? If they have a bunch of small creatures and you attack with your 4/4, them blocking with those doesn't really get them anywhere. They're going to have to block with their big creature to try to get you, and you can flare them. And
it's especially good against double blocks, because if you attack with your 5/5 and they double block with a 4/4 and 2/2, it doesn't matter which one they sacrifice. You're winning that fight.
Yeah.
Add to that it costs only 2 mana, and that you don't get that punished for leaving mana up. One of the disadvantages to cards like this, like, we see, frequently we'll see the Divine Verdict, 3 and a white, kill an attacking or blocking creature. Good opponents will often be like, oh, you left 4 mana up on turn 4? All right, play creature, go.
Yep.
Well, with Celestial Flare, you can play around the flare much easier, or you can play your game around it much easier, because you can play a 3-drop on turn 5. Maybe it's still suspicious, but you didn't cost yourself that much.
That's right. Yeah, and when you're really playing some Magic, you'll see players that know that they can get in the air with that 6/6, and they need to get that damage in, and they will just send in a creature to its death to play around Celestial Flare, because if all they're trying to do is get the damage in, then that does actually accomplish that goal.
Yeah, I like a lot of things about this card. I've talked a lot about why I think it's good. It's still just like a C, though.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
It's a lot of words to describe that, but that's because it's an interesting card. It's got some interesting counterplay to it.
Would you say it's premier?
No, I wouldn't say it's premium. I would definitely not say it's premium.
Okay.
I would just say it's solid.
Okay. Yeah, I give it a C as well. This is a card that you're going to see get a lot of play. I mean, in your worst case scenario, you are killing something with it, right? Like, you do get to kill a Thopter or some random something. So it's hard for it to be, completely dead. That said, its value will fluctuate a lot. Charging Griffin is next. It's 3 and a white for a 2/2 with flying. And whenever it attacks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So it's a 3/3 on the attacks, and it's 2/2 on the blocks.
Yeah, that's pretty upfront stats, which, again, as we're saying about a lot of cards, if you're attacking, you'll want this card. If you're not that interested.
Yeah. Ultimately, it's a fairly mediocre card. The attacking decks are quite interested in it. A 3/3 attacker in the air piles on a lot of damage quite quickly. It ends up being like in the C range, though, on average.
I would say it's just a C.
Yeah.
Sometimes later in the draft, you'll be like, oh yeah, I actually do want this card, and it's a little better, but for the most part, you're fine taking it as C. I'll play this card in my control deck sometimes just because it is a way to close out the game, but I'm never super excited about it.
All right, I don't ever play it in my control deck. Are you crazy? It's a 2/2 for 4. What are you doing?
Yeah, sometimes you do need to actually win the game.
No, I don't worry about that. I just figure it'll happen one way or the other.
I mean, you don't play it in your 6-creature pure control deck, but when I say control deck, I just mean deck that only has a couple 2-drops and isn't really trying to curve out. These decks still play. Yeah, that's more like a mid-range deck, but honestly, again, 80% of limited decks are mid-range decks.
Yeah,
so.
right. They're just on that scale somewhere. Cleric of the Forward Order is next. This is the white version of that gotta catch 'em all type thing. It's one and a white for a 2/2 human cleric. Shrug, sure. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life for each creature you control named Cleric of the Forward Order. So that is going to count itself. So you pay 2 mana for a 2/2, you gain 2 life. That's okay. If you play the next one, you will have gained 6 life. You'll gain 4 from the 2 that are on there, and then the 2 that you originally gained, which is a significant amount of life. They don't do much else. They're still just 2/2s for 2. So, I think that if you had a really good 2/2 for 2 with like relevant combat abilities, you would play it over this. But if you just need 2/2s and you're trying to be a beatdown deck, I think that the incidental life gain on this card is perfectly fine.
It's funny because this card is the least cost in terms of if you don't collect more, that playing exactly one is still fine. Mm-hmm. But it also is the least payoff.
Yeah,
it doesn't get much better. Having one of these in my deck in my draft does not really make me want to take a second one that much.
No.
I'll take a second one if I need another 2-drop, but I'm not like, oh, I have 2 of these, now I really need a third. It's more like, oh, I have 2 of these. Oh, look, a third. I guess I'll just still take the Celestial Flare.
Yeah,
so,
and the reasoning is because even if you gain a ton of life, you still just have 2/2s, and as we know, limited is all about board state.
For 2.
Yeah, exactly. Limited is all about board state, and even if you jumped up to 30 life, if your board is all 2/2s, your opponent's going to be playing bigger stuff, and they're going to run you over, and all that life gain's not going to matter anyway. Card's just okay. I give it a C-. I like the upside. I like a little bit of life gain against some of the aggressive decks, but there's a lot of good 2-drops in this format, and I think that they're just going to outclass this thing pretty consistently.
Yeah, I think it's actually probably a C still, just because.
Yeah, you're right. It's got to be a C.
It's a 2-mana 2/2 that gains 2 life. That's a C.
That's a C for sure. Yeah, C it is.
Don't go overboard trying to draft a bunch of these. That's not the way.
I kind of want to see a screenshot of somebody at like 50 after having drafted 9 of them or something. But,
and still just losing.
And losing, losing to a 4/4. Consul's Lieutenant is next. This thing's scary. It's white for a 2/1 uncommon. It's a first striker with Renown 1. And whenever it attacks, if it's renowned, other attacking creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Yikes.
If you can hit Renown with this, it's great. It's a 3/2 first strike that gives your whole creature, your whole team ++1, your other team +1/+1 until end of turn. And the consolation prize of a 2-mana 2/1 first strike is still quite good.
Yeah, very good card. White is an issue. That's tough, right? Celestial Flare costs white, but you don't want to play it on turn 2 very often. You want this guy, Consul's Lieutenant, on turn 2 every time you can get it, and especially if you're on the play, because there's really nothing that can block it. If you go turn 2, Consul's Lieutenant go, it is going to get renowned, or they're chump blocking, because
unless they play a removal spell, that is just what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's just what's going to happen. Now that can be difficult though, because white on turn 2 isn't that simple. So you want it to be in your base color. It does get worse the later the game goes, but we talk about ceilings and floors a lot here, and I think that the floor on this card is still quite high. A 2-powered first striker for 2 mana with Renown 1, so it still draws respect, for being blocked. And then the ceiling is very high. I mean, geez, if it hits, the 3/2 first strike is tough to tussle with all the way up until turn 4 a lot of times for your opponent. And if you get a little army going and start pumping them up, you can just run over your opponent quickly. It also really punishes opponents who are stumbling. I mean, Renown does that in general, but this thing just puts the hammer down. So I'm a fan of Consul's Lieutenant. I'm wary of the white mana cost. I want to be base white. I want to be playing
really
10 planes.
You need 10 planes.
Yeah. But if I do, I'm quite happy to have this card in my deck. I think it's really good. I think a few things are holding it back. The timing on it specific, the fact that you really need it early and it's hard to get down early because of white kind of holds it back a little bit. But I think this is like a B- C+ type card. I'm going to actually just go on a C- on it though.
C-?
Excuse me. I think it's a B- C+. I'm going to go C+.
All right.
Sorry about that.
I'm leaning towards actually a B-. I think this is good enough when you play it turn 2 that it pushes it enough above average. It's so far above replacement level when you do that.
Yeah, that is true. The upside is so dang high.
And you're not paying that much of a cost. When you draw this on turn 6, it's still a 2/1 first striker, which isn't the end of the world. So
and it still demands to be blocked if you're beating down.
Yeah.
All right, I'm on board.
I like B-.
Yeah, you're right. Enlightened Ascetic is next. It's 1 and a white for a 1/1, and when it enters the battlefield, you can destroy an enchantment. It's a cat monk.
Even though there's a 1/1 body attached, again, this is just a sideboard card.
It's just a sideboard card, yeah. Next is Enshrouding Mist. It's white for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to it this turn, and if it's renowned, untap it. So we have met our renown enabler for some of these cheap renown creatures like Consul's Lieutenant and stuff, where you can make sure that it gets through. It also can be used reactively. No matter whether it's renown or not, it's getting a little bigger and you're preventing all the damage. So it can block and survive. It can block and trade. It can counter a burn spell or a few other types of damage spells. This card seems like a very efficient combat trick to me.
It is. It's 1 mana, and you are going to win the fight because the prevent all damage means that you're at the very least not going to lose the fight, and an extra point of power should be enough to turn the tables here. It means your 3/3 beats a 4/4 in a fight.
And I love 1 mana combat tricks too. The +1/+1 helps get it over the top. I think this card's just super solid. I gave it a C. Like, it's still a combat trick. It's not something that I'm, really excited about. But as far as combat tricks go, for 1 mana, I think we're definitely getting our value's worth from Enshrouding Mist.
Definitely. I like tricks that cost, not a whole turn, and this does not cost a whole turn.
Yeah. Especially with Renown in the format. Combat tricks are definitely something I have my eye on. I actually wrote a column about it, just because of that reason. Grasp of the Hieromancer is 1 and a white for an aura, and it enchants a creature. The creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. Now, this starts to ask the question, how badly do you want that renown?
This is a card do it. I'm not going to play very often, but it is sure going to beat the crap out of me.
Yeah, totally, man. This thing is so annoying. I don't actually think that on the average that it's that good of a card. I'm not a big fan of it, but holy smokes. They play it with their renowned creature, tap down your thing, your best blocker, attack you, force a chump blocker, or take the hit from the renowned creature. And, I think Grasp of the Hieromancer is going to enable those type of starts. The problem, of course, comes in when you draw it later and it's not as good, or if you get 2 for 1 from it, or your creature gets bounced or whatever. There's a lot of downside here, but it is a very immediate board affecting card. And that is going to mean that it's going to see some play here in the format.
Yeah, it's the kind of card that, if it works, it's very good. You put this on a 3/3, all of a sudden you're just smashing with your whole team every turn most of the time. But if they have a bounce spell or removal spell, all of a sudden you're just out, multiple cards. It's a bunch of mana. It's very high variance. I think it's not great. I think it's like a D+.
Yeah, I gave it a D. I just think it's, again, one of those cards that you're going to play sometimes, but not always. And
you will. Unanswered, it's very good. So yes. It has a high end.
Yes. Healing Hands is next. What does that thing do?
It does everything you want. It's 2 and a white for a sorcery. Target player gains 4 life. Draw a card.
God, that's bad.
Oh, it's not bad.
It does stone nothing.
It gives you 4 life for free.
It just does nothing.
At no cost.
Your opponent just attacks you for the 4 life, and you're like, great. Here we are.
I'm going to play this card and limit it a decent amount.
Oh, you are not going to play this.
Oh, yeah, I am. It enables spell mastery, prowess. Prowess is a thing.
It's so bad.
All right, maybe it's not good. Maybe
it's an F.
My first instinct, it's not an F.
What is
Definitely not an F. I think it's closer to like a D.
Come on.
In a control deck, this is a good way to make sure you don't get burned out, or if once you've stabilized to gain some life at low cost.
I just don't put a card worth of value on that.
Well, you don't pay a card.
Well,
you do draw a card.
Okay, sure. What I mean is taking the opportunity cost of it being in my deck.
I think this card's better than what you're saying. I think I initially was a little too high on it, but still, I think the card is okay.
Okay. Well, I think it's an F.
Okay.
Like, I don't think you should have this card in your deck unless you have a very specific reason for it.
Yeah, like wanting to win matches of Magic, I guess. Yeah.
No, I was thinking a little more specific than that. All right. So you said you're going to give it a D-ish?
I'll give it a D.
All right. We'll see. We'll keep our eye on Healing Hands. Luis gives it an A. I gave it an F.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Heavy Infantry is 4 and a white for a 3/4 human soldier. When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls. I like this card.
I do not, actually.
What don't you like about it?
You're paying 5 mana for a 3/4, which is not a good deal, and tapping a creature on turn 5 or later, like sometimes that's going to turn the tide, sometimes it's going to let you get a good attack in, but it's not like you're enabling your early renowned creatures. I think this card's a D. I think you're going to play it if you need another creature, but it's just not a good card.
Huh, I had it at C. My reasoning being, I think 3/4 for 5 is okay, right? It's below rate, but it's not super far. Like if it was a 4/4, it would be right there. And then I view it as a curve out card, right? Like you play a couple of renown things, but your opponent's got blockers. You play heavy infantry, and then you get to attack. You tap down whatever their biggest blocker is, and it can enable attacks. Now, this is the best case for it, right? I'm setting up a curve out scenario where you've already got a couple of creatures, hopefully with renown, and then you play your heavy infantry. But I don't think that's that far fetched. Like, if you've got like a green white deck, that's going to be a scenario you find yourself in somewhat often. And the 3/4 body it leaves behind is quite nice too. I had it at a C. I just think it's okay, but
I think it's a little worse than okay. But
all right, we'll keep an eye on that one. That's an interesting one. Knight of the Pilgrim's Road is next. It's 2 and a white for a 3/2 human knight with renown 1. It's a common. So very basic card here. It's a 3/2 for 3 and it's got renown 1.
I like this card. This is the sort of card I'm never going to be unhappy to put in my deck, just because a 3-mana 3/2 is a card that plays pretty well. It does get blocked by 2-drops most of the time, but it also can block 4-drops. 4-mana 4/3s die in combat to this. Renown 1 means if you hit them once, it becomes a very real card, and there's a lot of ways to make sure that happens. So I think this is just a solid C. You're going to play it, and you're going to be all right with it.
I agree 100%. Solid C, right down the middle, solid card. Ooh, this next one. This one's good. Knightly Valor is next. It's 4 and a white. It's an uncommon. It enchants a creature, so it's an aura, and it's like, I know you're thinking, well, why does he like this card? Well, this is why. When it enters the battlefield, you get a 2/2 white knight creature token with vigilance. You just get one. And the enchanted creature, so the one that you're actually putting Knightly Valor on, gets +2/+2 and has vigilance. And the way this ends up playing out, it doesn't read spectacularly, but when you actually play it, you're like, oh my God. You do have to be very selective about when you play it, because if you get your creature killed out from underneath a Knightly Valor, it is a disaster. Like, you don't get the knight token. You spent 5 mana and it all just goes away. But if you make sure that you find the right time to hit it, Knightly Valor comes down, and whatever random creature you put it on becomes huge and vigilant and can attack right now. And you get an extra 2/2 knight just in case anything else goes wrong. It has a huge effect on the board right now, immediately attacking you right now with a creature you didn't think you could. And you've got, call it 6 to 8 toughness and power on blocks too, thanks to the Knightly Valor, because both of the things have vigilance. This thing just is a big game swinging play. And, as long as you're careful with it, I think it can be a really powerful card. And I'm actually really high on it. I gave it a B.
Yeah. I think that people who had not played during Return to Ravnica will look at this card and think it's like a C-, because that's what we all did.
This what I did.
Yeah. And I'm guilty of it as well. And then you cast this card once or twice, or have it cast against you, and you realize, like, actually, this card's awesome. This card is a B. If you do not believe it, just play with it. This format is not so different than Return to Ravnica that I think that's good. It's going to fall drastically, and my estimation is that this card is a solid B.
I think so too. And if our opinion, on auras hasn't been made clear, the fact that we're saying that both of us like this a lot should speak volumes too. Kithion's Tactics is 1 white for a sorcery. It's a common. It says creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. It's 3 mana and all your creatures get that big. That's pretty nice. And with Spell Mastery, they also gain vigilance.
We see so many of this effect. Maybe it's just because the last block had, like War Flare and the Great Teacher's Decree and like one other one too, like Trumpet Blast, I guess was.
And then there was the Warrior one.
The Russia Battle. There's just so many. I wasn't super impressed with those, and those had more tokens. I don't really like this card. Yeah,
I like the price. I like that it's 3 mana +2/+1, but you need a lot. And I mean, I'm thinking Thopters, but white doesn't really get these Thopters, so I don't really know how you're playing the 1 double white spell in the Thopter deck. But hey, if you can, kill him with Kithion's Tactics. Otherwise, I'm with Luis. I'm not a huge fan of cards like this unless you're really, really able to abuse them. But if you're just playing like random 2-drops, I don't think this is the card that you want. I would give it a D. I think this is a type of card that you often, in fact, probably usually don't play, but occasionally you do.
Yeah, I think D is exactly where I have this as well.
Mighty Leap is next. It's 1 and a white instant. It's common. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn. Put this, like, how good of a combat trick is this? It's like, it's either going to be a C-, a C, or a C+, cause it's a decent one. Keeping Renown in mind, like, does this go up for you?
Not that much. It doesn't go up in the sense that I do not anticipate casting this to give flying and attacking to get Renowned. That seems actually quite mediocre.
Okay.
Where I think this shines is just when you attack the renowned creature and they block and you use it to win the fight. That being said, it's not super impressive. I think of those options, I'll give it a C-. It can't be worse than a C- because it is a 2-mana playable combat trick. They can sometimes end the game in a surprise fashion, but I'm really not excited about this card.
No, it's hard to make room for these type of cards too. I gave it a C-. This next one, oh man, Murder Investigation is back because we needed this. 1 and a white for an aura. Enchant creature you control. This is an uncommon. When an enchanted creature dies, you get X 1/1 white soldier creature tokens onto the battlefield where X is that creature's power. Ooh, this is a reprint, and man, this card was bad before. I have no reason to think that it would be any different here.
No, the card is not good. It is too little reward for a lot of work, and you incur a lot of risk when you're trying to do it. It's not worth trying to set this up.
No, it's not. Is there any thought about like a Nantuko Husk Murder Investigation scenario?
That's kind of cute, I guess. You sack a bunch of creatures to husk, and then sack the husk, and then
spew out.
I don't know. You kind of spun in circles there, but
yeah. I mean, you do get more. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe there's a few, cute interactions. But if you want to win games of Magic, Murder Investigation is not a great way to go about it. Remember, you're still incurring all the risk of a regular aura too. Like Murder Investigation, my creature, and remember. You don't want to put it on your tiny creature. You want to put it on your big creature because that's how you get all the things. And your opponent's like, kill it in response. And you're just like, all right, I quit. I actually just think it's an F. I don't think that you should be playing cards like this. Maybe somebody will show me some cool combo that I hadn't thought of. But at face value, I think Murder Investigation is the old F ball.
Oh, yeah.
Patron of the Valiant is 3 white for a 4/4 flying angel. At uncommon. Do I need to tell you more? Or, I can tell you more.
You really don't. There is more words, but 95% of the card is already been stated.
Yeah, it's true. Especially in this case, when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. So whatever, some of your renowned creatures, who cares? You're getting a 5-mana 4/4 flyer with random minor upside. I'm in. This card is fantastic. This is like, to me, a classic B+ type card. These are the ones that pull you into the color, right? We talked about that on the grading scale. A B is a card that that makes you want to play the color, and opening up a Patron of the Valiant does exactly that.
Yeah, I think this is just a solid B. I wouldn't give it a B+, but yeah, and the ability, it is trinket text. It doesn't give you a ton of value. You shouldn't draft very differently because you have this, but every now and then you're going to get 1 or 2 counters out of it, and that's going to feel great. So
that's going to feel awesome. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with this card.
Yeah. Great card. Sentinel of the Eternal Watch. What does this thing do?
It's 5 and a white for a 4/6 giant soldier. Has vigilance and says at the beginning of combat on each opponent's turn, tap target creature that player controls.
Wow. That's actually kind of sweet.
Yeah, this is a card.
This is like a real card.
As loath as I am to bust out too high of ratings, I'm torn between giving this a B+ or even an A-.
This actually does start to reach into that territory because of the whole, how good is this when you're behind? This card's insane when you're behind.
Yeah, I actually think this is just an A- because it's not a full-on bomb, but how do you lose the game when this is in play?
How do you lose the game if it's in play?
Your opponent's biggest creature's tapped down. You have a 4/6 vigilance, which is going to presumably get to attack every turn and block quite well. And when you play this, immediately you get to tap something as soon as you pass the turn, assuming your opponent doesn't kill it before they attack.
Wow, I'm really impressed.
It's also a 4/6.
It's huge.
You can't kill it with Reeve Soul. You can kill it with both of the 5-mana black spells. Mm-hmm. You can't kill it with any of the enchantments. The red cards don't kill it. This is a very hard card to kill as well.
Wow, I'm really impressed. Sentinel of the Eternal Watch, you have blown my mind. God, can I go to A- for a card like this? I think I can. It dominates the board. It just simply dominates the board. I'm going to give it an A-. Card's incredible.
I'm on board.
Wow, what a sweet card. Stalwart Avon is next. It's very simple. Again, it's 2 and a white for a 1/3 with flying, and it's got Renown 1.
I like this card because I already like 3 mana 1/3 flyers a decent amount.
Yeah.
I found that combination of stats and ability to be better than it looks.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'm happy enough getting a 2/4 flyer some of the time when I cast my 1/3 flyer.
Yeah, and of course, the obvious thing here is that Renown's all about getting in to hit your opponent, and the fact that this has flying makes that so much easier than any of the ground creatures. You can get this thing Renowned pretty easily, I think, most games. I think it's very solid. I have it at C. I was going to go to C+, but then I realized the ceiling on it's like a snapping drake, or not snapping drake, but whatever it's called, a 2/4 flyer, which is a pretty good card that you would take and play most of the time, but it's not anything really exciting. It's between C and C- for me. I decided to go C.
Yeah.
I keep saying minus, C+. I meant between C and C+. Sorry. I don't know why I keep doing that, but
I like C+ on this. I don't think you can go much higher, but it is near the top of the C range.
Yeah, it's a solid card. All right, speaking of solid cards, here's a good one. Suppression Bonds. 3 and a white for an enchantment aura. It's a common. So you're going to see these around pretty often. Enchant non-land permanent, anything. The enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. So this is basically arrest for any non-land permanent. This card's sweet.
Yeah, it is a good card. I think arrest is generally better than limited because how many non-creature permanents are you really putting this on?
Yeah.
But this is still a removal spell. You pay 4 mana, their creature stops doing things. It's vulnerable to enchantment removal. Bounce spells do get you out of this, and it still leaves them something to sacrifice. But this is premier removal, unlike the thing you were saying before, which was Celestial Flare.
Right.
No, this card's fine. I still think it's in this. Yeah. No,
I have it at B.
You probably have to give it a B. I don't like that doing that, but yeah, this is the world we live in, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. 4 mana is now what we pay for our pacifism-ish effects for sure. I have Suppression Bonds at B. I just think it's the kind of card that you're like, yep. Also, notably, it's 3 and a white, so it will be splashable if splashes are something that are happening. So interesting. What does Swift Reckoning do?
Swift Reckoning is an interesting card. It's 1 and a white for a sorcery. It destroys target tap creature. All right. That's already fine. You would play
That's okay,
that.
yeah.
But it also has Spell Mastery, which means that if there are, 2 instant or sorceries in your graveyard, you can cast it as if it had flash.
That's
so
great.
You can cast it as an instant. What that means is, early in the game, this kills anything that hit you, which is, again, fine. You will play this certainly in any control deck, and still in the aggro decks. It's only 2 mana. Aggro decks still get attacked, and this does kill the creature they hit you with it. Later in the game, it just kills the creature as soon as they attack. So you don't even take a hit from it. This is a good piece of removal. This is, I think, just another B.
Yeah, I think I have it at B-. I'm thinking of a card like Assassinate, which is never, super great, but you play most of the time. And this one has significant upside on it, being a full mana cheaper and sometimes having flash. I think this card's good. I gave it a B-. Also, that lion is really cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Topin Freeblade. Another pretty simple Renown card. It's 1 and a white for a 2/2 with Vigilance and Renown 1.
That is a very simple card with some good text. And
it's good.
This is definitely strong. I think this is another C+. White just gets these good Renown commons that it's not paying for.
Yeah, infinite 2-drops too. Man, this deck can really be
2
quite
mana
aggressive.
for a 2/2 Vigilance is decent. Getting Renown 1 on top of that without any extra mana cost, it's quite good.
I think so too. And I think what we're going to see with Renown is that if you can draft a deck with multiple Renown creatures, like a lot of them, you will sometimes have a scenario where you have like a Topin Freeblade and like a 3-drop Renown creature, and you attack with both expecting one of them to trade and the other one to get Renown. And I think that's something that's going to happen fairly frequently, and commons like Topin Freeblade help enable that scenario. All right. An Elmer-ish creature, Totem Guide Heartbeast.
Elmer, come on.
I guess it says Antelope, doesn't it? But people think it is, so it is. 4 and a white for a 2/5, and when it enters the battlefield, you can search your library for an aura card, reveal it, and put it in your hand. Now, having just talked about Suppression Bonds, I'm seeing some nice synergies here.
It's a 4 mana 2/5 that draws you a good card when it works.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 5 mana 2/5 that draws you a good card when it works. That's a good deal. I like this card in Rise of the Eldrazi.
Yeah.
Just because 5-mana 2/5, it's weird stats. You don't see a whole lot of 2/5s running around, but 5-mana 2/5 is not that bad. It blocks quite well.
Yeah, if you're looking to block, it actually does a good job of it.
And drawing a card is drawing a card, and this draws a spell. The question is, will you have a good spell to draw? And that's kind of up to the rest of your draft. If you have 2 suppression bonds, I would definitely play this card. If you have one suppression bonds, it's getting a little dicey because if you draw the bonds first, it's just not very good.
Yeah.
So, but 1 suppression bonds and say a way to the underworld, all of a sudden I'm back in, even though weight is worse than bonds.
Yes.
I think a good rule of thumb is that you want 2 cards to get with this, and ideally they're both good.
Yeah, I agree. I think so too. And I remember liking this card a lot too. If you are in that scenario, I think it's very good. I think it helps stabilizes your board and gets you a real spell. It would be like a B- there. I think its average case is probably more in the C+ range though.
Yeah, I think it's C+. You shouldn't really take it first. Like, if you have 3 random white cards that aren't suppression bonds and you see this, you're probably not going to take it.
No.
Once you have 1 suppression bonds, let's say you have a suppression bonds and you see the 6th pick, I'm probably inclined to take it at that point in pack 1.
Me too.
Once you have 2 good enchantments, I'm probably taking this over most equivalent cards.
Now, one thing to not do, though, is start taking bad auras just because you have a Heart Beast. I don't think that that's correct.
No, that's a great plan. You should definitely do it.
Valor,
do not do that.
Yeah, do not do that. Valor in Akros is next. It's 3 and a white for an enchantment. Whenever a creature enters a battlefield under your control, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So we've got this kind of yin and yang thing going of like, all right, I'm beating down. I want to be aggressive and I'm going to pump up my team. But then I'm going to play this 4-mana spell that doesn't do anything, right? Like it doesn't attack. It doesn't block. It doesn't, aid in the turn that you play it. So you really need a lot of creatures, period, on the battlefield, and then cards you can cast after Valor and Akros to make this thing good. And I think that's just asking too much. I think that it rewards your opponent for removal. Again, how many cards are you going to play in your deck that don't do anything? And this is going to be one of them. And is this the one that you really want to pick? I don't think it is. I think this card's kind of bad.
I think people are going to overrate this card because it looks pretty strong. Like, it looks like a powerful effect, but yeah, it just, all these things have to go right for this to be good. It costs you a whole turn to play. You have to play creatures afterwards. You you have had to have creatures in play before. Overall, I think this card, yeah, it's pretty close to an F. I could see in a deck with a bunch of dragon fodder, it moving up. In a sense, it is a build around. So there are times when this card will overperform, but overall it's not good.
No. And, we were talking just a little while ago about Kithian's Tactics, and that card's just a lot better than this one. And we didn't give that a high grade either. I think Valor and Akros is probably an F.
Yeah, I like F.
Not that it won't win a game for some people sometimes, but I think your average case is not going to reward you for that card.
Yeah, to be clear, when we say something's an F, it doesn't mean it can never win a game. It just means that you will generally lose value by putting this card in your deck.
Right. Next is War Oracle. This one's sweet.
Oracle.
What's that? Oracle?
Oracle.
Yeah, obviously. Jeez, I didn't see that. 2 white for a 3/3 lifelink with Renown 1.
This card's great.
She's good.
Again,
yeah.
Super simple. And you'd play a 4-mana 3/3 lifelink always. And a 4-mana 3/3 lifelink that gets bigger when you hit your opponent. Yes, this card is, I think, just a B.
I think it's a B-. I think it's super solid, though. I think that this is a card that you're never cutting from your white deck, period. So.
No,
and it's a high pick too.
And you do want to go out of your way to play it.
Yes. Yoked Ox is our last white card. It's white for an 0/4.
I want to give the Yoked Ox a D, but he looks pretty imposing and like he's been working out. So
he's yoked. You're fine.
Oh yeah. I didn't want to say that because I said that in my written set review, but you said it for me, so I led you down the path.
You got me.
It's like you had a ring through your nose.
So, this card is not main deckable. Is it sideboardable? I mean, is there
It's more of a sideboard card than anything else. I would say giving it a sideboard grade is what I'm comfortable doing. It is playable in a control deck that has a really good late game. But in general, you're going to side this in against a deck that has a lot of early creatures you want to block on the ground.
Yeah, and that is a viable thing here. It's
viable.
Renown.
It's still not actually that good.
I mean, remember Renown, right? Like this actually does, force them to have a combat trick or whatever to keep Renown off. So I don't know. I'm still not I don't think that's the best way to handle the scenario, but I could see at least a little bit of a niche for Yoke Docs on the sideboard.
I played this card in Constructed, by the way.
You did?
I don't know if you mentioned it in Constructed Resources.
No, we didn't. It somehow didn't make the set review.
That's for sideboard, man. There was a time and a place.
Oh God. Let's move on to our last color, blue, and then we have a few uncommons to cover, but this is our last big chunk here. And there's some sweet stuff in here, including my favorite card from the new set, which is not this first one. Anchor to the Aether is 2 and a blue for a sorcery. It is uncommon, and it says put target creature on top of its owner's library. Scry 1. That's probably like my second favorite card in this set.
This is a nice combination of effects.
I love this. God, you get to scry 1?
You get to scry 1. You're not down a card because your opponent has to redraw the creature.
That's right.
It also knocks off any enchantments. You also probably spent less mana than your opponent did, and it can reset things like Renowned, especially if your opponent put some work into trying to get that going.
Wow.
It's not direct removal or permanent removal in the sense that the creature does come back. I still think this is a B-.
I do too. I love cards like this anyway, and you're throwing in a scry 1? And it's for free, because like I don't remember what the card was called, but not that long ago we had 2 and a blue sorcery, put it on top of their library. And now we get scry 1 tacked on because it's an uncommon. Yeah, Anchor to the Aether, I'm a big fan. B-. I will definitely be taking that card highly and playing a lot of them, especially just because I hate losing to auras, and this thing just wrecks auras. Artificer's Epiphany is next. It's 2 and a blue for an instant. Draw 2 cards. Luis he's perked up.
As thirsty as I am for cards,
yes.
This makes you discard a card if you don't control any artifacts.
Yeah.
So it's draw 2 cards. If you control no artifacts, discard a card. That's just not a good deal. You're not going to have an artifact. Yeah, it's instant, but in limited, that doesn't matter all that much.
No, it doesn't.
This is too much work for drawing 2 cards. I like my drawing 2 cards, to be a little simpler than that.
You just want to make sure that if you're going to put a card in your deck and pay the mana, that you're getting your 2 cards.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the artifact decks, I don't even know exactly. They seem like they want to attack a little bit more anyway. So
yeah,
you're probably going to play this in a deck that has like 7 or 8 artifacts, but even then, it's not that big of a payoff. I think this is probably like a D-.
It's like a D-. All right. Aspiring Aeronaut is 3 and a blue for a 1/2 with flying, and it brings with it a friend, a Thopter, a 1/1 flying Thopter.
Yeah, this is not bad. It's not as good as the red ones, but it's still pretty good. It's 4 mana for a 1/2 plus a 1/1 is better than a 4 mana for a 2/3, I believe, because splitting up the creatures tends to be a little better against removal, and you're not winning that many fights against flyers anyway.
Yeah.
Plus, it gives you more targets if you have pump spells or auras, and having an artifact gives you value in this format. So
yeah. I think this card's okay. It looks inefficient, and it's not particularly efficient, but I do think the card's okay. I think we'll play it.
Part of it is that people see 4 mana for a 1/2 and just like, oh yeah, that's bad. But yeah, it's not. This is a C, but it's not worse than that.
Yeah, I agree. I like cards like this, and plus, if we see these artifact themes come up, then cards like this go up in value more. Bone to Ash is next. 2 blue for an instant. Counter target creature spell. Draw a card. It's a common.
Oh, this is one way to draw 2 cards essentially.
This is the hard way.
Yeah, unless you have a lot of instants, I guess maybe the fact that Artificer's Epiphany is an instant does matter for this. But unless you have a lot of instants, which is just not going to be the case most of the time. It is pretty punishing to leave up 4 mana, and if your opponent does something other than play a creature, it's really bad. I don't like this card. I like having it in some matchups, but I think it's a D/sideboard card more than a card I just want to run in my main deck.
I do too.
It is a great card in Sealed, by the way.
Yeah, it gets much better in Sealed for sure. Yeah, Bone to Ash unfortunately suffers from being too expensive. I mean, that's just the case. Like, the effect is very desirable. Creatures are what really count in Limited, and getting to draw a card off your counterspell is great, but 4 mana is just too clunky. What about Calculated Dismissal? What does that do?
It doesn't do a ton. I mean, it's fine. It's 2 and a blue, instant, counter target spell unless its controller pays 3, and then if you have Spell Mastery, you get an additional scry too. There are some things I like about this. First of all, it is going to counter a spell until like around turn 6. You can almost guarantee it's going to counter whatever they play, just because they're not going to play a 2-drop on turn 5 very often. Right,
and if they do, yay.
and it counters anything, not just creatures. So if you leave your man up, you're probably getting something out of the deal. Later in the game, the Scry 2 is getting close to drawing a card because you get to filter lands to the bottom when you don't need them anymore. So I guess the fact that it's passable early and passable late means it's probably just a passable card. It gets bad in multiples because once your opponent starts playing around them, it's bad to have that in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't really want it in the late game, even with the scry. I think it's probably like a C-.
Yeah, I have it at D+. I'm not a huge fan of cards like this. Like, it's not even a hard counter, and if I'm going to play a 3-mana counter spell, I at least want it to be like a cancel where I know I'm getting the thing countered. Some percentage of time this won't. That isn't a big percentage, admittedly, but still, I think calculated dismissal's just a little too pricey / conditional for what I want to do in limited. So I have it at D+. What about Clash of Wills? What does that do, and do you see it as better or worse than calculated dismissal?
So this is the third counter spell in a row. It's
yeah, it is.
Blue X sorcery, counter target spell unless its controller pays X. Okay, it's an instant.
Yes, it is an instant. It's also an uncommon.
It is, and I think it's significantly better than the other two because it fits any curve. If you have this card in your hand, your opening hand, you can just play it, on turn 2 or 3 or 4, whichever turn you're missing a drop, and counter your opponent's card. But then also it's fine in the late game because, yeah, you have to pay 6 or 7 sometimes, but presumably you didn't have anything else to do with that mana.
Right.
The fact that it just scales throughout the entire game and is just going to get a card is good. The fact that it's a counterspell means you don't have a choice about which card to get. When you leave your mana up on turn 3 and they play a bad 3-drop, you're still probably countering it.
Yeah, you kind of don't. That's just the cost you pay for playing counterspells in limited.
Yeah, so I think overall it's a fine play. Well, I think it's like a C+, actually.
Do you really? I have it lower. I have it at D+.
I like the fact that
maybe I'm just not valuing it.
It's just good at any point in the game. It is a removal spell of sorts, and if there's a lot of tricks in this format, counterspelling a trick is really valuable.
That is true.
That's often a 2-for-1.
That is absolutely true, because a lot of people will wait till blocks have already happened and then be like, I gotcha, and you Clash of Wills and now their creature gets eaten.
Yeah, maybe it's still just a C, but I don't know. I like the card.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I'm going to keep it at D+, but I'll probably get wrecked by it enough times to move that up. Claustrophobia is back. So 1 blue, enchant creature. It's an aura. When it enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature, and it doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. This is as close as blue gets to removal, right?
This is just removal.
I mean, it's just straight up, like, gets the thing out of the way and keeps it out of the way.
Yeah, you cast it on their creature, and you can attack through it. It can no longer attack, and it can't use tap abilities. Sounds like removal to me.
Yeah. I don't know why they keep printing this. It doesn't feel like blue should get this, but this card's just solid.
I like it more than Suppression Bonds. I think this is just a solid B.
Interesting. Yeah. I gave it a B-. It is still double blue and sorcery speed and still, can be knocked off later, but I just don't see a blue deck not playing their copies of Claustrophobia. The card just kills something. It's like very important.
No, and it's a card that you will go into blue for. It's a card that pushes you into it.
Yeah. What about Deep Sea Terror?
Deep Sea Terror is the kind of card that I like having one, but you really don't want more than one. It's 4 blue for a 6/6 Serpent. It's common. And it can't attack unless there's 7 or more cards in your graveyard. So it's a 6 mana 6/6 wall until a certain point, at which point it just gets to attack with, it's free reign. It's a good blocker. 6 mana 6/6 will stop almost everything on the ground.
Yeah, for sure.
And by the time the board's stable and you want to attack, often you'll be able to. Not every time. Sometimes you'll have this and play with 4 cards in your graveyard and you just want to be killing your opponent. But a lot of the time, especially in a blue deck that plays cards, like counter spells that go to the graveyard, or even, the various like card draw spells, or like a blue-black control deck with Read the Bones, like you can fill the graveyard. That's not...
It will happen one way or the other, yeah.
Eventually you'll kill your opponent. Obviously you don't play this in aggro deck, but aggro deck just wasn't going to play this anyway. So in a control deck or even a mid-range deck, this is a fine card to have.
Yeah, I think it's decent in a pinch.
It gets bad in multiples because you don't want that many 6s, and because having multiple of these that can't attack sounds pretty bad.
Yeah.
But so I'd give it like a C-.
Yeah, I gave it a D+. I think it can serve in a pinch as a finisher in a control deck, but it's not an exciting card.
Yeah, the first one I think is important.
Yeah, Deep Sea Terror. All right, I got my eye on that. Ooh, I like this next one a lot. It's Disperse. 1 on a blue, instant, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Luis, you and I have been talking, we talk about it all the time, but even on this episode about how removal's different now than it used to be, where the removal spells are generally more expensive or slower. And one thing that has been a result of that, of the many things, is that the blue bounce spells that are cheap, your unsummons, your disperses, have gone up in value in that time frame, because sometimes you just need a way to interact with your opponent's creature early in the game, period. You know, they put some egregious aura on their creature and start hitting you with it. It gets renowned really quickly, and it's going to just kill you before you get up to 5 or 6 mana. And a disperse gets the job done. On top of it, if you're patient and if you play it correctly, you can often get a card out of your disperse. You know, your opponent uses a combat trick, your opponent uses an aura, something like that, and your disperse now is neutral on card advantage as well, because of course the traditional knock on cards like this is that they're card disadvantage. They only act as a tempo play, but they don't actually solve the problem that you need to solve. But you can wait for the right moment to get it, and that moment does seem to pop up most games as well. And worst case, you know, you do just use it as a tempo play as well. I have moved cards like Disperse up my list more and more over the last few years, and I think this is a card that's going to be important in the format, and it's going to see a lot of play as well.
It's funny because I'm used to this card being quite mediocre.
Yeah.
It's shown up before in, I guess it was the Eventide or something like that. That
was it in Rise? No, that was something.
No, it was Lorwyn Block or Shadowmoor Lore.
Yeah, it was Morningtide. Yeah,
Morningtide. Yeah, Lorwyn Morningtide. I knew it was one of the tides.
Yeah.
And it was mediocre. You usually did not play the card. In that format, it was probably like a D.
Yeah, it was also in Scars of Mirrodin.
Yeah,
where it was also a D.
Also a D.
Yep.
I think I'm at C now. I think that the first Disperse you're just going to play. There's two
reasons
for that. One is that, well, there's actually a couple reasons. One is that both passive and suppression bonds means that sometimes you're just going to have a bunch of turns where you can save your creature from a removal spell. You can always save it from a 5-mana sorcery removal in response, but suppression bonds and claustrophobia mean you have infinite turns to do that. Anytime you draw Disperse afterwards, it'll work.
Yep.
It also, like you said, removal now costs 5 instead of 2. That just means it's a lot easier to anticipate, and it's more devastating when you play around it. And then I guess the last thing is there's just a lot of combat tricks, and this just does a good job of fighting against those. I think you want the first one. They do get worse in multiples because they're kind of air. They don't really do much. Like, they're not... Like, drawing 3 Disperses is quite bad. So the first one's pretty valuable, but the first one is a C.
I think so too. I have it at C+. Again, I'm kind of pushing this agenda a little bit here. I agree. The second one is way worse than the first, and the third is pretty much bad. Dreadwaters. Oh, you again.
Yeah. I remember trying to draft this deck in Avacyn Restored, and it did not work.
No.
I suspect the same will be true now. You're going to try to draft this deck. You're just going to be dreading the water when you just can't actually finish the job. You can build them down to 5 cards, and you still lose because you spent 3 of your cards doing nothing.
Yeah, so what it does is, it's 3 and a blue for a sorcery. Target player puts the top X cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard, where X is the number of lands you control. No, this card's just awful. I don't even care. Like, you're not milling yourself with it. It's like, this card's, to me,
it's a build around. It's so no matter what we're going to say, it's somewhere on that scale because it does absolutely nothing. It's funny because cards like this, they're not awful in the normal sense of like, yes, clearly this does absolutely nothing if you're not enabling it. The problem is this is still an F even as a build around.
Right. Because you can't, how do you enable it?
Nissa's Pilgrimage,
Getting more lands? Yeah, I mean, it's like you could find so many better things to do than play Dreadwaters. I just think it's an F no matter what scale you... I don't even want to put it on build around because that just like gives people encouragement that you might one day build around this card, and like I just don't think you should do that either. It's just, it's the F minus. I think Dreadwaters is just complete bottom of the barrel. All right. I know some people are going to like this card, and I'm going to feel bad to tell them that I don't like it, but it's Fairy Miscreant. We mentioned it earlier. Blue for a 1/1 flying fairy rogue at common, and when it enters the battlefield, if you control another creature named Fairy Miscreant, draw a card. First thing to note is that it's not for each creature you control named Fairy Miscreant like we've seen on some of the other. Instead, it's just if you have one or more, you draw a card. 1/1 flyer for 1, Luis. Put that on the test for us.
Well, 1 flyer for 1 fails. you will not play, and as we said in our trap episode, you should not play 1 mana 1/1 flyer. So the first one of this is always down a card, or down whatever portion of a card a 1/1 flyer is, because you can draw a card for second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. You can't draw a card for the first one. So you're already investing 1. I guess you could put 2 into play at the same time, maybe.
Ooh.
All right, now we're going a little deep.
Yeah.
The problem is drawing the second is necessary, and even then, I mean, I guess I would probably play. If I knew I would draw 2, I would play 2. Like if I knew I would always draw 2 at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably okay. You're paid 2 mana and a card for 2 1/1 flyers. That's pretty good. But first of all, you have to draw multiple. They have to survive. And yeah, when you just draw 1, it's so bad. The punishment for drawing 1 greatly outweighs the value you get from drawing 2 or even 3.
Right. That's sad because this card's cool. I like cards like this. I like the idea of, gradually building out a board and kind of going through my deck. But unfortunately, Fairy Miscreant just doesn't pull its own weight in the deck and is not worth playing.
Yeah, instead of trying to collect them all, try to collect 0. That's the real challenge. To be honest, if you can get like 5, this is probably good. Hitting with an Air Force of Fairy Miscreants is pretty sweet.
Yeah, that could be.
The odds that there are even 5 in the draft is very low. So don't take this over anything. I would take it over like nothing. Like, otherwise, empty packs, pick one up. Maybe you can end up with 5 at the end of the draft. I don't even think I would want to play this if I had 4 of them, though.
I don't think so either. I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
So yeah,
I guess we'll go D-. I
still think it's an F, and then just know that if you get a bunch, then yeah, you've got outs.
Then you've moved up to D. All right, F for Fairy Miscreant. Hydrolash. What does that do?
It's 2 and a blue. It's an instant. Attacking creatures get -2/-0 until end of turn. Draw a card. So
it's like the mini version of what was it?
Well,
Blinding Spray?
There's Blinding Spray, which was 4 and a blue for -4/-0 draw a card, and then there's Hysterical Blindness, which is 2 and a blue for -4/-0, no card draw.
No card draw.
So it's funny that it's actually the good spot in the middle between those two. Hysterical Blindness cost you a card and it wasn't worth it. Blinding Spray cost 5 mana and it wasn't worth it. Hydrolash at 3 mana, I think it hits the sweet spot. I like this card.
It's funny because this is the type of card that always gets overlooked, but I cannot find anything terrible about this card. You can cycle it if you need to, right? You don't have to wait until you can just be like, sure, play it, draw a card if you find yourself in that unenviable position. But this really does mess up combat. And I think that the way that people approach these is wrong. They tend to view it as, all right, this is going to be so sick. My opponent's going to attack with all their creatures into my board. And then I'm going to play Hydrolash and totally blow them out. The problem is that never happens because Magic isn't set up to encourage people to attack all their creatures into a board. They attack all their creatures into not a board. So that dream, I think, is something that you should set aside when you're thinking about Hydrolash. But that doesn't mean that it's bad because they also sometimes just attack a creature into your board. And then you Hydrolash and it shrinks it down where that creature's attack is no longer profitable or makes it into a trade that they wouldn't have had. And you're going to get to draw a card off the thing anyway. This is a classic 23rd card style thing where it often won't make the cut because it doesn't have a big enough effect. But I actually kind of like the card too. I don't think it's that terrible. I don't see myself main decking it too often though. I can't really say why because there's not a lot of downside to it, but I just don't think it'll happen.
In general, I think it's probably closer to a C- than anything else, but I think a control deck that's planning on leaving its mana up. Yeah, it's going to be, and has an okay amount of creatures. I think that they won't mind playing this.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm going to give it a D. I think it's just a card that you still won't play that often, but when you do, it could be good. Jessian Thief is next. Do you like this card, Louisa? Read it for us and give us your take. This card looks pretty cool to me.
I can only do one of the two. Do you want me to read it to you, or do you want to give your take?
I want you to read it then.
All right. That's the most valuable one, clearly. It's 2 and a blue for a 1/3 human rogue at uncommon. It has prowess, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So this card's very good.
So 1/3 prowess can become a 2/4 with a non-creature spell, which is pretty good. And it's a 3-drop. So
I already played Scroll Thief, which was exactly Jessian Thief minus prowess. And prowess is kind of the perfect ability to put on this card because this card demands blocking. When you attack with it, your opponent's going to want to block because otherwise you draw a card. So clearly they're blocking. Prowess just means any combat trick is, supercharged, and you can just play non-combat tricks and get value. You can even play sorceries then attack. If they have a 2/2 out and you just play a sorcery and make this a 2/4 and attack, what is your opponent going to do? You get a card either way. So I think the fact that this card can just run away with the game early and is still fine late, a 1/3 Prowess is not a weak card. I think this card's like a B.
Oh, wow. I was going to give it a B-. I thought I was going high on it. I think this card's sweet, too. I also just
dominant.
love cards like this because they warp the game state. Because one of the other things that happen is sometimes you play your Jessian Thief and say go, and your opponent actually has a bigger creature that was planning on attacking, and now they're like, oh, I don't want to attack. Because if I attack and then play a creature and you disperse it and hit me with your Thief, or, claustrophobia my creature and hit me with your Thief, I can start falling way behind very quickly here. And I love cards that don't even, it's just like a threat. It's just sitting there like, hey, I might hit you. You better respect it. And I think that's great. And then, of course, when you actually get to go off, the thing can just snowball where, you do find more bounce spells, removal spells, ways to just keep the Thief rolling. I think this card is sweet. I gave it a B-. I just think that these are the type of cards that offer a fairly unique effect and can really warp a game state. And I give a lot of respect to cards like that.
Agreed.
What do you think about this next 1/3?
Well, Maritime Guard is 1 and a blue for a 1/3. It lost prowess. It lost the ability to draw cards. It also lost a mana, I guess, and it also lost significant rating points. This is a straight up like D-.
D-. I mean, maybe even sideboard card. Like
it's a fine sideboard card.
Yeah, it's just
there
not
are
a card
matchups
you
where you
want
want this, but yeah, it is not good.
Negate is next, 1 and a blue, instant counter target non-creature spell. Are you in the camp of main decking Negate in limited or not?
In general, it borders between main deck and sideboard. Clearly, I have liked main decking it in many formats. I have to kind of play the format. It looks like a card I would main deck in this format. There's enough 4 and 5 mana removal spells and enough combat tricks, but there's also a lot of other counter spells, and counter spells do get worse in multiples. So I'm not 100% sure. I do like having one negate. I very heavily value having one. So I kind of rate it as a C in the sense that I want to have one in my pool, whether it's main deck or sideboard, but you probably don't need to take it super aggressively. My guess is you main deck 1 to 2 in sealed happily. You main deck 0 to 1 in draft, so it's closer to like a D+ in draft, but you really do want the 1.
Yeah, I think you summed it up. I have it as D+. I tend to not main deck them and bring them in when I think they would be good, but I don't begrudge anybody for main decking one. I think that can be good. I just prefer to main deck an action spell for sure and then bring in the negate when I see enough targets for it. But I think either way is good, and I agree. I think the first one in your pool is pretty important. Nivik's Barrier is 3 and a blue for an illusion wall with flash. It's an 0/4 with defender.
All right, I'm already sold.
Yeah, this is a lot of sweet stuff going on. And when it enters the battlefield, target attacking creature gets -4/-0 until end of turn. So my question here is, can I get a card out of this consistently?
I do not think you will.
Okay.
I think it costs enough mana that you're gonna be happy enough stopping an attacker, maybe getting a couple life, but you're not reliably getting like a full card's worth of value. In a defensive deck, it's okay. And again, the more cards where I say, well, if you can leave mana up, the better they all get, because it just increases the odds that you have one of them to play, and it kind of masks what you have to your opponent if there's a lot of different things you could have.
We've got counter spells, Hydrolash, Nivik's Barrier. Interesting. Yeah.
The Nivik's Barrier and Hydrolash kind of overlap in what happens.
That's true. The Divination or Artificer's Epiphany.
Yeah, there are some cards. I think this is a D. I think that you're not super happy about playing this. It's going to have moments where it's going to be good, but it's just not high impact enough.
Yeah, and you're going to have 40 of them in your Magic Online account by the time we're done?
Probably a little less than
that. I would also give it a D. I think the easiest way to get a card out of it is by being defensive. Your opponent attacks you with something big. You play Nivik's Barrier, shrink it down, and block with a bunch of creatures. That's your most straightforward way, but I agree with you, Luis. I don't think it's going to happen that often. It just doesn't tend to pan out that way. Psychic Rebuttal is next. It sounds like a counter spell. 1 and a blue, instant. It's an uncommon. Counter target instant or sorcery spell that targets you. It's also got spell mastery. If there are 2 or more blah, blah, blahs, you may copy the spell countered this way. You may choose new targets for the copy. Kind of cool, but this card's not good. I mean, it's only counter spells.
First of all, it's a straight up sideboard card because the vast majority of decks you're going to face has nothing that can target you. Second of all, even as a sideboard card, it's like a much more narrow negate that sometimes has a really high payoff. I think this is a sideboard card. You should not take it over anything, and you're probably not ever going to side this in, or you're very rarely going to.
Does it work on Celestial Flare? That targets a player, right?
It does. It works on Night Lash too, because it doesn't just retarget it. It copies it and then retargets it. So it's not just a misdirection, which wouldn't be able to work on Night Lash. It does what you want, but it still is not the sort of thing that that you can really ever afford to even come close to main decking.
Yeah, I think it's just an F. I mean, I would rather just have negate every single time. I think. I mean, even with the upside, it's just like you could just counter something else, and it just opens up the door better. Ring Warden Owl. What does this one do?
This is bread and butter of Blue Flyers decks. It's 3 blue for a 3/3 flying prowess. It's
that's cool.
Yeah, it's
okay.
5 mana, 3/3 flyer, and prowess means that it will sometimes hit for 4 or even 5. It's a little better in combat. You don't want a ton of 5-drops, but having 1 or 2 of these is pretty good in most blue decks. I think this is a C.
Yeah, I have it as a C as well. It's just fine. Good card. Scrapskin Drake is next. It's 2 and a blue for a 2/3 flying that can block only creatures with flying.
Also relevant, it's a zombie.
Oh, it is a zombie.
So there are some cards that key off that. And, so it's worth noting that you can Cruel Revival can get back a Scrapskin Drake. Not that this dies very often. It's a 2/3, so it doesn't die to most other flyers, and it can't really block. So
yeah,
it's not like it dies in combat all that often. But
it's true.
Hey, you never know. Clearly, since this is such a bad defender, you can't be that interested in defense, which means that you are an attacking deck. But this does a good job attacking. I think this is more like a C- than a C, but still a fine card.
I have it at C- also. It's fine. Screeching Scob is back. It's 1 and a blue for a 2/1. It's another zombie, and when it enters the battlefield, put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. So Skullkeeper, but it's a zombie.
Yeah, it's about as good as Skullkeeper was in the sense that there's very few graveyard interactions. You're mostly just playing this if you need a 2/1, but
I mean, is this going to be a blue-black deck? No,
card? There are a couple Scobs that care about having cards in your graveyard, but for the most part, this is just a random 2/1. I would have this. I have this at like a D.
Okay, I mean, because it's getting interesting now. Like getting cards in our yard is starting to become a lot easier for that type of strategy.
It's easier. There's just not that much of a payoff.
The payoff's not there. All right, yeah, I have it as D. Send to Sleep, which I will be casting that on you in the near future here. What does it do?
It's 1 and a blue instant, tap up to 2 target creatures, which is quite weak. And then as Spell Mastery, they don't untap on their controller's next untap. Wow,
so what a huge gap. The other Spell Mastery cards have been like minor bonus, but this is like either unplayable or decent.
Yeah, the problem is even with Spell Mastery, this is just a 2 mana Frost Breath, and Frost Breath was nowhere near an autoplay.
Yeah, yep.
I think this card's an F. The problem is any deck that wants this effect is not going to have enough spells to reliably Spellmaster, or at least is rarely going to. And without the Spellmastery, this card is so bad.
Is there any chance that we see the Jessian Thief deck, use spells like this?
The problem is Jessian Thief is so good, you shouldn't need to play a ton of cards that only work when you draw your good card. It's an uncommon. It's not like you have 3 Jessian Thieves in your deck, in which case Send to Sleep probably would be good. So just play good spells instead.
Yeah, that's the thing is that Jessian Thief is uncommon and good. Yep. So people are going to want it. All right, here's my card. Separatist Void Mage. I love this guy. 3 and a blue for a 2/2, and it's a human wizard. When it enters the battlefield, you may return target creature to its owner's hand. So it's good old Mana War, but it costs 4 instead of 3, which is a pretty significant difference, but that is not going to stop me from playing this early and often.
Yeah, there's nothing, like I said, nothing bad you can say about this. It's not as pushed as even Surveyor or, God forbid, Mistraven.
Jeez,
but
Mistraven.
This is still a card. You're going to play your 4-drop. You're going to bounce something that costs ideally 4 plus mana. You're going to get to trade for a card. It's just all around good, clean fun. It's good against the enchantments. Having this does make Disperse a little less appealing. Just if you have 2 of these, you don't need Disperse nearly as much. But you can always block with this, then Disperse it, then replay it, and get some value. So
I like that idea. Yeah, it resets renowned creatures. It knocks auras off.
It clears the path for your renowned creatures.
Yep, clears the path for
I still
your
don't think
Jesse
this
and
is
Thief.
a bomb or anything, but I think it is. You're going to hate it. I'm going to give it a B minus.
Yeah, I gave it a B. I mean, I'm not trying to.
I knew you were going to give it a B, but
yeah, I'll hold that against you for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
Sigiled Starfish is next. This guy's sweet. I remember this card.
Speaking of underrated cards, this is 1 in a blue for an 0/3, uncommon, and you tap it to scry 1. This card was just quietly one of the better cards in Theros block.
It really was.
And I don't think people are going to make quite the same mistake this time around, but yeah, it just provides so much value. And it still blocks their 2-drops.
We don't get 2-mana looters, right? Tap to draw a card and then discard a card anymore. But this is fairly close to that effect. Scry 1 is in the same ballpark, and this is a card that I'm quite excited to play again. So far, blue, shockingly, is easily my favorite color here. I mean, these cards are like so much cooler than any of the other ones we've seen, and they call that the Scry Fish. Certainly is near the top of my list for cards I want to play.
Right. It is. I actually think it's a B minus, even though that seems aggressive for a 2-mana 0/3.
Well, you're not going to have to sell me on it. I have it at B minus also, but I might be. I don't know. Like I like the fact that it does block a lot of those 2/2s early as well, to keep them off of renown. Like that's a thing, and I do block with my Sigiled Starfish. I know it's tempting to try to keep it alive, but I feel like the value in the card is that you can block with it and scry, and like if you just take blocking off of the table to get the scry going, I think you're leaving a little bit. You're leaving the scry fish a little short. This guy, Scob Goliath. 5 and a blue for a 6/9 zombie giant, but as an additional cost to cast it, you have to exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard, and in a shocking twist, it has trample too.
Yeah, this is not the most bluest of blue cards, but it is a very cool card. We saw this last in Innistrad. There was a little more enabling it. This is one of the cards that does pay you for milling, so if you have Scob Goliath, I'm a little more willing to play Screeching Scob. If you can cast this successfully, it is great.
It is
great.
great.
6/9 Trampler, which is very large, especially for blue. The downside is that it's fairly bad against bounce. It's still vulnerable to some removal spells. A lot of the removal spells in the format actually do hit it.
Yeah.
But, black has 1, and at common 1 and uncommon. Blue and white both have commons. Blue actually has multiple bounce at common, which is good against this. So, still, I think this is like a C+. It is definitely worth building around if you take the effort. If you don't, sometimes you're not going to be able to cast this, and that is unfortunate.
Yeah, I have it at C. Getting the exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard is way harder than it looks. That seems like it would just be a foregone conclusion by the time you're at 6. But the way that the games play out, it actually isn't the case, though it is doable. It's not that it's out of reach. It's just not as easy as it looks. Sphinx's Tutelage. What is up with this card?
It's a very bizarre card.
Yeah.
So it's 2 and a blue for an enchantment. It says whenever you draw a card, target opponent puts the top 2 cards of his or her library into their graveyard. If they're both non-land cards that share a color, repeat this process. So, at the very least, every time you draw a card, your opponent's getting milled for 2. If both cards you milled are the same color, or share colors, rather, for multicolor, they get milled again. And then it also has 5 and a blue, draw a card, then discard a card. I still don't see this happening. This is a win condition in a control deck, but it takes long enough to win that against other aggro decks, it's like you've stabilized already. And against other control decks, against other control decks, it's pretty good. But
it's pretty good, yeah.
But against like an aggro or mid-range deck, it just doesn't do anything.
Well, and like you said,
it does nothing.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, like we're talking about, it could be good against other control decks, but most decks are mid-range decks. Even if it's a slow deck, they still just have a bunch of dudes and a bunch of stuff to attack with, and it's not the scenario where you're dealing with like a constructed level, control deck where, they have no creatures or, they're doing some crazy long game thing or whatever. So this card, it's super interesting. Like, I think it's cool, and I like the idea of trying to mill somebody out. The 5 and a blue to loot is just preposterous. It's like 6 mana, which is just completely absurd, but it does, of course, just churn through your opponent's library as well when you do it. God, I want to win with this card so bad.
Yeah.
I don't think it's good, though.
It seems plausible, but
it just doesn't do anything. I mean, like you play it, nothing happens. Milling your opponent until they mill the last card is meaningless. It just doesn't do anything. I just don't I can't imagine, like if I had a deck that was so good that I could play this and use it as my win condition, I would just use anything else as my win condition. Like, cause any random creature, like some flyer, you know, the 3/3, the owl or whatever is going to kill them faster than this. You know, if my deck is so good.
The fact that your win condition doesn't block or keep you from dying, whereas most win conditions at the very least, like that, you know, the 6/6 serpent, yeah, that'll kill them eventually too, but at least can block.
Yeah.
There are matchups where this is probably great.
Yeah, there probably
I would not draft your deck with this around. I think this is F/sideboard, probably closer to sideboard, because I think I would bring this in. And you know what? I think there are some decks where maybe this is a legit win condition. I could see it being hard to stop, but yeah, I think for the most part, you should just go for a win condition that can actually stop you from dying.
What if they're monocolored?
I guess that is faster. It does mill, you know, an average of whatever cards, you know, there's lands and all that. Yes, that is better, but you're not going to play against a monocolor deck.
I mean, you could just mill, like it repeats the process, right? So you could just mill them out. I mean, you could probably hit some pretty good chunks in there. Next is Stratus Walk. It's 1 and a blue. It's an aura. It enchants a creature. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. I like that. Creature gets flying, and it can only block creatures with flying. Don't really know where this fits in here.
Yeah, it was great in Theros Block, but because Heroic was a thing.
Yeah.
Renowned doesn't give you quite the same payout, and blue is less often going to be paired with the Renowned colors, I think.
Right. Like you might be able to play it on your 2-mana white creature or something like that.
Yeah. I still think Stratus Walk is a fine card. The fact that it cycles means that it's hard for it to be completely dead. You can also put it on your opponent's creature and force them to only block flyers, so if you have some ground creatures, you can get in that way.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I remember when people did that. Also, I keep going back to this, but it's good with Jesse and Thief. Like,
yeah, it is good with Jesse and Thief. It's good with the random renowned creatures. I probably give this a C. I don't think I'm ever going to be unhappy to play this card.
Yeah, I gave it a C-, but I don't know. Like, it's just hard to say anything bad against it, but it's also just not that great, right? So, Towergeist, 3 and a blue, flyer, 2/2. It's an uncommon. It's a spirit. And when it enters the battlefield, you look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the other in your graveyard. This card's just sweet.
This card's insane. It's like a fierce empath that never misses.
Yeah, it just never misses. And it has flying too. Yeah, this card's great.
It really is. It's a fantastic card. This is just a B+.
I gave it a B. The reason
that a 2/2 flyer that draws a card.
Yeah, the reason I gave it a B is because ultimately its impact isn't high. It's an incremental type thing, right? Like it leaves behind a relevant body. It draws you a card, but it's not like the type of card that you slam and you're just like, this game's different now. It's kind of like, okay, we're moving forward. I'm drawing cards. I'm doing things. It's more subtle on the power level than something like a 4/4 flyer for 5 or something like that. So I gave it a B, but I mean, look, this is an early pick. You're never not playing it. Great card. Huge fan. Ribbit, Turn to Frog. 1 and a blue, instant, uncommon. Until end of turn, target creature loses all abilities and becomes a blue frog with base power and toughness 1/1.
This does what you wanted to do.
Is this removal? Like, does this count as removal?
Which is let you fight big creatures.
Mm-hmm.
They attack with their 6/6. You turn it to frog and block. But it is situational. You have to be able to get into combat with it. It does kill a flyer still. They attack with their flyer, and you turn it to frog, and it lands, and then you block it. But it's vulnerable to their removal spells, like if you only had one creature and you blocked and then they killed it. It also, it's never insane. It can be good, but just the fact that it's vulnerable to a bunch of different things is a problem. It doesn't kill utility creatures because it doesn't deal with things outside of combat. You know, it's still fine though. This is blue removal. I like this card. I think it's like a C+.
Yeah, I gave it a C. My reasoning is similar to yours. It's close enough. You're in blue. You're with another color. You don't expect blue to have 1 and a blue instant kill a creature, and this kills enough of the creatures that you need to kill in enough of the situations that you find yourself in that it's close enough. And I think you play it and it's fine. Water Courser. 2 and a blue, 2/3, elemental, and you can pay blue to give it +1, -1 until end of turn.
We talk a lot about how 3-mana 2/3s are like kind of like D level.
Yeah, they're just like, level. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Adding this ability makes this a solid C because now it can trade for 4/4s and it can hit your opponent for 4 without a whole lot of investment. It's also good with pump spells. You can like activate it multiple times. So I think this is a C. I'm not unhappy to play this card.
I agree. I think it's fine. It enters combat. It has some flexibility to it. Ooh, read this last one, Whirler Rogue. This guy's good. This might be one of the better
Whirler Rogue
cards.
is great. It's 2 blue for a 2/2 human rogue artificer. It's uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, put 2 1/1 colorless Thopter tokens into play with flying. And it has tap 2 untapped artifacts you control. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. This is our Cloud Goat.
Yeah, that thing's insane.
It's 4 mana for 4 power and toughness, 2 of which flies, and it immediately can give something unblockable. Because you can play this, then immediately tap the 2 Thopters to give one of your other creatures unblockability.
The card's great. Jeez, what more do you want for 4 mana, right?
You really don't get much more. I think this is an A-.
It is so good. I couldn't decide between B+ and A-, but I ended up saying A- as well because of the effect that it has in the immediate sense to stabilize your board and or let you keep attacking. That's pretty nice. There's not a lot of creatures that are immediately say, okay, I'm stable, or I get to attack you harder than I did before. And I really respect that. It's also just almost impossible to deal with like a single card. Like even if they have removal spells, it's just doesn't match up well against the thing. I think the card is fantastic. I think it's going to be picked very early. First pickable definitely. And I think we're going to see those. And a lot of people are going to be like, oh no, you've got a Whirler Rogue, don't you? And then when you do, they're going to be sad. All right, that's going to do it for blue. We are now in the home stretch here. We've got some gold cards to go through and a couple of artifacts, and then we're going to call this thing done. So, big stretch, glass of water, and here we go. This is the blue-white. There's a gold card for each color pair. This one's the blue-white. It's called Thunderclap Wyvern, and it is a 2 blue-white for a 2/3 flash, flying, and other creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. So they push these gold cards a bit. I mean, 4 mana for a 2/3 flash flying is pretty good, right? I mean, that's not amazing.
You would play that.
I would definitely play that.
If you were these colors, you would always play that. And then the ability to give all your other flying creatures +1/+1 is pretty good too. Especially in this color combination, you're generally going to get this bonus. Have it apply a few times a game. And if you have this card, you clearly can draft around it.
Yeah. Again, I keep saying it, but Thopters, right? We're in blue here. You get 2 or 3 of those little bugs up in the air, and you can slam down a Thunderclap Wyvern either during combat or on end step, and all of a sudden you've got 6 power there, 2 power with this thing, and you're going to win the game in short order. Look, we're going to give these grades as assuming that you're in these 2 colors. We'll talk about whether you want to splash for these. I would assume that this one's probably not a big splash target unless you really were red blue Thopters, and you just had all the Thopter makers, and you thought, well, I'll splash this Thunderclap Wyvern so that I can pump my team, maybe. But I think in general, you're probably not. But this card's like C+, B- range for me if you're blue-white. I guess I would give it a B-. Like, it's got some nice upside. You can use it in combat. It's just a really good card.
Yeah, it's a B-. It's frequently going to be essentially 3 to 4 power. Sometimes it'll actually win you a combat when you play it after they blocked, and it can also just ambush creatures. So, yeah. This is a good card.
Blood Curse Knight is next. It's 1 black-white for a 3/2 Vampire Knight. By the way, these are all uncommon, so I'm going to skip that part. As long as you control an enchantment, it gets +1/+1 and has lifelink. Holy crap. So if you have an enchantment, it's a 4/3 lifelink for 3 mana.
That is a good deal, and it's not that hard to have an enchantment. As we mentioned, black and white both have some good enchantments. I don't think I would move in on this card, as in I wouldn't draft my deck specifically around it, but you're just going to play it if these colors, if you have a couple enchantments, and when it's on, it's going to be great, especially since Suppression Bond works very nicely with this because their creature can't block it, and you're not vulnerable to them using removal on whatever has an enchantment on it. Like, if you had a beneficial enchantment on a creature and they killed it, this could be stranded, but they're not going to kill their own creature with Suppression Bonds. So watch out for bounce spells.
Yeah, for sure. Put it in perspective, Blood Curse Knight as a 3/2 for 3 mana as a gold card isn't really up to par. It's not bad, right? A 3 mana 3/2. We've had a few of those, and we've said multiple times we think those are pretty decent. But gold cards can be a little tougher to cast. If you're in just straight black-white, it might even be easier. It's just okay, right? It really does shine if you get that enchantment going, in which case it becomes pretty darn great. I don't think this is quite as solid as the Thunderclap Wyvern. I would be probably more in the C+ range for this thing.
I think it's a C+.
Yeah. What does Possessed Scob do?
Possessed Scob is 3 blue-black for a 3/2. It's a zombie. When it enters the battlefield, return target instant, sorcery, or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. But when this would die, exile it instead. I love this card.
God,
this
that's
is
great.
in the color combination I like to draft. And it's just a 5-mana 3/2 that just draws you a card. How do you have a graveyard that doesn't have an instant sorcery or creature?
It draws you a spell.
Yeah, it's impossible for it not to.
You look at it, it's all lands and enchantments. You're like, damn it. Curse this thing. No, this thing's great.
This is essentially an Eternal Witness. I have this at a B. It's a 5-mana 3/2 that draws you a good spell.
I like that. I have it at B as well. Possessed Gob, it's also just, it kind of hits us in the sweet spot here, right? Like, that's just exactly what I want to do. Reclusive Artificer is 2 blue-red for a 2/3 human artificer with haste. Okay. When it enters the battlefield, you may have it deal damage to target creature equal to the number of artifacts you control.
I like this one less than the others. It requires more effort. You're not going to play a 4-mana.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not going to play a 4-mana 2/3 haste, and you need to be playing the artifact. It's in the artifact colors clearly, but you need to be playing a decent amount of artifacts to get value out of it. I think this is probably on the build around scale, just because the you're not playing it without some amount of support. It's probably like a C on the build around scale.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, look, if you have 2 artifacts, you're in business. If you have 3 or more, you're really happy. If you have 1 or fewer, you're not. It's just not doing enough. Yeah. Blazing Hellhound is 2 black-red for a 4/3 elemental hound, and it has a special ability. So first, we've got a 4/3 for 4, which, as we've said, is pretty decent. It's not mind-blowing, but it's good. You can pay a colorless mana and sacrifice another creature, and it deals 1 damage to target creature or player.
That is a perfectly reasonable text box. I'm happy playing 4 mana for a 4/3. This is in the 2 colors that have the most, cards that enable this ability. I think this card's probably like a C+.
I think so too.
There are decks that will rate it higher for sure.
Yeah, your active treasons can steal stuff and then get sacked. This ability doesn't look profound, but if you find yourself on a normal board state with this, it will actually be very strong. You can, if you're red-black and you're beating down, you can use it as a finisher, sacrifice your last 4 creatures to finish off your opponent or whatever. It's actually very handy ability to have. I like C+, though. It's not a mind-blowing card. It's just a good card. Shaman of the Pack. This one's pretty nasty. It's 1 green black for a 3/2. So again, similar cost, similar vanilla test to like the Blood Curse Knight and such. It's 3/2 for 3. Okay. It's an elf. It's an elf shaman. And when it enters the battlefield, target opponent loses life equal to the number of elves you control. Ouch.
This card is aggressive. It's in an archetype which I'm not fully convinced is there.
The elves deck.
Just looking at these cards, I just don't see the elves deck being a real thing. But Shaman of the Pack certainly gives you an incentive to do that. Plus, in these colors, it's a 3-mana 3/2 that drains them for 1 at least, or at least deals 1 to them. So that's already a card. It's not hard to make this deal 2 or 3, at which point you're pretty happy, though. In my mind, black-green tends to be a little slower and grindier, and this effect is not insane. Though, if you can keep getting this back from your graveyard, I guess you can kind of drain them out.
Yeah.
I would give this card like a C. You can build around it to make it better. It's not a build around card because it's playable already, but it is just, middle of the pack.
Yeah, I gave it a C+. The reason being, look, I mean, I would play 3-mana 3/2, you lose a life. That's fine. And then it's got this random upside of if you are like in a dedicated elf deck, it's just a straight up win condition in some scenarios, which is pretty great too. Zendikar Incarnate is next. It's 2 red, green for a star 4. So let's find out what the star is. You guessed it. Zendikar Incarnate's power is equal to the number of lands you control. Of course it's lands. It's from Zendikar.
I was going to guess traps you control.
In your hand.
Yeah.
So look, theoretically, you play this thing on turn 4 off of lands and it's a 4/4. Then the next turn you play a land and it's a 5/4 and you can attack with it. How thrilled are you with that?
I'm quite thrilled with that. I think this is actually like a C+, maybe even a B-.
I think it's B-. It's just
B-.
solid.
4 mana 5/4 by the time it attacks is just very good.
It's very good. And it's attacking early. I mean, that's turn 5. You can rumble with it for 5 and it just gets bigger from there. I think
this definitely does look rock solid.
Erois' champion is 1 red, white for a 2/2 double strike. It's a human soldier.
Oh, we're back in Modern Masters.
Yeah.
Essentially a 3-mana 4/2, 2 of which the damage that comes from first strike is very good.
It's very good.
And this synergizes nicely with pump spells. You just get to attack your opponent a lot with this. This is like another B-.
I think so too. Look, double strike's very strong. This thing asks nothing of you. It's just, hey, I have double strike. I can attack well, and if you have pump spells, I'm that much better. Citadel Castellan, 1 green, white for a 2/3 with vigilance and renown 2.
The extra point of power here compared to some of the other renown, like the 3-mana 1/3, the Valerian Wardens, is so big.
So huge.
This just doesn't get blocked all that early, especially if you're on the play. And once it hits them, it's a 4/5 vigilance, which kind of locks down the ground.
In a huge way, and can keep attacking. I mean, the thing that occurs to me is, like, you play this thing, and if you get it through, right, it's a 4/5 with vigilance, and that means that your opponent's not easily attacking you, and you are crunching into them with that thing, and it is going to take them another turn or two before they can even get enough power on the battlefield to summon a multiple block. In which case, you look down at some pump spell in your hand, and the game's just over at that point. And you're hitting them for 4, and you've already done a couple of damage to them. This thing is just scary to me. If it doesn't get renowned, it's just whatever. It's a 2/3 vigilance. It's okay. It'll pull its weight. You're not unhappy to have it. Blocks well, can attack okay. But once it gets renowned too, if it happens early, especially at the earliest point, the card really does dominate the board for a while. Like, it demands an answer, and it is going to take a lot of your life total before you get a chance to. I think this card's really good. I gave it a B-.
I like B-. If you draw it in the mid to late game, it can sometimes not do a whole lot, and that's the biggest downside. It isn't really swingy, though. If you draw it on turn 3, it's great.
Yeah, I just think that the first time you miss your land drop against this, you're just going to be like, I quit. Bounding Krasis is our last gold card. It's 1 green-blue for a 3/3 with flash, and when it enters a battlefield, you may tap or untap target creature.
I really like this card.
This card's great.
A great ambusher. And when your blue-green opponent passes on turn 3, maybe don't hit them with your 2/2.
Yeah.
And besides just eating creatures, when it can, snapping them up like that, it also just messes with combat. You get to, later in the game, untap your 4/4 flyer to block their 3/3 flyer. Or in a close race, you get to play this, tap their biggest creature, and then all of a sudden they can't attack with their 2/2/2s.
And if it was a close race, you've now got a 3/3 as well.
Right. There's so much flexibility here and high power level that I think this is just a B.
I agree. I think it asks, like, again, setup costs is something that we've hit on a lot this episode. So low.
That's 3 mana.
Have 3 mana. That's it. So there's no setup costs, and the upside is huge. It's all the way from, I mean, you can play this thing, eat a creature on the ground, untap a bigger creature, eat another creature. That could happen. I don't think it'll happen often, but it will happen. Like, you're playing green, you have big fatties. Bounding Krasis is great. Okay, artifacts. There's a few lands. I think there's maybe 1 land, and then we'll be done. Alchemist Vial. 2 colorless mana for an artifact. It's a common. When it enters a battlefield, draw a card. I like that, as long as it has some effect. 1 colorless, tap it and sack it. You can have target creature can't attack or block this turn.
This is pretty clearly a plant to get you to enable Renowned, because it's a card-free way of getting your creature through for 1 turn. You don't end up spending a card on this, just some time.
Yeah.
This is a fine card. I'm not ever going to be excited to run this, but you'll probably run it, especially if you don't have a ton of 2-drops.
Yeah. Also, it goes in the artifact deck. That one enchantment.
Free bonus.
Yeah. So, whatever. It's fine. It's a C or a C- or something. I mean, it ultimately doesn't have a big effect on the game, but it also just doesn't really hurt you for doing it. So, it's one of those kind of low impact in either direction cards. Angel's Tomb is back. 3 colorless mana for an artifact. Whenever a creature enters a battlefield under your control, you can have it become a 3/3 angel artifact creature with flying until end of turn.
If you're attacking, this card is great.
It does beat down very hard.
Yeah. I remember this card being awesome in Avacyn Restored. It was a fairly low-powered format, but still, this is a very good card.
If you are attacking. That's
a big if. You have to be attacking, and you have to have a lot of creatures in your deck. But if you have those things, this is a 3 mana 3/3 flyer that it just attacks every turn. It can't block. So all that together, I think, still makes it a C. But in the decks that wanted it, it's much higher than that.
Yeah, I gave it I gave it a D. Look, the decks that are so hyper attacking centric do want this card, but the fact that it effectively just cannot block is a huge detriment.
Yeah, that is a downside.
Yeah. So I gave it a D, but like, look, I think that if you have the deck that wants this, you're going to know, and you're going to be really happy you have one. It's also uncommon. You're not going to see a lot of them around. Bonded Construct is next. It's a colorless mana for a 2/1 that can't attack alone. And it's a robot dog, apparently.
Yes. I don't like this card.
No.
Oh, the 1 mana 2/1 is good, but the fact that it can't attack on turn 2 means you're not really getting a lot of the value out of that. It can be stranded in play. Yes, it can always block. That at least is nice, but this is just not a playable card. You just have to do so much work for very little payoff. I think this is a D unless you really need artifacts, in which case it's a little better than that.
Yeah, I like it as a quick blocker, like to get down and get in the way of stuff, but the fact is that you can also just play any 2 mana 2/2 and get a better card out of it for not a lot of loss, right? I mean, it's just that simple. Like, you just waiting a turn to play it on a 2/2 usually doesn't hurt you that badly, and you can just attack and block whenever you want. Brawler's Plate is our first equipment here. It's 3 colorless mana and 4 to equip. And as you know, if you listen to the show, I love to look at the equip cost first to sort of set the tone for the card, and then I'll look up at the casting cost to sort of fill in the blanks. And when I see 4 to equip and 3 to cast, I'm expecting great things. And what this thing gives is not great. It's +2/+2 and trample.
Yeah, this has never been impressive. We've seen this before. It's just too much mana. That you're sinking a ton of mana into this for a very low payoff. Any bounce or removal spells just ends up crushing you in mana efficiency.
Yes.
You should not play this card.
I mean, here's the deal. I want you to play this card. Which means you do not want to play this card. So, yeah, I give it like a D-. Look, there are certain matchups and scenarios where you just need a place to put your mana to make big things, but I just find that Brawler's Plate isn't the best way to do that. Yeah. Chief of the Foundry, 3 colorless mana for a 2/3 artifact creature construct. That's okay. And other artifact creatures you control get +1/+1. So is this the payoff for the Thopter deck?
It is one of them. What I think this card does is, first of all, if you have a bunch of other artifacts, it makes them better. And you're paying 3 mana for a 2/3, so that's fine too. That's, it's not much of a cost. It also just enables your cards that care about artifacts. So if you have other reasons to control artifacts, you can play this even if you don't have a ton of artifact creatures.
Yeah.
I think this card's fine. It's a build around. You're not playing this randomly. You're not playing this by itself. As a build around, it's probably like a C+.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, it's hard to imagine the top end being super high on it in a realistic scenario, so I don't think we can go too high, but it's good. And for low cost. Land, Evolving Wilds is back. Good card. Sacrifice it to search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. Look, if you want to splash, this is one of the best ways to do it. Some people like to play these in their 2-color decks. Some don't. I usually will play my first Evolving Wilds in my 2-color decks. I think the cost is low enough. But look, Evolving Wilds is solid, and it's one of the better splash enablers in the format.
Yeah, I don't think you should be splashing this format, though. So I think this is mostly like a C that you should not prioritize highly. Okay.
I will learn that as we go, I'm sure. Foundry of the Consuls is an uncommon land that taps to add colorless, but you can pay 5 colorless, tap it, and sack it to put 2 1/1 Thopters on the battfield.
I really like this card. You don't pay almost any cost, assuming your mana is not horrendous for some reason. You don't have a bunch of, white 2/1 first strikers in your deck. You can play this as your 17th or 18th land, probably 17th, at very low cost. And then later in the game, it turns into 2 1/1 flyers. You should actually draft this card as if it were like a B. It is that impactful.
Because of how low impact it is, right? Earlier, we were talking about, is it worth a card? And I was saying, no, I mean, is it worth replacing some card in your deck, right, over it? And this is interesting because taking a land slot, it just doesn't take a spell slot, but it acts a lot like a spell when you sack it.
It's almost a 2-for-1 just because of that, without counting the fact that the 2 1/1 flyers are also potentially a 2-for-1.
Yeah. I think this card's really good too. I agree. It's weird because I don't think that it's a B, but I do think that it holds that type of position. I would give it, like, as a card, I would give it like a C+. like, I don't think that I would take this over good on-color spells, for example.
Depends on what the spells are, really. Like, you should draft this fairly highly because it's just going to be so good almost always.
Okay. What about Gold-Forged Sentinel? Is this card always good?
It is always good. This format doesn't seem so insanely fast that you can't afford to play like, a 6-drop. And even though this isn't like the absolute best 6-drop, a 6-mana 4/4 flyer still does a lot of work. I would always play this card. I think it's like a C+.
Okay, I gave it lower. I think that these cards like often don't make the cut. I gave it a C-, but yeah, we'll see. Guardian Automaton is 4 colorless mana for a 3/3, and when it dies, you gain 3 life.
Not super exciting. The main reason to play this is that you need artifacts. So if you don't need artifacts, this is, I think, like a D+. If you do need artifacts, it bumps it up a few notches.
So like if you've got a Chief of the Foundry, then this thing goes up a little bit. Yeah, I gave it a C. I think it's fine. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's a C-. Guardians of Meletis is back. It's 3 colorless mana for an 0/6 with Defender.
Again, if you need an artifact, this does a little bit of work in that regard. It's still not anything particularly special. I think that in a control deck, you're okay with this. It's still probably just a D.
Yeah, I have it at D. Like, there are times when you bring it in. It's not very often. JM Daytome.
It's a classic. It costs 4. It's an artifact. And you pay 4 and tap and draw a card. And believe it or not, I cast this card today.
Today you did?
I did. We did a Chaos draft at the office. And I got a Jam Day Tome, and I drafted a deck with a bunch of counterspells, and it was okay. The card is not great.
Right. I mean, look, do the math, right? You've now paid 8 mana.
12 mana for a divination.
Yeah, 12 mana for your divination. Now, it's on the installment plan, but unfortunately, like, this is the type of card that I know you like and I like too, but it's actually
we like this type of card, but
very good.
This isn't 1993 anymore. This card is in modern day Magic just an F.
Yeah. So sad. I'm so sad. Mage Ring Network is another land. It's an uncommon. It taps to add colorless, just like basically all lands that they produce of this type. You can pay a colorless and tap it to put a storage counter on it, and then you can tap it to remove X storage counters and add X colorless mana to your mana pool.
I'm not really in for this in limited. This sounds like a card that could be good and constructed, but for limited, there's just not very many decks that you really want to store up the cards or mana for. If you've got some hideously expensive card, maybe, but most decks won't want that extra mana inconsistency that this offers.
Yeah, the way I view limited is it's about using your mana and curving out. And that can mean that you're trying to do that, or your opponent's trying to do that, or you're both doing it, but often one person's doing it. And this means that you don't get to be the one to do that. I mean, you can just play it and do that, but I think I'd rather just have a colored mana in this spot to make sure that I can actually cast my spells rather than trying to save up for something huge. Speaking of casting your spells and maybe splashing, you said you're not really into splashing in the 4 mana. I don't know yet since I haven't really got my hands on it, but Meteorite is here. It's 5 colorless for an artifact. It taps to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, and when it enters a battlefield, it falls directly onto something. It deals 2 damage to a creature or player.
This card plays quite well. I've been impressed with it so far. Even if you don't need the 3rd color, Meteorite played fine in Magic 2015, and I'm generally going to play this in my 2-color deck. If you have no cards that cost more than 5 mana, it's a little more suspicious. It still kills something and it is a mana source. It's a solid C.
I think so too. I just find that this card plays really well. This format I'm really getting excited about it, seeing cards like Meteorite in there. This next card does not excite me. Prism Ring is a colorless mana for an artifact. When it enters a battlefield, you choose a color. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen color, you gain a single life.
In no way is this worth a card. This is just an F.
It's just a straight up F. Don't play cards like this. These are bad. They don't affect the board in any way. And they don't even gain you enough life to make it worth it, which would have to be a really high number. Ram Roller is 3 colorless for a 2/3. It attacks each turn if able, and it gets +2/+0 as long as you control another artifact. Now, this is an interesting one. Yeah, this is a little mini juggernaut, and it certainly rewards you for having that extra artifact. +2/+0 is no joke.
A 3-mana 4/3 is good. A 3-mana 2/3 that has to suicide into a 3/3 is very much not.
Oh, yeah.
This card's a D. If you have a ton of artifacts, it's fine. It's even good. But if you don't, this is a D.
Yeah. Poor Ram Roller.
Well, there's actually an F unless you have a lot of artifacts. Never mind.
You just wouldn't play it at all.
No, if you don't have other artifacts, you just can't play this card. So if you've 8 artifacts or 9 artifacts in your deck, it's even just okay. Yeah, this card's not good.
Right. Rogue's Passage is back. It's a land that taps for colorless, and you can pay 4 colorless and tap it to give creature unblockable until end of turn.
Another fairly good card because
I have lost to this card before.
You often have a colorless slot in your lands that you can afford, and this offers a lot of value late game because it just hits your opponent for 3 a turn unstoppable, or maybe even more if you have a bigger creature. Minor combo with Renown, but you probably don't really want to do that on turn 5. That's not a very good use of your turn. Still, this is just a good addition to almost any deck. I would give it probably a C+.
I give it a C. This card is scary. You know, if you're trying to play these slowdown decks, this thing is like the thing you don't want to see because you can't really kill it, and it makes all of their things threats. So, you know, oftentimes I'll play a control deck and find myself nicely shielded it up behind, you know, a ton of toughness, and I've even maybe got a removal spell in my hand, and I feel like, okay, we got this, and then they go Rogue's Passage, and I'm like, crap, like they hit me with something, maybe I kill it, and then the next something just starts hitting me, and Rogue's Passage can get the job done. Very inefficient. I mean, 4 colorless mana is a ton. You have to tap this thing too, so you're 5 lands deep into getting something unblockable, but against the right deck, it can do work. You know, Cobble Brute, get in there. Rune Servitor is 2 colorless mana for a 2/2. It's an artifact creature construct, and when it dies, each player draws a card.
Much like in Modern Masters, where we just saw this card, if you need it for its types, if you need a 2-drop, if you need an artifact, this fulfills those roles. And each player drawing a card is fairly neutral. So I would say this is like a C-.
Yeah, I gave it a C-. It's just not that exciting. Card's fine. Again, the artifact is really the thing to focus on for it. Sigil of Valor is 2 colorless mana. It's an equipment, and it costs 1 to equip. Whenever equipped creature attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each other creature you control.
So if you have 4 creatures out, this is giving an attacker +3/+3 as long as it's the only attacker. This card has too many conditions for me to really like it.
Does it do anything on blocks?
Yeah, it does nothing on blocks. It forces you to attack with just 1 creature, which opens you up to removal, really wasting your turn. It also, you need other creatures even to give this creature a decent bonus.
Yeah.
This looks like a D to me.
I love 2 colorless to cast, 1 to equip. But man, the setup cost is
Sometimes
high.
it'll be powerful. Sometimes you'll play equip and attack at +4/+4, but how often does that mean you could have attacked with your other creatures instead?
Yeah, that's best case scenario, right? And worst case scenario is you don't have any other creatures. It does nothing. It does nothing if you're behind. Just stone nothing. Yeah, sorry, Sigil of Valor. You're a D. Couple more cards here. Throwing Knife is 2 colorless mana, and it costs 2 to equip. So, okay, I'm interested. What do you do, though? Well, you get +2/+0 to the creature. Okay. And whenever the creature attacks, you can sacrifice Throwing Knife. If you do, Throwing Knife deals 2 damage to target creature or player.
I love the flavor on this card. It is a throwing knife. It's +2/+0, and instead you can throw it at them, and it also does 2 damage.
I love that. And I love that they just called it exactly what it is, right? It's not like blade of, it's just like it's a throwing knife.
This card is
pretty
fine.
good. Yeah.
It's not amazing, but I like that you can just put it on a Thopter and hit them for 3 in the air, and then if they play a creature you have to kill, you can throw the knife at them.
Yeah. Now, you can only do it when the creature attacks, right? So you can't just, sack it or whatever. So it does have some restriction. I think the 2 to cast and 2 to equip is right at the limit of what I'd want to pay here. If it was 3 to equip, I'd be uninterested. Here, I'm like, okay. And I think this is a card. I really do. I think this is like, a C-level card that we're going to see play, and it's going to kill relevant creatures sometimes, and other times it's going to make small creatures into much bigger threats. It works on defense. Your 1/1 becomes a 3/1 that can block up, and I kind of like Throwing Knife. I think it's okay.
It's a fine card. I don't love it. I think it's probably like a C-, flavor aside.
I give it a C, but whatever. Veteran's Sidearm is 2 colorless mana, 1 to equip. Now I'm interested. The creature gets +1/+1. That's it.
This is one of the classic low impact cards that people seem to like. They just like effects like this. It's not good enough. This just does not do enough. Even if it cost 1 to cast and 1 to equip like it used to when it was called Leonin Scimitar, this still just doesn't have enough of an impact on the game. I don't think this card's playable unless you really need artifacts, and there aren't that many decks that are going to need artifacts that badly.
Yeah.
I think this is like probably like a D-.
Yeah, I gave it a D. It's so close, right? Like, just give me something on anything else here, and it can be okay. But as it sits, it's just not quite good enough. Last card, Warhorn. It's 3 colorless mana for an artifact. It says attacking creatures you control get +1/+0. Just all the time.
Yeah. Well, only when they're attacking.
Just every time they attack.
Right. No, it's not a trigger. It's just whenever they're attacking.
Yeah. Okay. Jesus. You are.
Well, this is the most interesting part about Warhorn. It's
yeah, unfortunately.
The reward for attacking here is just not quite good enough. If you can constantly be hitting your opponent and have a lot of tokens and Thopters, this could be kind of cool. This is a powerful effect. Just not giving toughness means that, I don't know, I could see this not being worth a full card in most decks. I would say in most decks this isn't what you want.
I think so too. Look, these kind of cards are easy to envision good scenarios on, but it's actually hard to come up with in a real game a good scenario for them. Your opponent still has blockers. Killing your creatures or trading for your creatures makes Warhorn worse. Again, I keep saying this, but how many cards can you play that don't affect the board? And this does count as that to me. It's not that it literally doesn't have an effect, but it doesn't attack or block. And that's really what I mean by that. And, Warhorn, I don't think the power level's there to warrant, a slot like that. I'd give it a D-. Like, I'm sure there's a deck out there that wants it, and then you'll know, but I don't think we're going to be seeing Warhorn game in and game out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, that's going to do it for the Magic Origins Commons and Common Set review. I got to say this set looks super sweet. There are a million build around me and commons in this set. We asked for it. I complained about it and they gave it to us. So I can't wait to see which one of these are actually good or not. And I'm probably going to try every single one at some point because I like doing that once I get a little bit bored in the format. And I'm super excited about that. I think this set looks really good to me. I'm actually really excited for it. Core sets are something that I like anyway, but this one definitely has a lot going on. I'm pretty stoked for this set.
Yeah, this looks awesome to me. I'm happy to draft it. I always like the core sets, and this looks like a very good version of one.
Yeah. I hope it is because it's, I guess, the last one. Want to remind you, Limited Resources is brought to you each and every week by ChannelFireball.com. Please do go there to check out all of the awesome free content, and you can pre-order Origins now. You can get booster boxes or singles ahead of time. Once they're officially available for sale, they will be shipped out to you right away so that you can be the first one to crack some packs and get a draft going or to get your standard deck updated. And of course, you can find a bunch of other stuff, the singles, the regular singles, the sealed product, the apparel. You can find all that kind of stuff at channelfireball.com. If you want to find us directly, you can. We're on Twitter. I am Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV. You can find us on there, say hi, ask questions about the show, whatever. Luis and I are on there pretty much all day. So come say hi. On Twitter, if you have something a little bit longer form, you can email us lr@lrcast.com. Make sure you check out the subreddit as well. It's a great place to exchange information with like-minded people. If you're a value fiend, you will find other value fiends in the LRcast subreddit. You can find links for all of this stuff, including the YouTube channel for LR, including the Facebook page for LR. All of it is at lrcast.com, right on the front page there. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us. We love our time, and even if the time goes a little long, we're still happy to spend it with you each and every week. And with that, we'll see you next week.
Do want to take this opportunity, since we haven't hung out long enough here, to talk about the Hall of Fame ballot. And I know this is not something that every single listener is interested in, but it's a big part of what's going on right now on Twitter and Facebook in terms of
the whole Magic community.
Yeah, and especially now that the Magic community has a vote, which I think is awesome.
I think that's sweet.
It is, in total one vote out of the 200 some, but it's still, you get a chance to vote for the Hall of Fame. You can go to the main Wizards website and cast your ballot, and those ballots will all be tabulated, and then they count as one ballot total, which I think is awesome. So that's what I want to talk about. I don't know what I was thinking about the Hall of Fame. Do you have your ballot decided?
I do not have it fully decided. I do have it narrowed down, though.
Yeah, I I think I'm actually pretty close to there. I know I'm going to vote for Eric Froelich. I think he's the person who has the best stats, the best overall contributions on the ballot. He's just got, not besides the 4 Pro Tour top 8s, he's got a ton of Pro Tour top 16s, which I think are underrated. And, he's number 1 in the world right now. He's been on top or near the top for over a year and a half. He's got a ton of great results. He won Grand Prix San Jose despite significant disadvantages in terms of team. He's got really a lot going for him. And I voted for him last year when he had one less Pro Tour top 8. So clearly I think he should be there. I also am going to vote for Mark Herberholz. I voted for Mark Herberholz the last couple of years. He has 4 Pro Tour top 8s, including a win. He also was an amazing deck builder. And a lot of people don't know that because he stopped playing regularly around 2006, 2007, that sort of thing. But he built a ton of very, very good decks, including the deck he won the Pro Tour with and multiple other decks he top 8'd with. He was just, one of the premier deck builders of the era, and it was in an era that had a lot less coverage than there is now and a lot less writing. So, plus he was actually just one of the best players in terms of actual play skill. I think he, and part of this is when I was playing on the Pro Tour, and so I saw and interacted with that, but that is, in my opinion, Mark has what it takes to be in the Hall of Fame. I think I'm going to vote for 3 people, and I think my last vote is going to go for Willie Edel. Willie also has 4 Pro Tour top 8s. I didn't vote for him last year because I wanted him to have more Pro Tour results other than the 4 top 8s, but he's picked up some other results, and I've been learning more and more about his community contributions. I think he's done a fantastic job of bolstering the Latin American, specifically Brazilian Magic community, which is an underserved region. It's just harder to be a pro player from there. And I think he's just, the things I've heard and the things I've seen, I've spent a lot of time with Willie. I think he's an awesome guy. Just make me, at this point, convinced that he should be in the Hall of Fame. So that is my ballot. I am going to vote for Eric Froelich, Mark Herberholz, and Willie Edel. And I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, so I've got it narrowed down. So I'm voting for Eric. I think he's the only one on the ballot that stands out to me as somebody who should be in for sure, based on his resume. I also appreciate the fact that he's done so much community work, in the last, call it, year or so. I really respect that. I think that he realized that he was lacking a little bit in that category and that, he hadn't set a great tone for himself in the community, and he's working hard to change it. And that's a hard thing to do, and it's a brave thing to do. And I really respect that out of Eric, and his resume is unreal. It's, look, he's got 4 top 8s, which is great. But he's also just has very high consistent finishes. He has a ton of top 16s. I think he's got 10 or something. He's got the GP results. He's been playing forever, which is something that I do respect as well. So for me, he's easy. I think he's in for sure. Now, after that, it gets a little hazy. There is a chance I just vote for him. I'm kind of a stickler on the Hall of Fame as far as I really, really want it to be the best, not just the best of the list of people in front of me. Like the year that you got in, Luis, it was stacked, right? It was like this incredible group of people to vote for. But in other years, sometimes it's not as stacked. And this is one of those years. Like I said, I think Eric is one that wholeheartedly deserves to be in. But beyond that, I don't think it's as clear. So the people I'm considering right now are Willie Edel. For the reasons that you said, I've interacted with Willie myself, and he's a great dude. Really, and the really cool part is that I've also learned a lot about his mentorship and such in Brazil and surrounding countries. And I've learned about that from not him. He doesn't come up and say, I run the ship down there. I'm the guy.
Completely. He's not advocating for himself, which I actually find to his credit. I do not
think so too.
I think the Hall of Fame, if you don't have people who will campaign for you, then that does tell me something. And none of the people I've mentioned have really done a lot of campaigning for themselves.
No, they haven't. And so Willie, and with his 4 Pro Tour top 8s, he doesn't have a lot else beyond that. I would really love to see another top 8 out of him, but the community contributions do count for me in a pretty big way, especially when we're talking about an entire region of Magic players. That's a big deal to me. So he's definitely on my list. Along the same lines, Moraine Libert, also with 4 Pro Tour top 8s, and also a pillar of his community in Belgium. Similar situation there. People look to him, as sort of the de facto Magic leader there. Now, it might not be quite as long of a tenure as Willie has had, but I do respect that a lot. And he's clearly a really strong Magic player. Also, I don't want to hold it against him that he's done coverage. Now, I'm not going to give him credit for things that he didn't get, But, the fact that he's doing coverage, means that he's not playing as much Magic, and it means that maybe he would have had another top 8 by now. It's a factor. It's not a big one for me, but it is something I consider. Herbert Holtz is actually the other one that I'm considering on the list. And the reason is because I've seen him at GPs. I'll be honest. This is similar to what happened with Huey. I had no idea who Huey was before he started coming back to play again. You could have told me his name. I never heard that name. Why are you calling him a weird name like Baby Huey? And he came back. I met him. I got to watch him play. I got to talk to other players who had played with him. I got to get a feel for his game. And after 6 months, 9 months of getting to see him play and see how good he actually was and get to know him, he was a shoo-in for me. It wasn't even a question by the time the voting came around. Now, I'm not quite to that place with Herbert Holtz yet, but I'm getting there. I got to do an interview with him and have a chat, and I was really impressed with him. Everybody that I know that played with him in the era that he played in says that he was great. He had 4 Pro Tour top 8s and a win, which is sort of the bar, I think, as far as is it meets the bar, I should say, for entry at this point. I think I just want to see him around a little more. I want to see him play. I want to get a better feel for him because I happen to miss that era. And even though that's not perfect, I think that a perfect vote would be able to take those things into account more. I have to be me, and this is my vote, so I have to just watch him play and get to know him a little more before I do. But my vote right now is just Eric, but there's a decent chance that one or more of those other 3 players makes it on as well. Yeah,
I like that ballot. I think people can vote however they want. That is your right as a person who has a vote in the Hall of Fame, and same with people who vote through the community ballot. That's your right. I don't love ballots with like 5 people on. I think that Paulo had a really good comment on Facebook where if you use each year and look at the strongest player each year, then vote people near that player, you're going to have an eventually too many people will get in because people will get in based on who they're compared to in that year, not who they're compared to overall. Whereas I think Eric is the strongest candidate this year, but he's not a strong candidate as someone like Josh Utter-Layton. Mm-hmm. And people in Josh Utter-Layton's year are going to be compared to Josh, so less people will get in on that front. Even though I think Eric is a very strong candidate. Again, I thought he was 1 top 8 ago. The fact that he has 4 Pro Tour top 8s means that a lot of other people with 4 are getting compared when I don't think that necessarily needs to be the baseline. So I like ballots with less people. I'm looking at voting for 3. I like 3. I like 1. I like 2. I don't know how much I like 4 or 5. But again, this is what the interesting part about a Hall of Fame. Everyone gets to have their own opinion and discuss it. Yeah,
I'm in the same camp as you. I've actually never voted for 5. I know people that have never not voted for 5. They just look at the list and say, I'm going to pick the top 5 and vote for them.
Yeah,
and I think that's reasonable. For me, the Hall of Fame should be it's the highest honor we can give in Magic, period. So that means I want to see that you're one of the greatest, most influential players ever to play the game. Not that you're pretty good compared. Like, let's take Eric off of the list this time, right? I could vote for nobody. That's right. A reasonable option, I think, this year. I think that, me having, seen Eric, do what he did with the community, and also I've got the chance to watch him play a lot, changes that. But let's just take him off the ballot. I think it would be reasonable to say, I'm just not going to vote for anybody this year.
Yep. I completely agree.
All right. Well, that'll do it for this week. Yay. Go vote for the Hall of Fame though. It's on the Wizards website. You can vote for between 0 and 5 players yourself.
Well, now that you close this out, do I need to do a sign off on the sign off?
Yeah, please.
What's what? Yeah. What is exactly the prerogative here? Like what?
We need to have Eric come in and sing.